of the essence, these are matters that depend throughout on the peculiar nature of the domain. The problem we have just been glancing at is inwardly bound up with the fundamental and still unsolved problems of setting out clearly on grounds of principle the relation of description with its descriptive concepts, to unambiguous, exact determination with its ideal concepts, and running parallel to this, of clearly setting out the relation so little understood between descriptive and explanatory sciences. An attempt bearing in this direction will be communicated in the sequel to these studies. At this point we should not postpone too long the main train of our reflections, and we are moreover not sufficiently prepared to treat such questions at present in an exhaustive way. Let it suffice if in what follows we just hint at some points which in a general way we may perhaps bring more closely home to ourselves. 74. Descriptive and exact sciences. Let us connect our observations with the contrast we have been drawing between geometry and descriptive natural science. The geometer is not interested in actual forms intuitable through sense, as is the descriptive student of nature. He does not, like the latter, construct morphological concepts of vague types of configuration, which on the basis of sensory intuition are directly apprehended, and, vague as they are, conceptually or terminologically fixed. The vagueness of the concepts, the circumstances that they have mobile spheres of application, is no defect attaching to them, for they are flatly indispensable to the sphere of knowledge they serve, or, as we may also say, they are within this sphere the only concepts justified. If it behoves us to bring to suitable conceptual expression the intuitable corporeal data in their intuitively given essential characters, we must indeed take them as we find them. And we do not find them otherwise than in flux, and typical essences can in such case be apprehended only in that essential intuition which can be immediately analyzed. The most perfect geometry and its most perfect practical control cannot help the descriptive student of nature to express precisely, in exact geometrical concepts, that which in so plain, so understanding, and so entirely suitable a way he expresses in the words, notched, indented, lens-shaped, umbelliform, and the like simple concepts which are essentially and not accidentally inexact, and are therefore also unmathematical. Geometrical concepts are ideal concepts, they express something which one cannot see, their origin, and therefore their content also, is essentially other than that of the descriptive concepts as concepts which express the essential nature of things as drawn directly from simple intuition, and not anything ideal. Exact concepts have their correlates in essences, which have the character of ideas in the Kantian sense. Over against these ideas or ideal essences stand the morphological essences, as correlates of descriptive concepts. That ideation which gives ideal essences as ideal limits, which cannot on principle be found in any sensory intuition, to which on occasion morphological essences approximate more or less, without ever reaching them, this ideation is something essentially and radically different from the apprehension of the essence through simple abstraction, in which a selected phase in the world of essences is set up as something intrinsically vague, as simply typical. The constancy and clear-cut distinguishability of generic concepts or generic essences, which have their scope within the flux of things, should not be confused with the exactness of the ideal concepts, and the genera whose scope includes an ideal element throughout. We must further realize that exact and purely descriptive sciences can indeed unite their efforts, but can never take each other's place, that however far the development of exact science, the science, that is, that operates with an ideal groundwork, is pushed, it cannot discharge the original and authentic tasks of pure description. 75. Phenomenology as descriptive theory of the essence of pure experiences. As concerns phenomenology, it aims at being a descriptive theory of the essence of pure transcendental experiences from the phenomenological standpoint, and like every descriptive discipline, neither idealizing nor working at the substructure of things, it has its own justification. Whatever there may be in reduced experiences to grasp eidetically in pure intuition, whether as a real portion of such experience or as intentional correlate, that is its province, and is a vast source of absolute knowledge for it. Still, let us see more clearly to what extent really scientific descriptions can be set up on the phenomenological field, with its infinite number of eidetic concerecta, and to what services they can be put. It is part of the peculiarity of consciousness generally to be continually fluctuating in different dimensions, so that there can be no talk of fixing any eidetic concerecta or any of the phases which enter immediately into their constitution with conceptual exactness. Let us take, for instance, an experience of the genus imagery of a thing as it is given us either in phenomenologically immanent perception or in some other, of course reduced, intuition. The phenomenologically particular object, the eidetic singularity, is then just this imagery of the thing in the whole wealth of its concreteness, precisely as it participates in the flow of experience, with the precise determinacy or indeterminacy with which it lets its thing appear, now in this aspect, now in that, and with just that distinctness or mistiness, that fluctuating clearness and intermittent obscurity, and so forth, which is peculiar to it. It is only the individual element which phenomenology ignores, whilst it raises the whole essential content in its concrete fullness into eidetic consciousness, and takes it as an ideally self-same essence, which like every essence could particularize itself not only hic et nunc but in numberless instances. We can see at once that a conceptual and terminological fixation of this and every similar flowing concretum is not to be thought of, and that this applies to each of its immediate and no less flowing parts and abstract aspects. If now there is no question of an unambiguous determination of eidetic singularities in our realm of description, it is quite otherwise with the essences at a higher specific level. These are susceptible of stable distinction, unbroken self-identity, and strict conceptual apprehension, likewise of being analyzed into component essences, and accordingly they may very properly be made subject to the conditions of a comprehensive scientific description. Thus we describe and determine with rigorous conceptual precision the generic essence of perception generally or of subordinate species such as the perception of physical thinghood, of animal natures, and the like, likewise of memory, empathy, will, and so forth, in their generality. But the highest generalities stand foremost, experience in general, cogitatio in general, and these make it possible to give comprehensive descriptions of the essential nature of things. Moreover, it belongs to the very nature of a general apprehension of essences and of general analysis and description that there is no corresponding dependence of what is done at higher grades on what is done at the lower. In point of method we cannot insist, for instance, on a systematic inductive procedure, on a gradual ascent, rung by rung, up the step ladder of generality. We now note a further consequence. It follows from what we have said that all deductive theorizing is excluded from phenomenology. Mediate inferences are not positively denied it, but seeing that all its knowledge is descriptive and must be purely adjusted to immanent requirements, it follows that inferences, unintuitable ways and means of every description, have only the methodological meaning of leading us toward the facts which it is the function of an ensuing direct essential insight to set before us as given. Analogies which press upon us may, prior to real intuition, supply us with conjectures as to the essential relations of things, and from these may be drawn inferences that lead us farther forward, but in the end the conjectures must be redeemed by the real vision of the essential connections. So long as this is not done we have no result that we can call phenomenological. The pressing question whether within the eidetic domain of reduced phenomena, in the domain as a whole or in some one or other of its subdivisions, an idealizing procedure may be adopted side by side with the descriptive, substituting for the intuitable data pure and rigorously conceived ideals, which might then indeed serve as the fundamental nexus for a mathesis of experiences and as a counterpart to descriptive phenomenology, is indeed not settled by the foregoing considerations. Much as the studies we have just completed must leave open to inquiry, they have considerably furthered our quest, and not only through bringing into our field of view a series of important problems. We are now quite clear that for the grounding of phenomenology there is nothing to be gained from mere analogies. It is only a misleading prejudice to suppose that the historical methods of the a priori sciences, which are exact ideal sciences throughout, must be accepted without question as the pattern for every new method of science, and especially for our transcendental phenomenology, as though all eidetic sciences must show one type of method only, that of exactness. Transcendental phenomenology as descriptive science of essential being belongs in fact to a main class of eidetic science wholly other than that to which the mathematical sciences belong. 2. General structures of pure consciousness. 76. The theme of the following studies. The realm of transcendental consciousness had proved, as a result of phenomenological reduction, to be, in a certain definite sense, a realm of absolute being. It is the original category of being generally, or, as we would put it, the original region, in which all other regions of being have their root, to which they are essentially related, on which they are therefore one and all dependent in an essential way. The doctrine of categories must take its start unreservedly from this, the most radical of all distinctions of being as consciousness and being as declaring itself in consciousness, or as transcendent being, a distinction which, as is clearly apparent, can be drawn in all its purity and properly justified only through the method of phenomenological reduction. The relations between phenomenology and all other sciences, a topic we have frequently touched on, but must go into more deeply at a later stage, have their ground in this essential relation between transcendental and transcendent being. Their very meaning implies that the domain over which phenomenology rules extends in a certain remarkable way over all the other sciences from which it has none the less disconnected itself. The disconnection has also the character of a change of indicator which alters the value of that to which the indicator refers, but if this change of indicator be reckoned in, that whose value it serves to alter is thereby reinstated within the phenomenological sphere. Or to put it metaphorically, the bracketed matter is not wiped off the phenomenological slate, but only bracketed, and thereby provided with a sign that indicates the bracketing. Taking its sign with it, the bracketed matter is reintegrated in the main theme of the inquiry. It is most necessary to get a thorough understanding of this position, together with the different points of view intrinsic to it. To take a pertinent illustration, physical nature suffers disconnection, whilst notwithstanding we continue to have not only a phenomenology of the natural scientific consciousness on the side of its thought and experience, but also a phenomenology of nature itself as correlate of the natural scientific consciousness. Similarly, although psychology and mental science are affected by the disconnection, we have a phenomenology of man, his personality, personal qualities, and his conscious course, as a human being, a phenomenology, further, of the mind of the community, its social institutions, its cultural creations, and so forth. Whatever is transcendent, in so far as it comes to be consciously presented, is an object of phenomenological study not only on the side of the consciousness of it, of the various conscious ways, for instance, in which it comes to be given as transcendent, but also, although essentially bound up with the viewpoint just noted, as the given and that which is experienced in it. There are in this way immense fields of phenomenological research which have been quite overlooked by those who have started out from the idea of experience, especially when we start, as we all do, with the psychological viewpoint, and have at first allowed ourselves to take over the concept of experience from the psychology of our own time, fields of inquiry which at first, under the influence of inner resistances, one is apt to be little inclined to recognize as phenomenological at all. Through this inclusion of bracketed matter, quite peculiar and at first confusing situations are created in the case of psychology and the science of mind. To restrict oneself to the case of psychology, we may set it down that consciousness, as a given datum of psychological experience, and as human or animal, is an object of psychology, of empirical psychology in the investigations of empirical science, of eidetic psychology in those of the science of essences. On the other hand, the whole world, with its psychic individuals and its psychic experiences, all this as correlate of the absolute consciousness, falls in modified bracketed form within phenomenology. Thus consciousness figures under different forms of apprehension and in different connections, even within phenomenology itself, first in itself as absolute consciousness, then in its correlate as psychological consciousness, which now finds its place in the natural world, with its value altered in a certain way and yet without loss of its own content as consciousness. These are complicated connections and extraordinarily important ones. It also depends on them that every phenomenological position concerning absolute consciousness can be reinterpreted in terms of eidetic psychology, which, strictly considered, is itself in no sense phenomenological, though the phenomenological outlook is, of the two, the more comprehensive, and as absolute the more radical. To see all this clearly, and then further to clarify fully and inwardly the essential relations between pure phenomenology, eidetic and empirical psychology, and in the last resort mental science, is of deep concern to the disciplines here involved and to general philosophy. In particular, the psychology which is being so energetically developed in our own day can win the radical foundation which it still lacks only when, in respect of the essential connections that have been indicated, it commands far-reaching insight into their nature. The indications that have just been given make us feel how far removed we still are from an understanding of phenomenology. We have learned how to make use of the phenomenological standpoint, we have set aside a whole series of deflecting misgivings concerning method, we have defended the claims of pure description, the field of research lies free before us. But we do not yet know what its main themes are, or, more specifically, what main types of description are prescribed by the most general division of experiences in their essential aspect. To bring clearness into these relations, let us try in the chapters that follow to describe this most general division among essences by reference to some of its specially important features. With these new reflex ions we do not really leave behind us the problem of method. The discussions on method which we have so far undertaken were determined by the most general insight into the essential nature of the sphere of phenomenology. It goes without saying that a deeper reaching knowledge of the sphere not in its details, but in its sweeping generalities must also furnish us with standards of method of richer capacity, with which all special methods will have to link themselves up. We do not and cannot bring method to any field from beyond its boundaries. Formal logic, or noetics, does not give method, but the form of possible method, and, useful as the knowledge of form can be in methodological matters, determinate method not after the pattern of mere technical specialization, but after the general type of method is a norm which springs from the main regional division of the sphere in question and its general structural forms, and therefore, in its epistemological aspect, is essentially dependent on the knowledge of these structures. 77. Reflection as the basic peculiarity of the sphere of experience. Studies on reflection. Under the most general peculiarities of the essential nature of the pure sphere of experience we treat in the first place of reflection. We do this on account of its universal methodological function. Phenomenological method proceeds entirely through acts of reflection. There are, however, as bearing on the functional capacity of reflection, and therefore on the possibility of a phenomenology generally, certain sceptical doubts, which we would first of all dispose of in a radical way. We have already had to refer to reflection in our previous discussions. The conclusions we there reached, before we had passed on to phenomenological ground, we can now, under the strictest conditions of phenomenological reduction, simply take over, since those results merely concerned what is inwardly essential to the experiences, and therefore, as we know, such matter as remains a sure possession to us, transcendentally purified only in regard to the way in which we apprehend it. We will first of all recapitulate what we already know, and seek at once to penetrate deeper into the facts of the case, as well as into that type of phenomenological study which reflection renders both possible and imperative. Every ego lives its own experiences, and in these is included much that is real, and intentional. The phrase it lives them does not mean that it holds them and whatever is in them in its glance, and that it apprehends them after the manner of immanent experience, Erfahrung, or any other immanent intuition or presentation. It is ideally possible for every experience not included in the glance to be brought under it, a reflective act of the ego is directed towards it, and it now becomes an object for the ego. It is just the same as regards the possible glances which the ego may direct towards the component elements of the experience and towards their intentionalities, towards that of which they are in the last resort the consciousness. Again, the reflex ions are experiences, and as such can furnish the basis for new reflex ions, and so on ad infinitum, with a generality that is grounded on principle. The experience as really lived at the moment, as it first enters the focus of reflection, presents itself as really lived, as being now, but not only that, it presents itself as just having been, and so far as it was unnoticed as precisely such, as not having been reflected on. At the natural standpoint we take it for granted, without thinking about it, that experiences do not exist only when we turn to greet them and grasp them in immanent experience, Erfahrung, and that if in immanent reflection and as retained, in primary memory, they are still objects of awareness, as having just been, then they really, wirklich, existed and were indeed really lived by us. We are further convinced that it is also reflection which in the process of recall, and as grounded within it, informs us concerning our former experiences, which were then present, then immanently perceptible, although not immanently perceived. The same holds good, according to the naively natural view, in respect of anticipation, Vorerinnerung, or previsional expectation. At first there comes in the immediate protension, as we might put it, the exact counterpart of immediate retention, and then the anticipation, reproductive in the more proper sense of the term, which represents in quite another way, and is the counterpart of recall. Here the intuitively expected whereof, thanks to the reflection possible in anticipation, we are aware through prevision as presently coming, has at the same time the meaning of what will be perceived, just as the recalled has the meaning of what has been perceived. Thus we can reflect in anticipation also, and bring to consciousness experiences of ours for the enjoyment whereof the anticipation itself did not offer the proper standpoint, as none the less belonging to the anticipated as such, as we do each time we say that we shall see what is coming, when, in so saying, the reflecting glance has turned towards the coming perceptual experience. Reflecting from the natural standpoint we make all this clear to ourselves, maybe as psychologists, and follow it out into its further connections. Now let us set in action the phenomenological reduction. Established results, within their bracket, are transformed into cases that illustrate essential generalities, and we can now make them our own within the framework of pure intuition and sympathetically study them. For instance, in vivid intuition, imaginative, if you like it, we picture ourselves as involved in this or that act, in joy, it may be over a theoretical train of thought that is running its free and fruitful course. We perform all the reductions and see what lies in the pure essential nature of the phenomenological material. We turn then first towards the passing train of thought. We develop further the phenomenon in its illustrative aspect. During the course of the enjoyment we cast a reflective glance on the joy itself. It becomes the experience glanced at and immanently perceived, fluctuating thus and thus in the focus, Blick, of reflection, then sinking away. The free flow of thought suffers thereby, we are now aware of it in the modified way, the joyousness which is an element in its flux is essentially and sympathetically affected, we can verify this, and in so doing must redirect our gaze thither once again. But let us set all this aside for the present and consider the following. The first reflection upon the joy finds it actually present, but not as just beginning. It is already there as a going concern, previously experienced but not held before the eye. It is evidently open to us to look into the past duration and mode of givenness of the joy-producing factor, to pay attention to the earlier stretches of the theoretical course of thinking which engendered it, and also to the vision, Blick, previously directed to it, to note, on the other hand, how joy turned in its direction, and thus, through the contrast, appreciate the lack of any glance directed towards the joy during the preceding phases of the phenomenon. We may also in respect of the joy, that subsequently became an object of reflection, reflect on the act of reflection that objectified it, and so render more effectively clear the difference between what is experienced but not noticed, and the joy that is noticed, likewise the modifications which come about through the acts of apprehending, unfolding, and so forth, which emerge with the redirecting of the vision. We can examine all this from a phenomenological standpoint and identically, whether at a higher level of generality or following the essential conditions which hold for special types of experience. The whole stream of experience with its experiences lived after the mode of unreflecting consciousness can be made the subject of a scientific study of the nature of the essence, which should aim at systematic completeness, with reference, moreover, to all the possibilities of intentional aspects of experience included in them, with reference also more specifically to the experiences of modified consciousness which may be in them and their intentional aspects. In regard to the latter, we have become acquainted with examples in the shape of modifications of experience that are involved as intentional phases in all representations, and can be brought out through reflex ions carried on within them, that of having been perceived which lies in every memory, that of about to be perceived which lies in every expectation. The study of the stream of consciousness takes place, on its own side, through various acts of reflection of peculiar structure, which themselves, again, belong to the stream of experience, and in corresponding reflex ions of a higher grade can be and indeed must be made into objects for phenomenological analyses. For it is through analyses of this kind that the foundations of a general phenomenology are laid, and the methodological insight so indispensable to its development is grounded. Similar considerations obviously apply to psychology. No headway is made through vague talk concerning the study of experiences through reflection or what is ordinarily identified with this recollection, to say nothing of much erroneous stuff which, precisely because all serious analysis of the essence is lacking, is wont to intrude itself very soon, as, for instance, that nothing of the nature of immanent perception and observation can possibly be. Let us go into these matters somewhat more closely. 78. Phenomenological study of reflex ions upon experience. Reflection, as the foregoing analysis will have shown us, is an expression for acts in which the stream of experience, or Leibniz, with all its manifold events, phases of experience, intentionalities, can be grasped and analyzed in the light of its own evidence. It is, as we may also express it, the name we give to consciousness' own method for the knowledge of consciousness generally. But in this very method it becomes itself the object of possible studies. Reflection is also the title for types of experience which belong essentially together, and therefore the theme of a leading chapter of phenomenology, whose function it is to distinguish the different reflex ions and to analyze them completely in systematic order. In this connection we must first of all be clear on this point, that every variety of reflection has the character of a modification of consciousness, and indeed of such a modification as every consciousness can, in principle, experience. We speak of modifications here just in so far as every reflection has its essential origin in changes of standpoint, whereby a given experience or unreflective experience datum undergoes a certain transformation into the mode, that is, of reflective consciousness, consciousness of which we are aware. The given experience can itself already possess the character of a reflective consciousness of something, in which case the modification is of a higher grade, but we are thrown back at last on absolutely irreflective experiences and the real, realen, or intentional data implicit in them, Dabelian. Every experience can now be translated in accordance with essential laws into reflective modifications, and that along different directions which we shall learn to know more accurately still. The fundamental methodological importance for phenomenology, and no less for psychology, of the study of reflex ions in their essential nature is manifest in this, that under the concept of reflection must be included all modes of immanent apprehension of the essence, and on the other hand all modes of immanent experience, Erfahrung. So, for instance, the immanent perception, which in point of fact is a reflection, in so far as it presupposes a shifting of the glance from something we are conscious of objectively to the subjective consciousness of it. Likewise, as we have mentioned, in the preceding paragraph, when discussing what the natural standpoint takes for granted, every memory not only admits a reflective directing of the glance upon itself, but also that peculiar reflection which takes place in the recollection itself. At first we are unreflectively aware in memory of the flow of a piece of music, it may be, in the mode of what is past. But to the essence of what we are thus aware of belongs the possibility of reflecting on what has been perceived. Similarly, in the case of expectation, of the consciousness that looks forward to what is coming, there is always the essential possibility of diverting the glance from this coming event to its coming perceivedness. It is a consequence of these essential connections that the propositions "I remember a" and "I have perceived a," "I look forward to it," and "I shall see it," are equivalent a priori and immediately, but only equivalent, for the meaning is a different one. Here the task of phenomenology is to make a systematic study of all the experimental modifications which fall under the heading of reflection, together with all the modifications with which they stand in essential relation and which they presuppose. The latter concern the totality of essential modifications which every experience must undergo during its primordial phase, and in addition the different kinds of transformation which can be thought of as carried out on every experience ideally in the way of operations. Every experience is in itself a flow of becoming, it is what it is within an original engendering, Urzugung, of an essential type that never changes, a constant flow of retentions and protensions mediated by a primordial phase which is itself in flux, in which the living now of the experience comes to consciousness contrasting with its before and after. On the other hand, every experience has its parallels in different forms of reproduction which can be regarded as ideal operative transformations of the original experience, each has its exactly corresponding and yet radically modified counterpart in a recollection, as also in a possible anticipation, in a possible fancy, and again in repetitions of such transformations. Naturally we think of all experiences that run parallel to others as belonging to a common essence stock. The parallel members should also be conscious of the same intentional objects of reference and conscious of them in identical modes of givenness identical, provided that they share these common elements, though remaining in other respects open to variation. Since the modifications we have been considering belong to every experience as ideally possible changes, and therefore in a certain sense indicate operations of thought which can be conceived as carried out on every such experience, they can be repeated in infinitum, and can also be performed on the experiences in their modified form. Conversely, starting from any experience which has already the character of such a modification, and remains then always so characterized in itself, we are led back to certain original experiences, to impressions which exhibit experiences that in the phenomenological sense are absolutely primordial. Thus perceptions of things are primordial experiences in relation to all memories, fancy presentations, and so forth. They are primordial in the sense in which concrete experiences can be that at all. For closer inspection reveals in their concreteness only one, but that always a continuously flowing absolute primordial phase, that of the living now. We can relate these modifications in primary instance to actual experiences of which we are unreflectively aware, since we can see at once that all such as we are reflectively aware of must participate eo ipso in these primary modifications, inasmuch as they are reflex ions upon experiences, and, when taken in their full concreteness, themselves experiences of which we are unreflectively aware, and as such take on all modifications. Now reflection itself is assuredly a general modification of a new type, the self-directing of the ego upon its experiences, and in agreement therewith the functioning of acts of the cogito, of such acts in particular as belong to the lowest, most fundamental stratum, that of the simple presentations, in which the ego directs itself upon its experiences, but precisely the interweaving of reflection with intuitive or empty apprehensions, or comprehensions, makes it necessary that the study of the reflective modification should be combined with the study of the modifications indicated above. Only through acts of experiencing as reflected on do we know anything of the stream of experience and of its necessary relationship to the pure ego, example that it is a field for the free consummation of the conscious processes of one and the same pure ego, and that all the experiences of the stream are its own just in so far as it can glance at them or through them at what is other than and foreign to the ego. We convince ourselves that these experiences retain their meaning and their right even in their reduced form, and in a general and essentially universal way we grasp the right of such kinds of experiences generally, just as, parallel therewith, we grasp the right of essential insights relating to experiences in general. Thus, for instance, we grasp the absolute right of immanent perceiving reflection, i.e., of immanent perception simpliciter, and indeed in respect of that which it brings in its flow to real primordial givenness, likewise the absolute right of immanent retention, in respect of that in it of which we are conscious as still living and having just happened, but of course no further than the content of what is thus characterized reaches, right, for instance, in respect of the fact that it was the perception of a sound and not of a color. We likewise grasp the relative right of immanent recollection, which extends just so far as the content of this memory, taken by itself, shows the genuine character of recollection. This is by no means shown, in general, by every aspect of the remembered, a right which in this precise sense cleaves to every recollection. But it is of course a merely relative right, one that permits of our asking how far the right extends. And so forth. We thus see with completest clearness and with the consciousness of unconditional validity that it would be absurd to suppose that experiences are epistemologically guaranteed only in so far as they are given to us in the reflective consciousness of immanent perception, or that we can be sure of them indeed only in the actual now of the present moment, that it would be absurd to doubt whether that which we discover as still consciously there when we give a glance backwards, the immediately retained, ever existed, or again, to doubt whether in the end experiences which pass into the field of vision are not precisely for this reason transformed into something toto silla different from what they were, and so forth. It is important only that we should not allow ourselves to be confused by arguments which, despite all their formal precision, show no sense of adjustment to the primitive sources of validity, those of pure intuition. We must abide by the principle of all principles, that complete clearness is the measure of all truth, and that statements which give faithful expression to their data need fear nothing from the finest arguments. 79. Critical excursus. Phenomenology and the difficulties of self-observation. It is clear from what we have just said that phenomenology is not affected by the methodological skepticism which in empirical psychology has led so often in parallel case to the denial or improper restriction of the value of inner experience. Recently H.J. Whatone has nonetheless believed that he could maintain this skepticism as against phenomenology, though he has quite failed to grasp the distinctive meaning of pure phenomenology to which the logical investigations have sought to provide an introduction, and has not seen how the pure phenomenological differs from the empirico-psychological situation. Related as the difficulties on both sides may be, it remains a real difference whether there is raised the question concerning the range and the intrinsic value for knowledge of the existential states through which the data of our inner, human, experience are brought to expression, the question advanced by psychological method, or, on the other side, the question proper to a phenomenological method, concerning the intrinsic possibility and range of essential states, which, on the ground of pure reflection, should concern experiences as such, considered from the standpoint of their own essence as liberated from all natural apperception. Yet between the two there subsist inner relationships, congruences, indeed, in no small measure, which justify our paying attention to What's objections, in particular to remarkable statements such as the following. It is scarcely possible even to form opinions concerning the way in which one comes to a knowledge of immediate experience. For it is neither knowledge nor the object of knowledge, but something different. One cannot see how a record concerning the experience of experience, even if it has been taken, could be put on paper. But this is always the final question of the fundamental problem of self-observation. It is now customary to refer to this absolute description as phenomenology too. Resuming Th. Lips's expositions, What says further, in contrast to the known reality of the objects of self-observation we have the reality of the present ego and the present conscious experiences. This reality is experienced, merely lived, that is, not known, not reflectively apprehended. It is therefore absolute reality. Very different opinions may be held, he now adds as his own comment, as to what one is to do with this absolute reality. Moreover, it is only a question here of results of self-observation. If now this observation which is always retrospective is always a knowledge about experiences we have just had as objects, how should we set up mental states of which we can know nothing, of which we are only aware? The importance of the whole discussion turns, in fact, Round this point, the origin, namely, of the notion of an immediate experience which is not knowledge. It must be possible to observe. Everyone in the last resort experiences, only he doesn't know this. Even if he knew it, how could he know that his experience is really as absolute as he thinks it to be? Out of whose head should phenomenology spring up into life ready fashioned? Is a phenomenology possible, and, if so, in what sense? All these questions press for an answer. Perhaps a discussion of the question of self-observation undertaken by experimental psychology will shed new light on the topic. For the problem of phenomenology is one which necessarily arises for experimental psychology also. Perhaps the latter's solution will be more cautious since it lacks the supporting zeal of the discoverer of phenomenology. In any case, it has a natural and spontaneous bias towards inductive method. 3. In view of the pious belief in the omnipotence of inductive method which breathes from the lines last quoted, a belief what should hardly be cherishing when he is meditating upon the conditions of the possibility of this method, it is truly surprising to hear him confess that a functional analytic psychology will never be able to explain the fact of knowledge. Point 4. In opposition to these assertions, so characteristic of the psychology of the present day, and just so far as they are psychologically intended, we should in the first place have to justify the separation above referred to between the psychological and the phenomenological questions, and in this connection to stress the point that a phenomenological doctrine of the essence is as little called on to take an interest in the methods which might enable the phenomenologist to certify the existence of those experiences which serve as a basis for his phenomenological findings. As the geometer is expected to be interested in determining on methodical lines how the existence of the figures on the board or the models in the cupboard is to be rendered convincing. Geometry and phenomenology, as sciences of the pure essence, know nothing positive concerning real existence. It hangs together with this, that clear fictions do not only serve these sciences for a foundation as well as do data of actual perception and experience, but to a certain extent even better. Point 5. Now if phenomenology also has no existential judgments to make concerning experiences, or Leibniz, thus no experimentings, Erfahrungen, and observings in the natural sense in which a science of facts must find support in such acts, it makes none the less, as a fundamental condition of its possibility, positive affirmations concerning unreflective experiences. These it owes to reflection, or, more accurately, to reflective intuition of the essence. Consequently the sceptical doubts concerning self-observation, in so far as these doubts spread in a way easy to understand, from reflection as immanent to every reflection generally, come under the ken of phenomenology also. And, indeed, what could we make of phenomenology if we cannot see how a record concerning the experiencing of experience, even if it has been taken, could be put on paper? What could we make of it if it had to make statements concerning the essence of known reflective experiences, but not concerning the essence of experiences as such? What could be done if it were scarcely possible even to hold opinions concerning the way in which one comes to a knowledge of immediate experience, or to a knowledge of one's essence? It may be that the phenomenologist has no existential judgments to pass on the experiences which come before him as the examples on which his ideal formations depend. Yes, one might object, but he sees in these ideal formations only ideas of that which at the moment he has before him as an illustration. As his glance turns towards the experience, it first becomes that which now offers itself to his gaze; as he looks away, it becomes something else. The essence apprehended is essence only of the reflective experience, and the supposition that through reflection one can win absolutely valid knowledge which is valid for experiences generally, reflective or unreflective, is wholly ungrounded. How can we set up mental states, though it be only as essential possibilities, of which we can know nothing? Clearly this concerns every kind of reflection, although in phenomenology each separate kind claims to be a source of absolute knowledge. In fancy a thing, it may even be a centaur, hovers before my eyes. I believe myself to know that it manifests itself under certain modes of appearance, and in certain sensory variations of the perspective kind, apprehensions, and the like. I believe myself to have the essential insight that an object of this kind can be viewed only under modes of appearance of this particular kind, only through these functions of perspective manifestation, and whatever else may play a part here. But as I keep my centaur in view, I have not in view its modes of appearance, its perspective data, its apprehended meanings, and when I comprehend its essence, I do not comprehend these and their essence. For this there is needed a certain turn of reflective insight, and this renders fluid the whole experience with modifying effect. Thus in the new ideal formation I have something new before my eyes, and should not maintain that I have reached essential components of the unreflective experience. I should not maintain that it belongs to the essence of a thing as such to exhibit itself in the form of appearances, manifesting itself in the indicated way in perspective and through sensory data, which on their side must submit to apprehension, and so forth. The difficulty obviously bears on the analyses of consciousness also in respect of the meaning of the intentional experiences, of all that which belongs to the supposed, to the object intentionally referred to, as such, to the meaning of a statement, and the like. For these also are analyses conducted with a scheme of specially directed reflex ions. Watt himself goes even so far as to say, psychology must reach a clear understanding that with self-observation the objective relation of the experiences to be described is changed. This change has perhaps a greater significance than one is inclined to believe. 6. If Watt is right, we should be maintaining too much when, in self-observation, we set it down that we had just been attending here to his book and were continuing to do so. That held good no doubt prior to reflection. Reflection, however, changed the attentive experience to be described, and indeed, according to Watt, in respect of the objective relation. Every genuine scepticism, whatever its type and orientation may be, can be recognized by this fundamental absurdity, that in the arguments it uses it presupposes implicitly, as the conditions of the possibility of its validity, precisely that which it denies in its own theses. It is easy to recognize the presence of this feature in the arguments we are considering. He who merely says, "I doubt the significance of reflection for knowledge," maintains an absurdity. For as he asserts his doubt, he reflects, and to set this assertion forth as valid presupposes that reflection has really and without a doubt, for the case in hand, the very cognitive value upon which doubt has been cast, that it does not alter the objective relation, that the unreflective experience does not forfeit its essence through the transition into reflection. Further, in the arguments considered reflection is continually referred to as a fact, and there is much talk as to what causes it or could not cause it, and at the same time very naturally unknown, unreflective experiences are also referred to as facts, namely, as those out of which the reflective grow. Thus a knowledge of unreflective experiences including unreflective reflex ions is presupposed throughout, whilst at the same time the possibility of such knowledge is put in question. That happens, in so far as doubt arises as to the possibility of making any statement whatsoever concerning the content of unreflective experience and the work of reflection upon it. How far does reflection alter the original experience, and does it not falsify it, so to speak, by converting it into something totally different from what it was? But it is clear that if this doubt and the possibility which arises out of it were justified, there would not remain the slightest justification for the certainty that an unreflective experience or a reflection exists or can exist at all. It is further clear that this certainty which, as we know, was the constant presupposition throughout can be known only through reflection, and that it can be grounded as immediate knowledge only on reflective, data intuition. So too as regards the assertion of the reality or possibility of the modifications which follow on reflection. Are the like, however, given through intuition, they are given within an intuitional content, thus it is absurd to maintain that there is here nothing knowable, nothing respecting the content of the unreflected experience and the type of modifications which it undergoes. This suffices clearly to expose the absurdity. Here, as everywhere, scepticism loses its force by harking back from verbal discussions to the essential intuition, the primordial data intuition and the sovereign right which it possesses in itself. Everything depends on whether we really set this intuition in action, and are able to raise the matter in question into the light of genuine essential clearness, whether we can grasp expositions such as we have attempted in the previous paragraph in the same intuitive way as that in which they are carried out and presented. The phenomena of reflection are in fact a sphere of pure and perhaps of the clearest data. It is an essential insight always attainable because immediate, that, from the objectively given, as such, a reflective glance can be transferred to the object-giving consciousness and its subject, from the perceived, the corporeally there to the perceiving act, from the remembered, as it hovers before us as such, as having been, to the remembering, from the statement as it comes from the given content to the stating activity, and so forth, whereby the perceiving comes to be given as a perceiving of just this perceived object, the momentary consciousness as the consciousness of just this momentary object. It is evident that essentially not therefore on merely accidental grounds, merely perhaps for us and our contingent psychological constitution, it is only through reflex ions of this kind that such a thing as consciousness or conscious content, in a real or intentional sense, can become known. Therefore God himself is subject to this absolute and transparent necessity, just as surely as he is to the insight that 2 + 1 = 1 + 2. Even he could win a knowledge of his consciousness and its content only through reflection. 7. This implies that reflection cannot be entangled in any antinomian conflict with the ideal of perfect knowledge. Every type of being, as we have already had to insist more than once, has ways of being given which are essentially its own, and therewith its own ways as regards methods of knowledge. It is strictly absurd in this connection to treat essential peculiarities as defects, to the extent even of imputing them as contingent, empirical defects to our human way of knowing. Another question which must also be considered on lines of essential insight concerns the possible range of this or that type of knowledge, the question how we are to guard against statements which go beyond what is really given at the moment and transcend the eidetic grasp, and still another question is that of the methods proper to empirical thinking, how we humans, as psychologists may be, must proceed under the given psychological conditions so as to confer on our human knowledge as much dignity as the case admits of. We must lay stress, moreover, on the point that our repeated recourse to insight, self-evidence or intuition, here as elsewhere is no mere form of speaking, but, in the sense of the introductory section, signifies the regress to that which is ultimate in all knowledge, precisely as it does when we speak of insight in connection with the most primitive logical and arithmetical axioms. 8 But he who has learned to grasp with insight what is given in the sphere of consciousness will not be able to read without astonishment statements like the one already cited. It is not possible to form any opinions concerning the way in which one comes to a knowledge of immediate experience. From such words one can only gather how strange to modern psychology essential analysis in its immanent aspect still is, although it gives the only possible method for fixing the concepts which must prove determinative in all immanent psychological description. 9-10. In the problems of reflection here discussed, the interconnection between phenomenology and psychology is brought home to us with special force. Every description of essential being which relates to types of experience provides an unconditionally valid norm for the possibilities of empirical existence. Naturally, this also applies in particular to all the types of experience which even for psychological method are part of the mental life, as it holds good generally for all modes of inner experience. Thus phenomenology is the court of appeal for the fundamental questions of psychological methodology. The general conclusions which it has reached must be recognized and, as occasion requires, adopted by the psychologist as the condition for the possibility of all further developments of method in his field. What conflicts with it bears the stamp of intrinsic psychological absurdity, just as in the physical sphere every conflict with geometrical truths and the truths of the ontology of nature in general bears the stamp of intrinsic absurdity in natural science. In accordance herewith we can trace an intrinsic absurdity of this kind in the hope expressed that the sceptical doubts concerning the possibility of self-observation may be overcome through psychological induction by the way of experimental psychology. Here again it is just as though one wished to overcome the corresponding skepticism in the domain of the knowledge of physical nature, the doubt whether in the end every external perception would not prove deceptive, since each, taken singly, could really deceive us, by means of experimental physics, which indeed presupposes at every step the authority of external perception. Moreover, what is here stated in very general terms should become more convincing in the light of all that follows, more particularly through the clearing discussions concerning the scope of reflective essential insight. The relations here touched on between phenomenology, for between the eidetic psychology which here, for provisional reasons, is not yet separated off from it, and in any case is inwardly bound up with it, and psychology as an empirical science are to be discussed and clarified with all the deep problems they give rise to in the second book of this whole treatise. I am sure of this, that at a time not so very far distant it will have become a commonly accepted conviction that phenomenology, or eidetic psychology, is, methodologically, the basic science for empirical psychology, just as the material, sachhaltig, mathematical disciplines, example geometry and kinematics, are basic for physics. The old ontological doctrine, that the knowledge of possibilities must precede that of actualities, Werklichkeiten, is, in my opinion, in so far as it is rightly understood and properly utilized, a really great truth. 80. The relation of experiences to the pure ego. Among the essential peculiarities of a general kind, distinctive of the transcendentally purified field of experience, the first place should be kept for the relation of that experience to the pure ego. Every cogito, every act in a specially marked sense, is characterized as act of the ego, proceeding from the ego, actually living in it. We have already spoken on this point, and recall in a few sentences what we previously worked out. When observing, I perceive something. Similarly in recollection I am often busied with something. Again, observing in a sense, I follow in imaginative fancy what goes on in the world of fancy. Or I meditate, draw inferences, I revoke a judgment, refrain if need be from judging at all. I approve or disapprove, I am glad or grieved, I wish or I will and do, or again, I refrain from being glad, from wishing, willing, and action. In all such acts I am present, actually present. In reflection I apprehend myself herein as the human being that I am. But if I perform the phenomenological pyomicron chi, the whole world of the natural setting is suspended, and with it, I, the man. The pure experience as act with its own proper essence then remains as residue. But I also see that the apprehension of the same as human experience, quite apart from the question of existence, introduces various features which do not need to be there, and that on the other side no disconnecting can remove the form of the cogito and cancel the pure subject of the act. The being directed towards, the being busied with, adopting an attitude, undergoing or suffering from, has this of necessity wrapped in its very essence, that it is just something from the ego, or in the reverse direction to the ego, and this ego is the pure ego, and no reduction can get any grip on it. We have hitherto spoken of experiences of the special cogito type. The remaining experiences which supply the general milieu for the actuality of the ego certainly lack the marked relation to the ego, of which we have just been speaking. And yet they too have their part in the pure ego, and the latter in them. They belong to it as its own, they are its background of consciousness, its field of freedom. Yet notwithstanding these peculiar complications with all its experiences, the experiencing ego is still nothing that might be taken for itself and made into an object of inquiry on its own account. Apart from its ways of being related or ways of behaving, it is completely empty of essential components, it has no content that could be unraveled, it is in and for itself indescribable, pure ego and nothing further. There is therefore occasion for a variety of important descriptions, bearing on the special forms or modes of experience of the experiencing ego, as actually enjoyed. In this connection we continue to distinguish despite the necessary interrelationship the experience itself from the pure ego of the experiencing process, and again, the pure subjective phase of the way of experiencing from the remaining, ego-diverted content of the experience, so to speak. Thus there is a certain, extraordinarily important two-sidedness in the essential nature of the sphere of experience, concerning which we can also say that in experiences we must distinguish between a subjectively and an objectively oriented aspect, a form of expression which should not indeed be misunderstood, as though we taught that the object of knowledge might, in this respect, be something analogous to the pure ego. However, the form of expression will justify itself. And we hasten to add that to this two-sidedness there corresponds, to a considerable extent at any rate, a division, though not any real separation, between two different sections of our inquiry, the one bearing on pure subjectivity, the other on that which belongs to the constitution of objectivity as referred to its subjective source. We shall have much to say about the intentional reference of experiences, and of the pure experiencing ego, to objects, and about many different factors of experience and intentional correlates which are connected therewith. But in comprehensive inquiries topics such as these can be studied and described analytically or synthetically, without concerning ourselves more deeply with the pure ego and the ways in which it plays its special part. We cannot indeed help touching on it frequently in so far as it comes in as a necessary adjunct. The meditations which we propose to follow up still further in this section of our work will bear, by preference, on the objectively oriented aspect, as that which first presents itself when we forsake the natural standpoint. The problems indicated in the introductory paragraphs of this section already refer to this aspect of objectivity. 81. Phenomenological time and the time consciousness. Phenomenological time as a general peculiarity of all experiences demands a separate discussion. We must carefully note the difference between this phenomenological time, this unitary form of all experiences within a single stream of experience, that of one pure ego, and objective, i.e., cosmic time. Through the phenomenological reduction consciousness has forfeited not only its apperceptive attachment, in truth only an image, to material reality and its relations in space, merely secondary though these be, but also its setting in cosmical time. The same time, which belongs essentially to experience as such with the modes in which its intrinsic content is presented and derived from these the modally determined now, before and after, simultaneity, succession and so forth is not to be measured by any state of the sun, by any clock, by any physical means, and generally cannot be measured at all. Cosmical time stands to phenomenological time in a relation somewhat analogous to that in which the extensity spread that belongs to the immanent essence of a concrete sensory content, a visual extensity, may be, in the field of visual sensory data, stands to objective spatial extension, to that, namely, of the appearing physical object, manifesting itself in visual perspectives through the medium of the sensory data in terms of which it appears. Just as it would be absurd to bring under the same generic essence a sensory phase such as color or spread, and the phase of the thing proper which manifests itself perspectively through it, such as the color and extension which belong to it as a thing, so is it also in respect of the phenomenologically and the cosmically temporal. In experience and its different phases, transcendent time can exhibit itself in the form of appearance, but in principle there is no sense either here or elsewhere in setting up between the exhibiting and the exhibited a figurative similarity which qua similarity would presuppose oneness of essence. Moreover, it should not be said, for instance, that the way in which cosmic time declares itself within the phenomenological is precisely the same as that in which other real essential phases of the world present themselves phenomenologically. The self-presentation of colors and other sensory qualities of the thing, in corresponding sensory data of the different fields of sense, is, to be sure, something essentially different, and different again the self-manifestation through perspectives of the spatial shapes of things in forms of outspreadedness within the sensory data. But in the cases here cited there is everywhere community of nature. For the rest, as will be apparent in the light of the studies to be undertaken later, time is the name for a completely self-contained sphere of problems and one of exceptional difficulty. It will be seen that in a certain sense our previous exposition has been silent, and necessarily so, concerning a whole dimension, so as to maintain free of confusion what first becomes transparent from the phenomenological standpoint alone, and quite apart from the new dimension constitutes a self-contained field of investigation. The transcendental absolute which we have laid bare through the reductions is in truth not ultimate, it is something which in a certain profound and wholly unique sense constitutes itself, and has its primeval source in what is ultimately and truly absolute. Fortunately we can leave the enigmas of the time consciousness 11 in our preliminary analyses without imperiling their rigor. In the statements that follow we do no more than touch the fringe of the question. The essential property which the term temporality expresses in relation to experiences generally indicates not only something that belongs in a general way to every single experience, but a necessary form binding experiences with experiences. Every real experience, we ratify this as self-evident on the ground of the clear intuition of an experiential reality, is necessarily one that endures, and with this duration it takes its place within an endless continuum of durations, a concretely filled continuum. It necessarily has a temporal purview concretely filled, and stretching away endlessly on all sides. And that at once tells us that it belongs to one endless stream of experience. Every single experience can begin and end and therewith bring its duration to an end, for instance, an experience of joy. But the stream of experience cannot begin and end. Every experience, as temporal being, is an experience of its pure ego. And to this the possibility, which, as we know, is no empty logical possibility, necessarily belongs, that the ego may direct its pure personal glance to this experience, and grasp it as really being, or as enduring in phenomenological time. But, again, it belongs to the essence of the situation that the ego is able to direct its glance upon the way in which the temporal factor is being given, and to know self-evidently, as we all in fact do, living over in intuition what is written down for us, that no enduring experience is possible unless it is constituted within a continuous flow of modes of givenness as the unitary factor in the process, or the duration, further, that this mode of givenness of the temporal experience is itself in turn an experience, although of a new kind and dimension. The joy, for instance, which begins and ends, and during the interval endures, I can first gaze at as it is in its purity, following all its temporal phases. But I can also pay attention to its mode of declaring itself, to the modus of the actual now, and to this feature also that with this very now, and in principle with every now, a new and continuously new now links up in necessary continuity, and that in concert with this every actual now passes into a just vanished, the just vanished once again and continuously so into ever new just vanishings of the just vanished, and so forth. And similarly for every now that has been newly linked onto its predecessor. The actual now is necessarily something punctual and remains so, a form that persists through continuous change of content. It is the same with the continuity of the just vanished, it is a continuity of forms with contents ever new. And it also comes to this, the enduring experience of joy is consciously given in a consciousness continuum of this constant form, an impressional phase as the limiting phase of a continuous series of retentions, which, however, are not on the same level but constitute a continuous succession of intentional relationships, a continuous chain of retentions of retentions. The form receives a continually fresh content, thus to each impression united with the experience of now a new impression, corresponding to an ever new point of the duration, is continually annexing itself, the impression continuously transforms itself into retention, and this continuously into modified retention, and so forth. To all this must be added continuous changes in an opposite direction, after corresponding to before, a protensional continuum corresponding to the retensional. 82. Continuation. The threefold limit of experience, as at once the limit of reflection upon experience. But there is still more to be stated. Every present moment of experience, even if it be that of the initial phase of an experience freshly developing, has necessarily a before as a limit. But on grounds of principle this can be no empty previousness, a mere form without content, mere nonsense. It has necessarily the meaning of a past now which in this form contains a past something, a past experience. Every experience in its fresh beginning has necessarily been preceded in time by experiences, the past of experience is continually filled with content. but every present moment of experience has also, and necessarily, an after as a limit, and that also is no empty limit. Every present moment of experience, be it even the terminal phase of the duration of an experience that is ceasing, passes off into a new now, and that necessarily filled with content. To this we can also add the following: necessarily attached to the now consciousness is the consciousness of the just past, and this consciousness again is itself a now. No experience can cease without a consciousness of the ceasing and the having ceased, and that is a now filled with a new content. The stream of experience is an infinite unity, and the form of the stream is one that necessarily envelopes all the experiences of a pure ego, a form containing a variety of form systems. We defer the further elaboration of these insights and the indication of their vast metaphysical consequences to the further treatment held over for future publication. The general peculiarity of experiences of which we have just been treating, considered as possible data for reflective, immanent, perception, is portion of a still more comprehensive peculiarity which finds expression in this law of essential being, that every experience comes not only under the rubric of temporal succession in an essentially self-contained organization of experiences, but also under that of simultaneity. This means that every present moment of experience has about it a fringe of experiences, which also share the primordial now form, and as such constitute the one primordial fringe of the pure ego, its total primordial now consciousness. This fringe enters as a unity into the structure of the past modes as well. Every before, as a modified now, in regard to each focal experience to which it stands in the relation of a before, is the center of infinite extensions, including whatever belongs to the same modified now, briefly its encircling stretch of what has simultaneously been. The descriptions previously given should thus be completed by the bringing in of a new dimension, and not until we do this have we the whole phenomenological time field of the pure ego, which, from any one of its experiences as a center, it can measure throughout according to the three dimensions of before, after, and at the same time, or in other words, the whole, essentially unitary, rigorously self-contained stream of temporal unities of experience. One pure ego, one stream of experience filled with content along all three dimensions, and in such filling holding essentially together and progressing, sich fortdauernder, through its continuity of content. These are necessary correlates. 83. Apprehension of the unitary stream of experience as idea. With this root form of consciousness the following stands in essential relation. If the glance of the pure ego, as the ego reflects and perceptively understands, rests on some experience, there exists the a priori possibility of redirecting the glance to other experiences, so far as the bearing of this connection extends. But in principle this whole connection is never one that is or can be given through a single pure glance. Notwithstanding, even it is in a certain, though in an intrinsically different, way intuitively graspable, namely, along the line of limitlessness in the progressive development of immanent intuitions, from the experience that has been fixated to new experiences within its fringe, and from the fixating of these to that of their experience fringes, and so forth. When we speak of an experience fringe, we have in mind not only the limits of phenomenological temporality along the lines already indicated, but differences that arise from new forms in the mode of presenting the data. Thus an experience that has become the object of a personally directed glance, and so has the modus of the deliberately looked at, has its own fringe of experiences that are not deliberately viewed, that which is grasped in a mode of attention, and grasped with increasing clearness as occasion arises, has a fringe of background inattention showing relative differences of clearness and obscurity, as well as of emphasis and lack of relief. Thence spring eidetic possibilities, the bringing of what is not the object of a personally directed look within the focus of pure mental vision, raising the unemphatic into relief, and making the obscure clear and ever clearer. 12. Advancing continuously from one apprehension to another, we apprehend in a certain way, I remarked, the stream of experience as a unity also. We do not apprehend it like a single experience, but after the fashion of an idea in the Kantian sense. It is nothing set down and asserted at haphazard, but absolutely and indubitably given, in a correspondingly wide sense of the word given. This indubitability, although also grounded in intuition, has a quite different source from that which obtains for the being of experiences, and is therefore given pure in immanent perception. It is precisely the distinctive feature of an ideation that mentally sees a Kantian idea, yet does not in so doing forfeit the transparency of its insight, that the adequate determination of its content, in this instance the stream of consciousness, is unattainable. At the same time we see that there belongs to the stream of experience, and its component factors as such, a series of distinguishable modes of presentation, the systematic study of which must furnish for the future a main task of general phenomenology. We can also draw from our reflex ions the identically valid and self-evident proposition, that no concrete experience can pass as independent in the full sense of the term. Each stands in need of completion in respect of some connected whole, which in form and in kind is not something we are free to choose, but are rather bound to accept. For instance, if we consider any outer perception, shall we say this definite perception of a house taken in its concrete fullness, there then pertains to it as a necessary part of its determination the experience context, but it is a particular, necessary, and yet non-essential part of its determination, being such, namely, that changes in it alter nothing in the experience's own essential content. Thus the perception itself changes according as the determination of the context changes, whereas the lowest specific difference of the genus perception, its inner uniqueness, can be thought of as remaining identical with itself. That two perceptions essentially identical in respect of this uniqueness should also be identical in respect of context determination is in principle impossible, for they would then be individually one perception. At all events, we can see this clearly in the case of two perceptions and of two experiences generally, which belong to one stream of experience. Every experience influences the, clear or obscure, setting of further experiences. Closer inspection would further show that two streams of experience, spheres of consciousness for two pure egos, cannot be conceived as having an essential content that is identically the same. Moreover, as is evident from the foregoing, no fully determinate experience of the one could ever belong to the other, only experiences of identically the same specification can be common to them both, although not common in the sense of being individually identical, but never two experiences which in addition have absolutely the same setting. 84. Intentionality as the main phenomenological theme. We pass on now to a peculiarity distinctive of experiences, which we may definitely refer to as the general theme of objectively oriented phenomenology, namely, intentionality. It is to this extent an essential peculiarity of the sphere of experience in general, since all experiences in one way or another participate in intentionality, though we cannot in one and the same sense say of every experience that it has intentionality, as we can say for instance of every experience which enters as object into the focus of possible reflection, be it even an abstract phase of experience, that it has a temporal character. It is intentionality which characterizes consciousness in the pregnant sense of the term, and justifies us in describing the whole stream of experience as at once a stream of consciousness and unity of one consciousness. In the preliminary analyses of essential being in the second section of this work, analyses concerning consciousness in general, we found it necessary, still before the entrance gate to phenomenology as we were, and specifically interested in winning our way in through the method of reduction, to work out in advance a series of definite sketches of the most general kind, treating of intentionality in general, and serving also to delineate the act of the cogitatio. 13 We made use of these. And quite advisedly, at a further stage of our inquiry, although the original analyses were not as yet carried out under the express, authoritative guidance of phenomenological reduction. For they concern the experience's own pure essence, and could therefore not be affected by the suspending of the apperceptive viewpoint and existential setting of psychology. And since our present interest is to discuss intentionality, adopting the term as an inclusive title for a number of pervasive phenomenological structures, and to outline the group of problems which concern the essential nature of these structures, so far as this is possible in a general introduction, let us run over what we have said before, recasting it somewhat in sympathy with our present aims, which point in an essentially different direction. We understood under intentionality the unique peculiarity of experiences to be the consciousness of something. It was in the explicit cogito that we first came across this wonderful property to which all metaphysical enigmas and riddles of the theoretical reason lead us eventually back. Perceiving is the perceiving of something, maybe a thing; judging, the judging of a certain matter; valuation, the valuing of a value; wish, the wish for the content wished, and so on. Acting concerns action, doing concerns the deed, loving the beloved, joy the object of joy. In every wakeful cogito a glancing ray from the pure ego is directed upon the object of the correlate of consciousness for the time being, the thing, the fact, and so forth, and enjoys the typically varied consciousness of it. But we learned from phenomenological reflection that this orientation of the ego in presenting, thinking, valuing, this wakeful intercourse with the correlate object, this directedness towards it, or indeed away from it, though with the glance upon it all the same, is not discoverable in every experience, whereas intentionality may always be concealed in it. Thus, for instance, it is clear that the objective background, from which the perceived object of the cogitatio emerges as the glance of the ego singles it out, is an objective background in a really experienceable sense. That is, whilst we are even now turned towards the pure object in the modus cogito, various objects appear, we are intuitively aware of them, they blend into the unity of a single intuition, that of a consciously grasped field of objects. This is a potential field of perception in the sense that a special perceiving, an awareness of the type cogito, can be directed towards everything that thus appears, but not in the sense that the variations of sensory perspective experienced as present, variations of the visual kind, for instance, spread out in one single visual field, are incapable of being objectively grasped at all until the glance of the ego is turned towards them, when for the first time they shape themselves into intuitive appearances of objects. We must further include here experiences that proceed from the background of actual consciousness, such as stirrings of pleasure, the early shapings of judgment, incipient wishes, and so forth, and from different depths of background distance, or, as we can also say, of farness from or nearness to the ego, since the pure ego as it lives, wakeful, in the passing thought is the center of reference. A liking, a wish, a judgment, and so forth, can in a specific sense be fulfilled, namely, by the ego, which takes an active part in this fulfilling, or as in the fulfilling of sorrow actually suffers, but such modes of consciousness may already be astir, and emerge in the background without being fulfilled in this way. And yet in their own essential nature these nascent actualities, in actualitaten, are already a consciousness of something. Accordingly we did not include in the essence of intentionality what belongs specifically to the cogito, the glance towards, or the ego's turning to, an attitude still to be understood and phenomenologically studied in manifold ways. 14 On the contrary, we have taken this cogitatio to be a special modality of the general function which we call intentionality. Note on terminology. In the logical investigations this general function is referred to as act character, and every concrete experience of this character as an act. The persistent misunderstandings to which this act concept has given rise have compelled me, here as in my lectures for a number of years back, to be more careful in regard to terminology, to delimit terms more closely, and no longer use the expressions act and intentional experience as equivalent without proper reservations. The sequel will show that my original act concept is completely indispensable, but that it is necessary to be constantly allowing for the modal difference between fulfilled and unfulfilled acts. Where nothing is said to the contrary, and we are simply concerned with acts, the proper and, so to speak, focal acts, the fulfilled acts will be the ones exclusively intended. Moreover, we may make this quite general remark, that in the beginnings of phenomenology all concepts or terms must in a certain sense remain fluid, always prepared to refine upon their previous meanings in sympathy with the progress made in the analysis of consciousness and the knowledge of new phenomenological stratifications, and to recognize differences in what at first to our best insight appeared an undifferentiated unity. All selected terms have tendencies of meaning due to the connections in which they are used, they point in the direction of certain relations concerning which it subsequently transpires very often that they have their source in more than one essential stratum, with the accompanying conclusion that the terminology must be more effectively limited or otherwise modified. Thus it is not until a very highly developed stage of science has been reached that we can count on terminologies being definitely fixed. It is misleading and radically perverse to apply the formal and external standards of a logic of terminology to scientific work in the first stages of progressive effort, and in their first beginnings to exact from them terminologies of the kind first used to render stable the concluding results of great scientific developments. For the beginning every expression is good, and in particular every suitably chosen image which has the quality of directing our glance to a phenomenological result that can be clearly grasped. Clearness is quite compatible with a certain margin of indeterminacy. The further determining or clarifying is precisely the further task, as, on the other hand, the inner analysis which proceeds by comparisons or by varying the context, the splitting up into components or strata. Those who, not content with what is offered to them as intuitively manifest, demand definitions of the type provided by the exact sciences, or be that with phenomenological concepts won from the rough analysis of a couple of illustrations and taken as firmly fixed they can think their scientific thought unhampered by intuition, and through such freelancing further the cause of phenomenology, are still so truly beginners that they have not grasped the essential nature of phenomenology, nor the method of work which it intrinsically demands. What we have said applies no less to the empirically directed psychological phenomenology in the sense of a description of psychological phenomena, which attaches itself to what is immanently essential. The concept of intentionality, grasped in the indefinite breadth we have given it, is a concept which at the threshold of phenomenology is quite indispensable as a starting point and basis. The general meaning which it indicates may, prior to closer study, be ever so vague. It may present itself in ever so great a number of essentially different formations, it may be ever so difficult to set out through clear and rigorous analysis what it strictly is that constitutes the pure essential nature of intentionality, which components of the concrete formations properly contain it, and to which of these it is inwardly foreign at all events when we recognize experiences as intentional. And say of them that they are the consciousness of something, we are considering them from a definite and highly important point of view. In saying this, it remains for the rest a matter of indifference to us whether the matter at issue is concrete experiences or abstract strata of experience, for such also can show the peculiarity in question. 85. Sensile lambdata, intentional mu omicron rho. We already intimated above, when we referred to the stream of experience as a unity of consciousness, that intentionality, apart from its puzzling forms and stages, resembled also a universal medium which in the last resort includes within itself all experiences, even those that are not characterized as intentional. At the level of discussion to which we have so far been limited, which stops short of descending into the obscure depths of the ultimate consciousness which constitutes the whole scheme of temporal experience, and accepts experiences rather as they present themselves in immanent reflection as unitary temporal processes, we must, however, distinguish on grounds of principle. All the experiences which in the logical investigations were designated primary contents, 15 the experience or phases of experience, which are the bearers of the specific quality of intentionality. To the former belong, in the highest order of generality, unitary sensile experiences, sensory contents such as the data of color, touch, sound, and the like, which we shall no longer confuse with the appearing phases of things, their color quality, their roughness, and so forth, which rather exhibit themselves experientially through their means. Similarly as regards sensile impressions of pleasure, pain, tickling, etc., and also the sensile phases of the sphere of impulses. Such concrete data of experience are to be found as components in concrete experiences of a more comprehensive kind which as wholes are intentional, and indeed so that over those sensile phases lies as it were an animating, meaning bestowing stratum, or one with which the bestowal of meaning is essentially bound up, a stratum through whose agency, out of the sensile element, which contains in itself nothing intentional, the concrete intentional experience takes form and shape. Whether such sensile experiences in the stream of experience are of necessity everywhere the subjects of some kind of animating synthesis which informs them, including whatever features this in its turn demands and renders possible, or, as we also say, whether they ever take their part in intentional functions, does not here call for decision. On the other hand, let us also leave undecided in the first instance whether the characters that enter essentially into the setting up of intentionality can find concrete embodiment apart from any sensile foundation. At all events, in the whole phenomenological domain, in the whole, that is, within the stage of constituted temporality, as must always be borne in mind, this remarkable duality and unity of sensile lambda and intentional omicron rho plays a dominant part. In point of fact, these concepts of matter and form thrust themselves right to the front when we bring before the mind clear intuitions of one kind or another, or clearly shaped valuations, services, volitions, and so forth. Intentional experiences are there as unities through the bestowal of meaning, used here in a very wide sense. Sensory data offer themselves as material for intentional informings or bestowals of meaning at different levels, for such, that is, as are elementally plain and original, as we have yet to consider more closely. How well all this suits the case is shown from still another side by the theory of correlates. And as regards the possibilities left open above, they might also be entitled formless materials and immaterial forms. We add the following in the interest of terminology: the expression primary content no longer seems to us sufficiently significant. On the other hand, the expression sensory experience cannot be used to indicate this concept, since our customary reference to sensory perceptions, sensory intuitions generally, sensory delight, and the like, stand in the way, whereby not merely hyltic but also intentional experiences are described as sensory. Clearly, too, the expressions mere or pure sensory experiences do not improve matters owing to the new ambiguities to which they are now exposed. Moreover, the term sensory has in addition its own ambiguities, which cleave to it in the phenomenological reduction. Apart from the double meaning exemplified in the contrast between sense-bestowing and sensory, an ambiguity which, perplexing as it occasionally is, can scarcely be avoided any longer, the following consideration must be noted: sensibility in a narrow sense indicates the phenomenological residuum of that which is mediated through the senses in normal outer perception. Subsequent to the reduction, an essential affinity between the relevant sensory data of the external intuitions reveals itself, and there corresponds to it a unique generic essence, a fundamental concept of phenomenology. Moreover, in a further and essentially unitary sense, sensibility includes the sensory feelings and impulses also, which have their own generic unity, and on the other hand an essential affinity of a general kind as well with those sensibilities in the narrower sense of the term, and all this apart from the common basis of meaning which the functional concept of lambda expresses in addition. Both together compelled the old transfer of the originally narrower meaning of sensibility to the spheres of sentiment and will, to the intentional experiences, namely, in which sensory data of the spheres here indicated play their part as functioning materials. Thus, at all events, we need a new term which shall express the whole group through its unity of function and its contrast with the formative characters, and we choose for this purpose the expression hyltic or material data, also plainly and simply materials, Stoff. Where it concerns us to awaken a memory for the old and, in their way, unavoidable expressions, we say sensile, sensual, or even sensory, sin-like, materials. What forms the materials into intentional experiences and brings in the specific element of intentionality is the same as that which gives its specific meaning to our use of the term consciousness, in accordance with which consciousness points eo ipso to something of which it is the consciousness. Now, since the terms phases of consciousness, awarenesses, and all similar constructions, and the term intentional phases likewise have become quite unusable through manifold equivocations, which will clearly reveal themselves in the following pages, we introduce the term noetic phase, or, more briefly put, noesis. These noses constitute the specifications of nous in the widest sense of the term, which in all the actual forms of life which belong to it brings us back to cogitationese, and then to intentional experiences generally, and therewith includes all that, and essentially only that, which is the eidetic presupposition of the idea of a norm. At the same time, it is not an unwelcome feature that the word nous in one of its outstanding meanings recalls the word meaning or sense, sin, although the bestowal of sense which takes place in the noetic phases includes a variety of things, and only as its basis a sense bestowal as adjunct to the pregnant concept of sense, sin. There would also be good grounds for referring to this noetic side of experiences as the psychical. For through the reference to psy and psychical, the scrutiny of the philosophical psychologists was directed with a certain show of preference to that which the term intentionality conveys, whereas the sensory phases were referred to the body and its sensory activities. This old tendency finds its most modern impress in Brentano's separation of the psychical from physical phenomena. It is particularly important, since it blazed a fresh trail for the development of phenomenology, although Brentano himself remained a stranger to phenomenological ground, and although with his sharp distinction he failed to reach that for which he sought, namely, the separation of the empirical domains of psychology and the physical natural sciences. What concerns us here particularly in this matter is only the following: Brentano did not indeed find the concept of the material phase, and for this reason, that he took no account of the separation on grounds of principle of the physical phenomena as material phases, sensory data, from the physical phenomena as the objective phases that appear in the noetic apprehension of the former, the color of a thing, the shape of a thing, and the like, but as against this he marked off on the other side the concept of the psychical phenomenon in one of his two clear-cut determinations, through the unique feature of intentionality. Thereby he brought the psychical in that outstanding sense of the term which did not supersede the historical meaning of the word, but gave it a certain new accentuation within the field of view of our own time. But as against the use of the word psychical as the equivalent of intentionality, there is this to urge, that it would be without any doubt unsuitable to indicate the psychical in this sense, and the psychical in the sense of the psychological, of that which is the distinctive object of psychology, in the same way. Moreover, in respect of this latter concept there is a disagreeable ambiguity which has its source in the familiar drift towards a psychology without a soul. And there is further this closely connected point, that under the heading of the psychical, especially of the actually psychical in opposition to the corresponding psychical dispositions, we think preferably of the experiences in the unity of the empirically given stream of experience. But it is now unavoidable to designate as also psychical, or as objects of psychology, the real bearers of this psychical quality, the animal natures or their souls and their psychically real properties. The psychology without a soul confuses, we would venture to think, the suspension of the soul entity in the sense of this or that nebulous metaphysic of the soul with the suspension of the soul generally, that is, of the psychic reality given empirically as a fact, whose subjective states are the experiences. This reality is in no sense the mere stream of experience, bound to the body and empirically regulated in certain ways, for which rulings the dispositions concepts are mere indicators. However that may be, the existing ambiguities, and above all the circumstance that the concepts of the psychical which at present prevail do not embody the specific mark of intentionality, render the word useless for our purposes. We therefore hold to the word noetic, and say, the stream of phenomenological being has a twofold bed, a material and a noetic. Phenomenological reflexions and analyses which specially concern the material may be called hyltically phenomenological, as, on the other side, those that relate to noetic phases may be referred to as noetically phenomenological. The incomparably more important and fruitful analyses belong to the noetical side. 86. The functional problems. Yet the greatest problems of all are the functional problems, or those of the constituting of the objective field of consciousness. They concern the way in which, for instance, in respect of nature, noses, animating the material, and weaving themselves into unitary manifolds, into continuous syntheses, so bring into being the consciousness of something, that in and through it the objective unity of the field of objects, Gegenständlichkeit, may permit of being consistently declared, shown forth, and rationally determined. Function in this sense, totally different from the mathematical, is something wholly unique, grounded in the pure essence of the gnosis. Consciousness is just consciousness of something, it is its essential nature to conceal meaning within itself, the quintessence of soul, so to speak, of mind, of reason. Consciousness is not a title name for psychical complexes, for fused contents, for bundles, or streams of sensations, which, meaningless in themselves, could give forth no meaning, however compactly massed they might be, but it is consciousness through and through, the source of all reason and unreason, all right and wrong, all reality and illusion, all value and disvalue, all deed and misdeed. Thus consciousness is toto silla different from that which sensationalism takes it solely to be, from what in point of fact is in itself meaningless, and irrational material, though capable, to be sure, of rationalization. What this rationalization amounts to is a point which we shall soon learn better to understand. The viewpoint of function is the central viewpoint of phenomenology, the inquiries which radiate from it cover the whole phenomenological sphere pretty nearly, and in the last resort all phenomenological analyses enter its service in one form or another as integral portions or as lower grades. Instead of the single experiences being analyzed and compared, described, and classified, all treatment of detail is governed by the teleological view of its function in making synthetic unity possible. The treatment considers from the standpoint of the essence the various conscious groupings which in the experiences themselves, in their dispensings of meaning, in their noses generally, are as it were prefigured, needing to be just drawn out from them, so, for instance, in the sphere of experience, Erfahrung, and empirical thinking, functional method turns to the many forms of conscious continua and of broken connections of conscious experiences inwardly united through a common thread of meaning, through the unifying consciousness of one and the same objective, appearing now in this guise, now in that, presenting itself intuitively or determined by thought. It seeks to inquire how this self-same factor, how objective unities of every kind, immanent, but not real, are known or supposed, how the identity of these suppositions is constituted by conscious formations of very different type yet of essentially prescribed structure, and how these formations should be described on strict methodical lines. And it seeks further to inquire how corresponding to the double heading reason and unreason, the unity of the objective content of every objective region and category can and must in accordance with conscious insight be brought out or broken up respectively, shaped in the forms of reflective consciousness, more closely or otherwise determined, or else cast completely aside as vain illusion. In connection herewith come all the distinctions which bear the familiar yet enigmatic titles, reality and illusion, true reality, illusory reality, true values, illusory or disvalues, and so forth, here followed by the attempt to clear them up on phenomenological lines. We must therefore study in the most general and comprehensive way how objective unities of every region and category are consciously constituted. We must show systematically how all the connections of our real and possible consciousness of them as essential possibilities are prescribed by their essential nature, the simple or secondary intuitions intentionally related to them, the thought formations of lower and higher levels, the confused or the clear, the expressed or the not expressed, the pre-scientific and the scientific, up to the loftiest formations of strict theoretical science. All fundamental types of possible consciousness, and the modifications, fusions, syntheses which essentially belong to them, must be made plain to sight and systematically studied in their eidetic generality and phenomenological purity, how through their own essence they prefigure all possibilities, and impossibilities, of being, how the existing object following essential laws that are absolutely fixed is the correlate of conscious connections of a quite definite essential content, just as conversely the being of systems thus articulated is equivalent to the existing object, and this always with reference to all regions of being and all grades of generality right down to the concreteness of being itself. From its pure eidetic standpoint which suspends the transcendent in every shape and form, phenomenology comes inevitably on its own ground of pure consciousness to this whole system of problems which are transcendental in the specific sense, and for this reason it merits the title of transcendental phenomenology. On its own ground it must come to the point, not of treating experiences as so much dead material, as systems of content, which simply are, but mean nothing, intend nothing, with their elements and ordered constructions, their classes and subclasses, but rather of mastering its own intrinsically peculiar group of problems which present experiences as intentional, and that purely through its eidetic essence as consciousness of. Naturally pure Heiltics finds its proper place in subordination to the phenomenology of the transcendental consciousness. Moreover, it has the character of a self-contained discipline, and as such has a value in itself, but on the other hand, and from the functional viewpoint, it wins significance from the fact that it furnishes a woof that can enter into the intentional tissue, material that can enter into intentional formations. Not only in point of difficulty, but also in regard to the relative rank of the problems to be considered, from the standpoint of the idea of an absolute knowledge, it stands clearly below noetic and functional phenomenology, two aspects, moreover, which in strictness should not be separated. We proceed now to develop the subject more fully in the following chapters. Note: Stumpf, in his important Berlin Academy Essay 16, uses the word function in the connection psychical function in opposition to that which he calls appearance. The distinction is intended as a psychological one, and as such fits in with the opposition we have set up, and applied in a psychological sense only, between acts and primary contents. It should be noted that the terms in question bear a completely different meaning in our expositions from that which the distinguished scientist has given them. With superficial readers of the writings on both sides it has already frequently happened that they have confused Stumpf's concept of phenomenology, as doctrine of appearances, with my own. Stumpf's phenomenology would correspond to what we set out above under the title Heiltic, only that our exposition, from the standpoint of method, is essentially conditioned by the enveloping framework of transcendental phenomenology. On the other hand, the idea of Heiltics eo ipso transfers itself from phenomenology onto the ground of an eidetic psychology, within the limits of which, as we take it, Stumpf's phenomenology would find its proper place. 3. Noesis and Noema. 87. Introductory remarks. The peculiarity of intentional experience is in its general form easily indicated. We all understand the expression consciousness of something, especially in the illustrations which we make for ourselves. The harder is it to grasp the phenomenological peculiarities of the corresponding essence purely and correctly. That this heading marks off a vast field of toilsome discoveries, and eidetic discoveries at that, still seems to the majority of philosophers and psychologists, if we may judge from the literature on the subject, to be something strange even today. For no headway is made by simply seeing and saying that every presenting refers to a presented, every judgment to something judged, and so forth, nor indeed if in addition one points to logic, epistemology, and ethics, with their numerous self-evidences, and indicates these as belonging to the essential nature of intentionality. That is also a very simple way of claiming that the phenomenological doctrine of the essence is something primitively old, a new name for the old logic and such disciplines as may need to be ranked with it. For until we have grasped the transcendental standpoint in its uniqueness, and really appropriated the pure phenomenological ground, though we may indeed use the word phenomenology, we have not got the thing itself. Moreover, the mere shifting of the standpoint, the mere effecting of the phenomenological reduction, does not suffice to bring such a thing as phenomenology out of pure logic. For how far logical, and similarly pure ontological, pure ethical, or any other such a priori propositions which one may cite in this connection, express what is really phenomenological, and to what phenomenological strata they may in any given context belong, this is in no sense obvious at first sight. On the contrary, there lie concealed here the most difficult problems of all, the meaning of which is naturally hidden from all those who have not as yet any inkling of the basic distinctions upon which all the others depend. As a matter of fact, if I may venture a judgment based on my own experience, It is a long and thorny way that leads from the insights of pure logic, from those of the theory of meaning, from ontological and noetical insights, and likewise from the current normative and psychological theory of knowledge, to the apprehension of immanent psychological and then phenomenological data, and lastly to all the essential connections which make the transcendental relations intelligible a priori. Similar considerations apply, wheresoever we fix our effort on the attempt to find a way through from objective insights to the phenomenological that essentially belong to them. Thus consciousness of something is at one and the same time very obvious and highly obscure. The false tracks into which our first reflex ions lead us, as we thread the maze, easily generate a scepticism which denies the inconvenient problem in all its bearings. Not a few shut themselves out altogether from the start because they cannot bring themselves to grasp intentional experience, the experience of perception, for instance, in company with its own proper essence as such. They do not succeed because they cannot replace the practice of living in perception, their attention turned towards the perceived object both in observation and in theoretical inquiry, by that of directing their glance upon the perceiving itself, or upon the way in which the perceived object with its distinguishing features is presented, and of taking that which presents itself in the immanent analysis of the essence just as it actually does present itself. If the right standpoint has been won and entrenched through practice, if above all there has been acquired the courage to follow up the clear essential data with an entire absence of all prejudice, and indifference to all current and borrowed theories, firm results follow forthwith, the same for all who adopt the same position. There follow as well-established possibilities the power of passing on to others what one has seen oneself, or testing the descriptions of others, sifting out intrusive phrases void of meaning they have slipped in unnoticed, and of exposing and eliminating errors which here too are possible, as they are in every sphere in which validity counts for something, by a further appeal to intuition. But now to the matters themselves. 88. Real, and intentional factors of experience. The noema. If, as has been our custom in the present meditations generally, we look out for distinctions of a very general kind, such as can be grasped at once on the very threshold of phenomenology, so to speak, and are determinative for all further methodical advance, we at once stumble across what, in respect of intentionality, is a quite fundamental distinction, namely, that between the proper components of the intentional experiences, and their intentional correlates, or the components of them. In the preliminary eidetic inquiries of the second section of this work we have already touched on this distinction one it helped us, in the transition from the natural standpoint to the phenomenological, to make clear the uniqueness of the phenomenological sphere. But that within this sphere itself, within the framework of the transcendental reduction, it should acquire a radical importance conditioning the entire problematics of phenomenology, this could not at that time be suspected. Thus on the one hand we have to distinguish the parts and phases which we find through a real, analysis of the experience in which we treat the experience as an object like any other, and question concerning its parts or the dependent phases which build it up on real lines. But on the other hand the intentional experience is the consciousness of something, and is so in the form its essence prescribes, as memory, for instance, or as judgment, or as will, and so forth, and so we can ask what can be said on essential lines concerning this of something. Every intentional experience, thanks to its noetic phase, is noetic, it is its essential nature to harbor in itself a meaning of some sort, it may be many meanings, and on the ground of this gift of meaning, and in harmony therewith, to develop further phases which through it become themselves meaningful. Such noetic phases include, for instance, the directing of the glance of the pure ego upon the object intended by it in virtue of its gift of meaning, upon that which it has in its mind as something meant, further, the apprehension of this object, the steady grasp of it whilst the glance has shifted to other objects which have entered within the circle of conjecture, likewise the effects of bringing out, relating, apprehending synoptically, and taking up the various attitudes of belief, presumption, valuation, and so forth. All this may be discovered in the relevant experiences, however differently constituted they may be, and however variable in themselves. Now truly as this illustrative series of phases points to real components of the experiences, it also points, through the rubric meaning, to components that are not real. Corresponding at all points to the manifold data of the realan, noetic content, there is a variety of data displayable in really pure, wirklich reiner, intuition, and in a correlative noematic content, or briefly noema terms which we shall henceforth be continually using. Perception, for instance, has its noema, and at the base of this its perceptual meaning too, that is, the perceived as such. Similarly, the recollection, when it occurs, has as its own its remembered as such precisely as it is meant and consciously known in it, so again judging has as its own the judged as such, pleasure the pleasing as such, and so forth. We must everywhere take the noematic correlate, which, in a very extended meaning of the term, is here referred to as meaning, sin, precisely as it lies immanent in the experience of perception, of judgment, of liking, and so forth, i.e., if we question in pure form this experience itself, as we find it there presented to us. We can make our meaning here fully clear through the help of an illustrative analysis, which we propose to carry out in the light of pure intuition. Let us suppose that we are looking with pleasure in a garden at a blossoming apple tree, at the fresh young green of the lawn, and so forth. The perception and the pleasure that accompanies it is obviously not that which at the same time is perceived and gives pleasure. From the natural standpoint, the apple tree is something that exists in the transcendent reality of space, and the perception as well as the pleasure a psychical state which we enjoy as real human beings. Between the one and the other real being, realan, the real man or the real perception on the one hand, and the real apple tree on the other, there subsist real relations. Now in such conditions of experience, and in certain cases it may be that the perception is a mere hallucination, and that the perceived, this apple tree that stands before us, does not exist in the real objective world. The objective relation which was previously thought of as really subsisting is now disturbed. Nothing remains but the perception, there is nothing real out there to which it relates. Let us now pass over to the phenomenological standpoint. The transcendent world enters its bracket, in respect of its real being we use the disconnecting pi omicron chi. We now ask what there is to discover, on essential lines, in the nexus of noetic experiences of perception and pleasure valuation. Together with the whole physical and psychical world, the real subsistence of the objective relation between perception and perceived is suspended, and yet a relation between perception and perceived, as likewise between the pleasure and that which pleases, is obviously left over, a relation which in its essential nature comes before us in pure immanence, purely, that is, on the ground of the phenomenologically reduced experience of perception and pleasure, as it fits into the transcendental stream of experience. This is the very situation we are now concerned with, the pure phenomenological situation. It may be that phenomenology has also something to say concerning hallucinations, illusions, and deceptive perceptions generally, and it has perhaps a great deal to say about them, but it is evident that here, in the part they play in the natural setting, they fall away before the phenomenological suspension. Here in regard to the perception, and also to any arbitrarily continued nexus of such perceptions, example if we were to observe the blossoming tree ambulando, we have no such question to put as whether anything corresponds to it in the real world. This posited, thetisk, reality, if our judgment is to be the measure of it, is simply not there for us. And yet everything remains, so to speak, as of old. Even the phenomenologically reduced perceptual experience is a perception of this apple tree in bloom, in this garden, and so forth, and likewise the reduced pleasure, a pleasure in what is thus perceived. The tree has not forfeited the least shade of content from all the phases, qualities, characters with which it appeared in this perception, and in this pleasure proved beautiful, charming, and the like. From our phenomenological standpoint we can and must put the question of essence, what is the perceived as such? What essential phases does it harbor in itself in its capacity as noema? We win the reply to our question as we wait, in pure surrender, on what is essentially given. We can then describe that which appears as such faithfully and in the light of perfect self-evidence. As just one other expression for this we have, the describing of perception in its noematic aspect. 89. Noematic statements and statements concerning reality. The noema in the psychological sphere. It is clear that all these descriptive statements, though very similar in sound to statements concerning reality, have undergone a radical modification of meaning, just as the described itself, though it figures as the same exactly, is still something radically other than it was, in virtue, so to speak, of an inverting change of signature. In the reduced perception, in the phenomenologically pure experience, we find, as belonging to its essence indissolubly, the perceived as such, and under such titles as material thing, plant, tree, blossoming, and so forth. The inverted commas are clearly significant, they express that change of signature, the corresponding radical modification of the meaning of the words. The tree plain and simple, the thing in nature, is as different as it can be from this perceived tree as such, which as perceptual meaning belongs to the perception, and that inseparably. The tree plain and simple can burn away, resolve itself into its chemical elements, and so forth. But the meaning of this perception, something that belongs necessarily to its essence, cannot burn away. It has no chemical elements, no forces, no real properties. Whatever in purely immanent and reduced form is peculiar to the experience, and cannot be thought away from it, as it is in itself, and in its eidetic setting passes eo ipso into the eidos, is separated from all nature and physics, and not less from all psychology by veritable abysses, and even this image, being naturalistic, is not strong enough to indicate the difference. The perceptual meaning belongs of course also to the phenomenologically unreduced perception, to the perception in its psychological sense. Thus we can here clearly see at once how the phenomenological reduction can fulfill for the psychologist the methodically useful function of fixing the noematic meaning in sharp distinction from the object pure and simple, and of recognizing it as belonging inseparably to the psychological essence of the intentional experience, which would then be apprehended as real. On both sides, whether the standpoint be psychological or phenomenological, we must assiduously see to it that the perceived as meaning includes nothing, thus nothing should be ascribed to it on the ground of indirect information, that does not really appear in that which in the given case is the perceptual manifestation of the appearing reality, and precisely in the mode, the way of presentation in which we are aware of it in the actual perception. A unique kind of reflection may on every occasion detect this meaning, as it is immanent in perception, and it is only to that which is apprehended in it that the phenomenological judgment has to adjust itself and give faithful expression. 90. The noematic meaning and the distinction between immanent and real, wirklichen, objects. Like perception, every intentional experience, and this is indeed the fundamental mark of all intentionality, has its intentional object, i.e., its objective meaning. Or to repeat the same in other words, to have a meaning, or to have something in mind, is the cardinal feature of all consciousness, that on account of which it is not only experience generally but meaningful, noetic. In the example we took and analyzed, that which stood out as its meaning or sense, does not of course exhaust the full noema. Correspondingly, the noetic side of intentional experience does not consist exclusively of the strict sense-giving phase to which sense or meaning specifically belongs as correlate. We shall presently show that the full noema consists in a nexus of noematic phases, and that the specific sense phase supplies only a kind of necessary nucleatic layer in which further phases are essentially grounded, which for that reason, no doubt, though with an enlargement of the term's meaning, we should designate sense phases. But let us at first stand fast by the only clear conclusion we have reached. Intentional experience, so we showed, is undoubtedly so organized that, given a suitable viewpoint, a sense can be extracted from it. The situation which defines this meaning for us, the circumstance, namely, that the non-existence, or the being persuaded of the non-existence, of the presented or ideally constructed object in its plain and simple sense cannot steal the presented object as such from the relevant presentation, and so from the existing intentional experience generally, that a distinction must therefore be drawn between them, could not remain concealed. The difference, striking as it is, could not escape the impress of literary speech. As a matter of fact, the scholastic distinction between mental, intentional, or immanent object on the one hand, and real object on the other, points back to it. Meanwhile, the step from a first apprehension of a distinction affecting the nature of consciousness, to its right, phenomenologically pure fixation and correct valuation, is an immense step forward, and precisely the step, which for a consistent and fruitful phenomenology is the decisive one, was not taken. The decisive factor lies before all in the absolutely faithful description of that which really lies before one in phenomenological purity, and in keeping at a distance all interpretations that transcend the given. In this region appellations already announce interpretations, and often very false ones. Such betray themselves here through such expressions as mental, immanent object, and are at any rate furthered through the expression intentional object. A too easy suggestion lies ready to hand: in experience the intention is given with its intentional object, which as such belongs inseparably to it, thus lives really, real, within it. What the experience intends, presents, etc., is and remains with it, whether the corresponding real object, workly subject, exists in reality or not, or has been annihilated in the interval, and so forth. But if we try in this way to separate the real object, in the case of outer perception the perceived thing of nature, from the intentional object, placing the latter as immanent to perception within experience as a real factor, real, we are beset by the difficulty that now two realities must confront each other, whereas only one of these is present and possible. I perceive the thing, the object of nature, the tree there in the garden, that and nothing else is the real object of the perceiving intention. A second immanent tree, or even an inner image of the real tree that stands out there before me, is nowise given, and to suppose such a thing by way of assumption leads only to absurdity. The copy as a real, reals, element in psychologically real perception would again be a reality, ein reals, that functioned for another as image. But it could do this only through a representational form of consciousness in which for the first time something appeared giving us a first intentionality, and this in its turn as an image object functioned consciously for another such object, wherewith a second intentionality based on the first would be necessary. But it is no less evident that each one of these ways of being conscious already calls for the distinction between immanent and real object, and thus contains in itself the very problem that was to have been solved through the construction. Over and above this, the construction in the case of perception is subject to the objection which we discussed in an earlier context. 3. To charge the perception of the physical with representative functions means substituting for it an image consciousness which from the descriptive viewpoint is constituted in an essentially different way. Still the main point lies here, that in ascribing a representative function to perception, and consequently to every intentional experience, we unavoidably bring in an endless regress, as can be seen at once from our own criticism. In the face of errors such as these, we must abide by what is given in pure experience, and place it within its frame of clearness just as it comes into our hands. The real object is then to be bracketed. Let us consider what this means. Starting as men in our natural setting, the real object is the thing out there. We see it, we face it, we have turned our eyes towards it and fixed them upon it, and as we find it there in space over against us, so we describe it and make our statements concerning it. In the matter of values we likewise take up an attitude: this that we see facing us in space pleases us or determines us to action, what there presents itself we lay hold of, work it up, and so forth. If we now carry out the phenomenological reduction, every transcendent setting, that above all which is bound up with perception, receives its suspending bracket, which envelopes all the derivative acts, every perceptual judgment with the valuations grounded in it, and eventually the judgment of value, and so forth. What it comes to is this: we suffer all these perceptions, judgments, and so forth, but only on condition that they be regarded and described as the essentialities which they are in themselves. If anything in them or in relation to them is presented as self-evident, that we establish and fortify. but we allow no judgment that makes any use of the affirmation that posits a real thing or transcendent nature as a whole, or cooperates in setting up these positions. As phenomenologists we avoid all such affirmations. But if we do not place ourselves on their ground, do not cooperate with them, we do not for that reason cast them away. They are there still, and belong essentially to the phenomenon as a very part of it. Rather, we contemplate them ourselves, instead of working with them, we make them into objects, and we take the thesis of perception and its components also as constituent portions of the phenomenon. So then we ask generally, keeping to the clear meaning of these suspensions, what is it lies self-evidently before us in the whole reduced phenomenon? Now in perception there lies also this, that it has its noematic meaning, it's perceived as such, this tree blossoming out there in space understood as under the inverted commas that in fact which belongs to the essence of the phenomenologically reduced perception, in short, its correlate. To speak in an image, the bracketing which perception has undergone prevents any judgment being passed on the perceived reality, i.e., any judgment that has its ground in the unmodified perception, and therefore accepts its thesis as its own. But it does not hinder any judgment to the effect that perception is the consciousness of a real world, provided the thesis thereof is not set in action, and it does not hinder any description of this perceptually appearing real world as such with the special modes in which we are consciously aware of this reality as appearing, example simply as perceived, merely one-sided, in this or that orientation, and so forth. We must now see to it with scrupulous minuteness that we do not put into the experience anything which is not really included in the essence, and that we lay it in precisely in the way in which it already lies in the essence itself. 91. Extension to the farthest reaches of intentionality. What has hitherto been more fully discussed with reference to perception really holds good of all types of intentional experience. In memory, after reduction, we find the remembered as such, in expectation, the expected as such, in imaginative fancy, the fancied as such. In each of these experiences there dwells a noematic meaning, and however closely self-related, indeed, so far as a central nucleus is concerned, essentially self-same, the latter remains in different experiences, it differs in kind nonetheless when the experiences differ in kind, the common ground here is at least differently featured, and necessarily so. The object considered may be in every case a blossoming tree, and in every case this tree may so appear that the faithful description of that which appears as such necessarily uses identical expressions. Yet the noematic correlates are for this very reason essentially different for perception, fancy, imaginative presentation, memory, and so forth. At one time that which appears is characterized as corporeal reality, at another as fiction, then again as recollection brought before the mind, and so forth. These are characters which we find as inseparable features of the perceived, fancied, remembered, etc., as such, of the meaning of perception, the meaning of fancy, the meaning of memory, and as necessarily belonging to these in correlation with the respective types of noetic experiences. Thus, where our interest lies in describing the intentional correlates faithfully and completely, we must never collect such data in a haphazard way, but group together characters that conform to certain essential laws, and fix their import with conceptual strictness. We observe from this that within the complete noema, as we had in fact previously declared, we must separate out as essentially different certain strata which group themselves about a central nucleus, the sheer objective meaning, that which in our examples was something that could be everywhere described in purely identical objective terms, because in the specifically different though parallel experiences there could be an identical element. We see at the same time, if we again set aside the brackets suspending the theses, that running parallel with and corresponding to the different concepts of meaning, different concepts of unmodified objectivities must be distinguishable, of which the object simpliciter, namely, the identical element which is at one time perceived, a second time directly represented, and a third time exhibited in figured form in a picture, and so forth, indicates only one central concept. Meanwhile, as a mere preliminary, let this indication suffice. We now glance round within the sphere of consciousness, taking a somewhat wider sweep, and, by turning to the main ways of being conscious, seek to get to know the noetic-noematic structures. As we follow up the real indications, we are at the same time winning direct assurance step by step of the thoroughgoing validity of the fundamental correlation between noesis and noema. 92. The transformations of attention in regard both to noesis and noema. In our preliminary chapters we have already spoken more than once of a species of remarkable transformations of consciousness which cut across all other kinds of intentional occurrences, and constitute therefore a quite general structure of consciousness sui generis. We spoke metaphorically of a mental glance or glancing ray of the pure ego, of its turnings towards and away. We brought the phenomena belonging to this context under a unity and into completely clear and distinct relief. Wherever the topic of attention is concerned, they play the chief part without any phenomenological separation from other phenomena, and when mixed with these they are referred to as modes of attention. We on our side wish to retain the word attention, and in addition to speak of attentional transformations, but exclusively with reference to such as we ourselves have distinctly separated out, inclusive of the groups of interconnected phenomenal transformations to be more fully described in the sequel. Our concern here is with a series of transformations possible idealiter, which already presuppose a noetic nucleus and certain characterizing phases of a different order which necessarily belong to it, transformations which do not of themselves work any change in the noematic effects which belong to this noesis, and yet exhibit modifications of the whole experience on its noetic as well as on its noematic side. The glancing ray of the pure ego passes now through this, now through that noetic layer, or, as in the case, for instance, of memories, right through this or that intercalated stratum, sometimes directly, sometimes as reflected. Within the total given field of potential noses or of noetic objects, we glance now at some whole, say the tree which is perceptually present, now at this or that part and phase of the same, then again at a thing standing close by, or at some complex organization and process. Suddenly we direct our glance towards some object of recollection which chances to occur to us. Our glance, instead of passing through the noses of perception, which in a continuous and unitary way, though variously articulated, constitute for us the steadily appearing world of things, goes through a noesis of remembrance into a world of memory, moves about in the latter, wandering here and there, passes on to memories of other levels, or into worlds of fancy, and so forth. For the sake of simplicity let us remain in one intentional stratum, that of the world of perception, which in simple certainty is just out there. Let us fix in idea and in respect of its noematic content something of which we are perceptibly aware or some occurrence connected with it, just as we fix in its full immanent essence the whole concrete consciousness of the thing, or the occurrence in the corresponding section of phenomenological duration. Then the fixing also of the beam of attention in its own appointed circuit belongs to this idea. For the beam also is a phase of experience. It is then evident that modes of alteration of the fixed experience are possible which we indicate by the rubric alterations in the distribution of attention and its modes. It is clear that the noematic factor of the experience here remains the same in so far as can now everywhere be said, let the same objective reality be characterized always as corporeally existent, presenting itself in the same modes of appearance, the same orientations and manifesting characters. We may be made aware, moreover, of this or of that part of its content through the same modes of indeterminate intimation and unintuitional co-representation. We draw out certain parallel noematic elements and compare them, and the alteration we will suppose consists merely in this, that in one case of comparison this objective phase has the preference, and in the other that, or that one and the same phase is at one time primarily noted, at another noted only in a secondary way, or only just noted along with something else, if it is not indeed completely unnoticed, although still continuing to appear. There are indeed different modes which belong specifically to attention as such. The group of actuality modes separates itself off therewith from the mode of non-actuality, from that which we plainly call inattention, the mode, so to speak, of the dead enjoyment of consciousness, bewusstebens. On the other hand, it is clear that these modifications are not only those of the experience itself in its noetic aspect, but that they also cover its noemata, that, on the noematic side without prejudice to the identical noematic nucleus, they exhibit a new class of characterizations. It is usual to compare attention with an illuminating light. What is attended to, in the specific sense, subsists in the more or less bright cone of light, but can also shelve off into the half-shadow and into the full darkness. Little as the image suffices to inculcate with the proper distinctness all modes calling for phenomenological fixing, it is still significant as pointing to changes in that which appears as such. This alteration of the lighting does not alter that which appears in and through the meaning it conveys, but brightness and darkness modify its mode of appearing. They are to be found in the directing of the glance to the noematic object and there described. It is obvious, moreover, that the modifications in the noema are not of such a kind that they simply annex to something that remains the same throughout some merely external addition. On the contrary, our concern is with the necessary modes of the way in which the self-identical presents itself. Looked at more closely, however, the situation at this point is not that the whole noematic content, characterized as occasion has determined in terms of the modus attentional, its attentional kernel, so to speak, must be upheld as a constant over against all arbitrary modifications of the attention. On the contrary, looking at the matter from the noetic side, we observe that certain noses, whether of necessity or following fixed possibilities of their nature, are conditioned by modes of attention, and in particular through positive attention in the quite special sense of the term. All enacted acts, the actual positions assumed, example that of acting out a decision which ends a doubt, that of setting aside, of the positing of a subject, and the consequent adjustment of the predicate, making a valuation and that for the sake of another, the attitude in a choice, and so forth, all this presupposes positive attention to that to which I take up a position. But it leaves unaltered the fact that this function of the wandering glance, which alternately enlarges and restricts its mental span, signifies a special dimension of correlative modifications noetic and noematic, of which the systematic study on essential lines is one of the fundamental tasks of general phenomenology. The attentional formations, in their modes of actuality, possess in a very special sense the character of subjectivity, and all the functions which are modalized through these modes, or presuppose them, as species their genera, win thereby this character also. The attending ray gives itself out as radiating from the pure ego and as terminating in the objective, being directed towards it or deviating from it. The shaft of attention is not separate from the ego, but itself is and remains personal. The object is referred to, is the goal aimed at, set in relation to the ego only, and by the ego itself, but is not itself subjective. An attitude which bears the personal ray in itself is thereby an act of the ego itself. The ego does or suffers, is free or conditioned. The ego, so we also expressed, lives in such acts. This life does not signify the being of any contents of any kind in a stream of contents, but a variety of describable ways in which the pure ego in certain intentional experiences, which have the general mode of the cogito, lives therein as the free essence which it is. The expression as free essence refers, however, to nothing more than such modes of life as the going freely out of oneself, or going back upon oneself, spontaneous doing, experiencing something from objects, suffering, and so forth. What goes on in the stream of experience outside the personal ray or cogito is characterized in an essentially different way. It lies outside the ego's actuality, and yet, as has already been indicated in a previous context, it still belongs to the ego in so far as it is the field of potentiality for the ego's free acts. So much towards the general characterization of the noetic noematic positions, which must be treated with systematic thoroughness in the phenomenology of attention. Point 4. 93. Transition to the noetic noematic structures of the higher sphere of consciousness. In the series of discussions which immediately follow, we wish to consider certain structures of the higher sphere of consciousness, in which a number of noses are built up, the one above the other, within the unity of a concrete experience, and in sympathy wherewith the noematic correlates likewise are consolidated. For the law of the essence universally attested runs to this effect: no noetic phase without a noematic phase that belongs specifically to it. Even in the case of the higher level noses, taking these in their concrete completeness, there figures on the noematic side a central nucleus which at first obtrudes itself prominently, the ment, vermeint, objectivity as such, the objectivity in inverted commas as the phenomenological reduction demands. There also this central noema must be understood in precisely that modified objective state in which it is in fact a noema, the consciously known as such. Subsequently it will be seen that here too this new kind of objectivity for the objective taken in its modified form itself becomes again under the rubric meaning, as, for instance, in our own scientific inquiries concerning it, an objective, although raised here to a unique dignity, has its ways of being given, its characters, its manifold modes, under which it is known in the complete noema of the noetic experience in question, or of some relevant branch of such experience. Here too, of course, all distinctions in the noema must find their corresponding parallel in the unmodified objectivity. It is then further the business of closer phenomenological study to establish, in the case of the noemata of the changing specifications of a stable species, example perception, what is essentially determined according to law through the species itself, and what through the differentiating specifications. But the determination is thoroughgoing. In the sphere of the essence there are no accidents, everything is connected through essential relations, and in particular through noesis and noema. 94. Noesis and noema in the sphere of the judgment. From this sphere of derivative, fundierter, essences let us take as an instance the predicative judgment. The noema of the judging process, i.e., of the concrete experience of the judgment, is the judged content of the judgment as such, but that is nothing other, at any rate so far as its chief nucleus is concerned, than what we ordinarily refer to simply as the judgment. In order to grasp the full noema, we must seize it as we find it in reality, wirklich, in the full noematic concreteness in which we are aware of it in concrete judging. The judged content of the judgment is not to be confused with the matter judged about. When the judging process shapes itself on the basis of a perceiving or other plainly positing act of presenting, the noema of the presenting act becomes part of the judging act taken in its full concreteness, just as the presenting noesis also becomes a constitutive part of the essence of the concrete noesis of the judgment, and within it takes on certain forms. The presented, as such, receives the form of the apophantic subject or object, and the like. For the sake of simplicity we neglect here for the moment the higher layer of verbal expression. These objects concerning which, in particular the objects we utilize for the subjects of our judgments, are the matters judged about. The whole that is formed out of them, the whole somewhat, was, as content of the judgment qua content, and in addition taken exactly with the concrete featuring, and in the form of presentation in which we are aware of it in experience, constitutes the full noematic correlate, the meaning, in its widest sense, of the judgment as experienced. To put it more pregnantly, it is the meaning as we have it through the way in which it is given to us, so far as this way of being given is traceable in it as a feature. But the phenomenological reduction must not here be overlooked, demanding of us, if we wish to obtain the pure noema of our judgment as experienced, that we bracket the delivery of the judgment. If we do this, we find facing us in their phenomenological purity the full concrete essence of the judgment as experienced, or, as we now express it, the noesis of the judgment, apprehended concretely as essence, and the noema of the judgment which belongs to the noesis, and is necessarily one with it, i.e., the delivered judgment as eidos, and here again in phenomenological purity. The psychologizers everywhere will take offense at this. They are already disinclined to distinguish between judging as an empirical experience and judgment as idea, as essence. This distinction, so far as we are concerned, needs no further defense. But even one who accepts it is challenged. For he is required to recognize that this one distinction nowise suffices, and that there are many ideas we need to determine which in the essential nature of a judgment's intentionality fall on two different sides. It must above all be recognized that here, as with all intentional experiences, The two sides, noesis and noema, must be distinguished on principle. We would note here, by way of criticism, that the concepts of intentional and epistemological essence 5 which were established in the logical investigations are indeed correctly stated, but are still capable of a second interpretation so far as they can be understood in principle, as expressing not only noetic but also noematic essences, and that the noetic rendering as carried out there in a one-sided way is precisely not the one needed for the notion of the concept of the pure logical judgment, the concept which pure logic in the sense of pure mathesis demands, in contrast with the noetic concept of judgment in the noetics of normative logic. The distinction between the passing of a judgment and the judgment as passed, which has already established itself in ordinary speech, can point in the right direction, namely, that as correlatively related to the judgment as experienced we have the judgment simpliciter as noema. This then is what we should understand as the judgment, or the proposition in the pure logical sense, only that pure logic is not interested in the noema in all its bearings, but only in so far as it is thought of as exclusively determined through a narrower essence, and in fixing this more closely the attempted distinction of the logical investigations considered above has shown the way. If, taking our start from a definite judgment as we experience it, we seek for the full noema, we must, as above stated, take the judgment precisely as we are aware of it in this experience, whereas in the proceedings of formal logic the identity of the judgment has a far wider range. A self-evident judgment S is P and the same blind judgment are noematically different, but share an identical kernel of meaning which for the treatment of formal logic is alone determinative. The difference is similar to the one already touched on between the noema of a perception and that of a parallel presentation which has before it the same object with precisely the same determining content, characterized in the same way, as certainly being, doubtfully being, and the like. The kinds of act are different, and there still remains wide scope in other ways for phenomenological differences, but the noematic content is the same. And we add this further point that corresponding to the idea of the judgment as we have just characterized it, an idea which constitutes the fundamental concept of formal logic, that discipline of the mathesis universalis which relates to predicative meanings, there stands over against it as its correlative the noetical idea, the judgment in a second sense of that term, understood namely as judging in general, in eidetic generality determined purely by considerations of form. It is the fundamental concept of the formal noetical legitimacy doctrine, Rijkslehre, of the judging process. Point 6. All that we have just been saying holds also for other forms of noetic knowledge, and naturally, to take a special instance, for all such forms as are essentially related to judgments as predicative certainties, and with the corresponding suggestions, presumptions, doubts, and rejections. The agreement, moreover, can reach so far that in the noema we have a content of meaning everywhere the same, provided only with different characterizations. The same S is P as noematic nucleus can be the content of a certainty, a suggested possibility, a presumption, etc. In the noema the S is P does not stand alone, in proportion as it is thought out as content it is something dependent, we are aware of it as occasion offers in changing characterizations which cannot dispense with the full noema, we are aware of it in the character of the certain or the possible, of the probable, the null, etc., characters to which in their entirety the modifying inverted commas belong, and as correlates are specifically related to the noetic experiential phases of holding something as possible, as probable, as null and void, etc. Herewith, as we see at once, two fundamental concepts of the content of a judgment differentiate, and similarly for the content of a supposition, the content of a question, and so forth. Logicians not infrequently so speak of the content of a judgment that, even without making the necessary distinction, either the noetic or the noematico-logical concept judgment the two concepts we have previously characterized is, as the case may be, clearly indicated. Running parallel with these, and of course without ever clashing with them or with one another, we have the corresponding pairs of concepts in suppositions, questions, doubts, etc. But here we have a second meaning of the content of a judgment, as a content which the judgment can have identically in common with a presumption, or a presuming, with a question, or a questioning, and other acnoemata or acnoses. 95. The analogous distinctions in the spheres of sentiment and will. Analogous considerations apply then, as one may easily convince oneself, to the spheres of sentiment and will, to experiences of pleasure and displeasure, to valuation in every sense, to wish, decision, and practical action. These are all experiences which contain many and often varied intentional stratifications, noetic, and also, correlatively, noematic. Moreover, the stratifications, speaking generally, are so ordered that the uppermost strata of the phenomenon as a whole can fall away without the residue ceasing to be a concrete complete intentional experience, and that conversely also a concrete experience can receive a new noetic stratum of an inclusive character, as when, for instance, valuation as a dependent phase stratifies itself over and above a concrete presentation, or conversely falls away again. When a perceiving, fancying, judging, and the like lies in this way at the base of a stratum of valuation that completely covers it, we have, in the stratified block as a whole, called, after its highest stratum a concrete experience of valuation, different noemata, different meanings. The perceived as such belongs as meaning specifically to the perceiving, but enters into the meaning of the concrete valuing, providing this meaning with a basis. In correspondence herewith we must respectively distinguish the objects, things, qualities, the various matters which stand out in the valuing as having value, and the corresponding noemata of the presentations, judgments, and the like upon which the consciousness of value rests, and on the other hand the objects and the contents of value themselves, or the noematic modifications corresponding to these, and then generally the complete noemata, noemen, which belong to the concrete consciousness of value. Let us first note, by way of explanation, that in the interests of greater distinctness we are well advised, here and in other analogous cases, to introduce certain distinguishing relative terms, in order the better to keep separate worthful object and object of worth, worthful fact and fact of worth, worthful quality and quality of worth, which is itself once again equivocal. We speak of some mere fact as being worthful, having a worth character, worthfulness, and in another direction of concrete worth itself, or worthfulness in the object, word objectitat, objectified value. We speak in similarly parallel terms of the plain substantive meaning or position of affairs, and of the plain meaning or position in terms of worth or value, where the valuing involves a consciousness of the substantive meaning as a supporting foundation. Worthfulness in the object includes the object itself, it brings in worthfulness as a new objective stratum. The meaning, in terms of value holds in itself its own plain substantive meaning, the attribute of value, that of positivity likewise, and, over and above this, worthfulness. We must further distinguish between worthfulness in the object plain and simple and worthfulness in the object under the inverted commas, which lies in the noema. Just as the perceived as such stands over against the perceiving in a sense which excludes any question concerning the genuineness of the perceived, so stands the valued as such in relation to the valuing, and again so that the being of the value, of the valued thing and its true being of value, remains unconsidered. For the apprehension of the noema all affirmations bearing on actuality must be suspended. And again, we must observe well that the full meaning of the valuing includes its what, das was des Elben, together with the whole fullness of realization which marks our awareness of it in the experience of value under consideration, and that worthfulness in the object objectified value, under the inverted commas, is not, without further question, the full noema. The distinctions we have drawn may be carried through on similar lines in the sphere of the will. On the one side we have the resolution we make at any moment, with all the experiences which demand it as a basis, which indeed it includes within itself when taken in its concreteness. A variety of noetic phases belongs to it. Volitional affirmations presuppose affirmations in regard to values, positings of things, and the like. On the other hand, we find the resolve as a unique type of absorption into the object belonging specifically to the domain of will, and obviously grounded in other and similar noematic absorptions into the object. If then as phenomenologists we suspend all our real affirmations, the phenomenon of will, as a phenomenologically pure intentional experience, retains its willed as such, as a noema proper to the will's meaning, willensmening, and in the precise way in which it subsists as meaning in this will, on its full essentiality, and with whatever is willed in all its ramifications. We spoke just now of meaning, meinen. This word thrusts itself upon us here at every point, as do also the words sense, sin, and conceptual significance, Bedeutung. To the function of meaning, meinen, or intending, vermeinen, corresponds then the meaning as meant, meinen, to the signifying in conceptual thought, Bedeuten, corresponds the conceptual signification, Bedeutung. Meanwhile these terms altogether are through associational transfer infected with so many ambiguities, and not least also with such as arise through gliding over into these correlative strata, which it should be the function of science to keep strictly and systematically apart, that one cannot be too careful in dealing with them. Our treatment of these topics is at present free to move on essential lines within the universe of intentional experience taken in its widest scope. But the use of the term meaning, meinen, as above, is normally restricted within narrower areas, which function, however, at the same time as substrata of the phenomena of the wider field of inquiry. The word can therefore be used as a logical term, and the remark applies to its sister expressions also, only within these narrower areas. For the generalities of our treatment are newly coined terms, and the illustrative analyses that accompany our introduction of them, will certainly serve us more effectively. 96. Transition to the chapters that follow. Concluding remarks. We have bestowed such great care, though on general lines, on working out the difference between noesis and noema, where by noesis we understand the concrete completely intentional experience as modified through the stressing of its noetic components, because the grasp and mastery of it is of the greatest consequence for phenomenology, is indeed quite decisive for its proper grounding. At first sight it appears to be concerning itself with what is obvious. Every consciousness is the consciousness of something, and the modes of consciousness are very different. But on nearer approach we realize the great difficulties. They concern the understanding of the mode of being of the noema, the way in which it should lie in experience, and become consciously known there. They concern quite particularly the clear-cut separation between the real, realer, portions of one's whole experience which belong to the experiencing itself, and those which belong to the noema, and should be attributed to it as its own. Also the correct articulation in parallel structures of noesis and noema, which follows on the separation between them, gives trouble enough. Even if we have already happily completed certain main sections of the line of separation in question, taking presentations and judgments as our material, since it is here that the occasion for the cleavage first offers itself, and logic has already carried out in this field valuable, though not even remotely sufficient, preliminary work, it needs toil and self-discipline in respect of the parallel distinctions concerning acts of the heart, not only to postulate and assert them, but really to bring them out clearly as they are actually given to us. Involved as we are in meditations whose function it is to lead the thought upwards, it cannot be our task here to carry out portions of phenomenology in a systematic way. Nonetheless our aims demand that we should penetrate more deeply into these matters than hitherto, and draft the beginnings of such inquiries. This is necessary in order to clarify the noetico-noematic structures, so far at least as to make their significance understood as regards the study of the problems and methods of phenomenology. A living picture of the fruitfulness of phenomenology, of the greatness of its problems, of its way of proceeding, can be won only when domain after domain has been actually tramped and the problem vistas it possesses opened up for all to see. But each such domain will be really covered, and come home to our feeling as a firm ground for work only through carrying out phenomenological fencings and clearings, whereby also the meaning of the problems here to be solved can first be made intelligible. The analyses and indications of further problems which are still to follow should conform strictly to this conception, as indeed the previous ones in part have already done. And though the novice may think that the material handled is complicated, we are really limiting ourselves to quite restricted fields of work. We show a natural preference indeed for what lies relatively close to the approaches into phenomenology, and for what is an unconditional preliminary to following up the main tracks that run through the domain systematically from end to end. It is all of it hard. It demands toilsome concentration on the data of the specifically phenomenological intuition of essential being. There is no royal road in phenomenology any more than in philosophy. There is only the one road, and its own essential nature must point it out. In closing, we would add the following remark. We have expounded phenomenology as a science in its beginnings. Only the future can teach us how many of the results of the analyses we have here attempted are destined to last. Much of what we have described must certainly, sub specie aeterni, be otherwise described. But we should and must strive in each step we take to describe faithfully what we really see from our own point of view and after the most earnest consideration. Our procedure is that of a scientific traveler in an unknown part of the world who carefully describes what he finds on the trackless ways he takes, ways that will not always be the shortest. He should be full of the sure consciousness of bringing to expression what in relation to time and circumstance is the thing that must be said, which, because it faithfully expresses what has been seen, preserves its value always even when further research calls for new descriptions with manifold improvements. In a similar temper we wish in what further lies before us to be loyal expounders of phenomenological formations, and for the rest to preserve the habit of inner freedom even in regard to our own descriptions. 4. Theory of the noetic-noematic structures, elaboration of the problems. 97. The hyaltic and noetic phases as real. The noematic as non-real phases of experience. In the previous chapter, when introducing the distinction between noetic and noematic, we made use of the expression real, realer, and intentional analysis. Let that be our point of connection with what follows. A phenomenologically pure experience has its realin, components. For simplicity's sake let us limit ourselves to noetic experiences of the lowest level, and therefore to those in which the intentionality is not complicated by a number of noetical layers superposed one on the other of the kind we noted in the case of acts of thought, feeling, and will. By way of illustration let us take a sensory perception, the simple perception of a tree, which we get as soon as we glance out into the garden, when, in a unitary act of consciousness, we see this tree there, at one moment appearing to be motionless, then stirred by the wind, and presenting also modes of appearance which differ greatly in so far as during the course of our continued observation we shift our spatial position in regard to it, stepping to the window maybe, or changing the position of head or eyes, and at the same time perhaps relaxing the mechanism of accommodation or tightening it up. In this way the unity of a single perception can include in itself a great variety of modifications, which we, as observing from the natural standpoint, attribute now to the real object as its changes, now to a realin, and positive, wirklichen, relationship to our realin, psychophysical subjectivity, and lastly to the subjectivity itself. But we have now to describe what remains over as phenomenological residuum, when we effect the reduction to pure immanence, and what in that case should count as a real's, integral part of the pure experience, and what should not be so regarded. And we have then to be fully clear about this, that whilst the perceived tree as such, or, alternately, the full noema which is not affected by the suspending of the reality, Wirklichkeit, of the tree itself and the whole real world, does indeed belong to the essence of the perceptual experience in itself, on the other hand this noema, with its tree in inverted commas, is as little contained real, in the perception as is the tree of the real natural order, Wirklichkeit. What do we really, find in the perception as pure experience, included within it as the parts, pieces, and indivisible phases of a whole, are included in that same whole? We have already drawn attention to such genuine, realin, constituents on a previous occasion under the titles of material and noetic constituents. Let us now contrast them with the noematic factors. The color of the tree trunk, as we are aware of it under the conditions of pure perception, is precisely the same as that which before the phenomenological reduction we, as natural human beings, at any rate, prior to any admixture of physical knowledge, took to be that of the real, Wirklichen, tree. Now this color, as bracketed, belongs to the noema. But it does not belong to the perceptual experience as a reals, integral part of it, although we also find in the experience a color like something, namely, the sensory color, the hyltic phase of the concrete experience in which the noematic or objective color manifests itself in varying perspectives. But one and the same noematic color of which we are thus aware as self-same, in itself unchanged within the unity of a continuously changing perceptual consciousness, runs through its perspective variations in a continuous variety of sensory colors. We see a tree unchanged in color, its own color as a tree, whilst the positions of the eyes, the relative orientations, change in many respects. The glance wanders ceaselessly over the trunk and branches, whilst we step nearer at the same time, and thus in different ways excite the flow of perceptual experience. Let us now start sensory reflection upon the perspective variations. We apprehend these as self-evident data, and are also able, shifting the standpoint and the direction of attention, to place them with full evidential certainty in relation with the corresponding objective phases, recognize them as corresponding, and thereby also see without further difficulty that the perspective color variations, for instance, which belong to some fixed color of a thing are related to that fixed color as continuous variety is related to unity. We even win, on carrying out the phenomenological reduction, the general essential insight that the object tree in a perception in general can only then appear as objectively determined just as it appears in the perception, when the hyltic phases, or, should a continuous series of perceptions be in question, the continuous hyltic transformations, are just these and no others. Thus it follows that every alteration of the hyltic content of the perception, when it does not cancel the perceptual consciousness outright, must at least have the result that that which was appearing becomes objectively another, either in itself or in the mode of orientation which marks the manner of its appearing, and so forth. All considered, it is also quite beyond doubt that unity and variety here belong to totally different dimensions, and so indeed that every hyltic element has its place as a reals, integral part in the concrete experience, whereas that which exhibits itself in its variety and varies perspectively has its place in the noema. But, as we have previously put it, the material elements are animated through noetic phases, they undergo, whilst the ego is turned not to them, but to the object, formal shapings, Auffassungen, gifts of meaning, which we grasp, in reflection, upon and with the material elements. Whence it immediately follows that not only the hyltic phases, the sensory colors, sounds, etc., but also the animating apprehensions or taking both together, the appearing of the color, the sound, and every such quality of the object belong to the realen, constitution of the experience. The following holds good generally: perception in itself is the perception of its object, and to every component which objectively directed description picks out in the object, there corresponds a real component of the perception, but only so far, be it observed, as the description holds faithfully to the object just as it stands before us in this perception itself. Also we can indicate all these noetic components only by falling back on the noematic object and its phases, and referring, shall we say, to the consciousness, more clearly the perceptual consciousness of the trunk of a tree, or of the color of the trunk, and so forth. On the other hand, our deliberations showed that the real, experiential unity of hyltic and noetic factors is totally different from that of the factors of the noema of which we are aware within that same unity, and again, from the unity which unites all those real elements of experience with that which comes to consciousness in and through them as noema. The transcendentally constituted product, shaped on the basis of the material experiences, and through the noetic functions, is indeed something given, and when we faithfully describe the experience and its noematic object of awareness in pure intuition, something self-evidently given, but it belongs to the experience in a completely different sense from that in which the real, realen, and consequently proper constituents of the experience belong to it. The reference to the phenomenological reduction, and similarly to the pure sphere of experience as transcendental, depends precisely on our finding in this reduction an absolute sphere of materials and noetic forms, to whose interlacings, nicely articulated in accord with an immanent essential necessity, belongs this wonderful conscious possession of something definitely or definably given in such and such a way, standing over against consciousness itself as in principle other, irreal, transcendent, and it rests on the recognition that here is the ultimate source for the only conceivable solution of the deepest problems of knowledge affecting the essential nature, and the possibility of objectively valid knowledge of the transcendent. The transcendental reduction practices pi-c in respect of reality, Wirklichkeit, but to the residue thereby left over belong the noemata with the noematic unity which lies in them themselves, and with these the mode in which what is real, reals, is specifically given in consciousness itself, and our consciousness becomes aware of it. The knowledge that it is here throughout a question of eidetic, and therefore unconditionally necessary connections opens a big field of inquiry, that of the essential relations between the noetic and the noematic, between the experience and the correlate of consciousness. But this last mentioned title for the essence includes the objectivity of consciousness, as such, and at the same time the noematic forms in which anything is intended or given. Within the sphere from which we have drawn our illustration there first grows up the general assurance that perception does not consist in just holding the object presently before one, but that it belongs, a priori, to the proper essence of the perception to have its object, and to have it as the unity of a certain noematic content, bestandis, which for other perceptions of the same object is always something different again, though always essentially prescribed in advance, and that it precisely belongs to the essence of the present object when objectively determined in such and such a way, to be noematic in perceptions of the descriptive type in question, and to be this nowhere else, and so forth. 98. Mode of being of the noema. Doctrine of forms for noesis and for noemata. To complete the discussion, much still remains to be added. It should be closely noted in the first place that every transition from a phenomenon to the reflection which analyses it real, or to the function of a quite different kind which analyzes its noema, generates new phenomena, and that we should be falling into error if we confused the new phenomena which in a certain sense are transformations of the old with these old ones, and ascribed to the former what is respectively real or noematic in the latter. For instance, we have no intention of saying that the material contents, it might be the perspectively varying color contents, are present in the perceptual experience precisely as they are in the analyzing experience. There, to consider the one point only, they were contained as real phases, but they were not perceived therein, not objectively apprehended, as they are in the analyzing experience, where they figure as the termini of noetic functions which were not previously present. Although these material contents are further burdened with the functions concerned in their presentation, yet these too have undergone an essential change, though indeed along another dimension. Of this we shall have more to say later. The distinction has obviously an essential bearing on phenomenological method. Having made this remark, let us turn our attention to the following points which concern the special theme of our inquiry. In the first place, every experience is so articulated as to leave open the intrinsic possibility of directing the glance upon it and its realen, components, and likewise in the contrary direction upon the noema, example the scene tree as such. Now what is given through this latter glance is indeed itself, logically speaking, an object, but one that is wholly dependent. Its esse consists exclusively in its percipi, except that the meaning of this statement is about as far removed as it can be from that of Berkeley, since here the percipi does not contain the esse as a reals, constituent. This is naturally carried over into the eidetic mode of treatment. The eidos of the noema points to the eidos of the noetic consciousness, both belong eidetically together. The intentional object as such is what it is as the intentional object of a consciousness that is articulated thus or thus, and is the consciousness of it. But despite this dependence, the noema permits of being considered on its own account, of being compared with other noemata, of being studied in respect of its possible transformations, and so forth. We can draft on general lines a pure doctrine of noematic forms to which there would correspond as its correlative a general and not less pure doctrine of the forms of concrete, noetical experiences, with their hyltic and specifically noetic components. These two doctrines of forms would not of course stand related to each other in any sense as images in a mirror, or as though they could pass over the one into the other through a mere change of signature, example through simply substituting for every noema and the consciousness of n. This indeed already follows from what we have developed above when discussing the interconnection of unitary qualities in the noema of a thing, and its hyltic varieties of perspectival manifestation in the possible perceptions of things. Now it might seem that the same must hold good in regard to the specifically noetical phases also. We could point in particular to those phases which contrive it so that a complex variety of hyltic data, of color, or touch, for instance, assumes the function of varied perspectival shading of one and the same objective thing. Indeed, we need only recall the fact that as regards the material elements themselves in their essential nature the relation to the objective unity is not unambiguously indicated, but rather that the same material nexus may experience a variety of discontinuous formative shapings, the one emerging within the other, and then springing beyond it, and that corresponding to these we are made aware of different objectivities. And does not this already make it clear that in the animating synthesizings, Auffassungen, themselves as phases of experience there lie essential differences, which differentiate themselves pari passu with the shifting appearances whose changes they follow, and in and through whose animation they constitute a meaning, and differentiate it? We are tempted in consequence to draw this inference: a parallelism between noesis and noema does indeed exist, but is such that the formations must be described on both sides, and in their essential correspondence to one another. The noematic field is that of the unitary, the noetic that of the constituting variety factors, mannigfaltigheten. The consciousness that functionally unites the varied elements, and at the same time constitutes unity, never, as a matter of fact, shows identity where in the noematic correlate we have an identity of the object presented. Where, for instance, different sections of an enduring act of perceiving through which the unity of a thing is being constituted show something identical, this one tree that remains unchanged within the meaning of this perceiving process as we seek to orient ourselves this way and that, viewing it now from in front and now from behind, noting in respect of the visually apprehended qualities at any one spot that they are at first indistinct and vague, then distinct and determinate, and the like. There we become aware of the object subsisting in the noema as self-identical in the strict sense of the word, but in the different sections of its immanent duration our consciousness of it is something non-identical, its parts being merely conjoined, and one only in virtue of its continuity. Now, whatever the amount of truth in all this, the inferences drawn are not quite correct, and in general the greatest caution is required in dealing with these difficult questions. The parallelisms that we find here, and there are several of them which are only too easily confused, are beset with great difficulties that still stand in great need of being cleared up. We must carefully keep in view the difference between concrete noetical experiences, the experiences with their hyltic phases, and the pure noses, as mere systems of noetic phases. Again, we must keep distinct the full noema, and, as for instance in the case of perception, the appearing object as such. Let us take this object, and all its objective predicates, the noematic modifications of the predicates of the perceived thing, plainly posited as real in normal perception, then both it and these predicates are indeed unities as opposed to the multiplicities of conscious experiences, concrete noses, with their constituting function. But they are also unities of noematic multiplicities. We recognize this so soon as we draw into the circle of our consideration the noematic characterizations of the noematic object, and its predicates, which hitherto we have badly neglected. Thus the color that appears is certainly a unity over against noetic multiplicities, of those in particular which have a noetic quality of apprehension. But closer study shows that to all transformations of this character, if not in the color itself, which appears continuously, then in its changing modes of presentation, for instance in its orientation in regard to me, there correspond noematic parallels. Thus generally then do noetic characterizations mirror themselves in the noematic. How that should be the case must be, and not only for the phase of perception here favored for purposes of illustration, a theme of wide-embracing analyses. We shall analyze in turn the different types of consciousness with their varied noetic characters, and study them closely on the basis of the noetic-noematic parallels. But we must stress this point in advance, that the parallelism between the unity of the noematically intended object, of the object we have in mind, I'm sin, and the constituting formations of consciousness, ordo et connectio rerum ordo et connectio iderum, should not be confused with the parallelism between noesis and noema, understood in particular as a parallelism of noetic and corresponding noematic characters. It is to this last mentioned parallelism that the discussions which immediately follow refer. 99. The noematic nucleus and its distinguishing marks in the sphere of presentations and representations. It is thus our task to widen considerably the circle of what has been put forward along the two parallel lines of noetic and noematic states respectively, so as to reach the full noema and the full noesis. What we have hitherto had preferably in view, not indeed without some presentiment of the great problems included therein, is only a central nucleus, and even then lacking a clearly defined edge. We recall in the first place that objective meaning, which we discovered on a former page 1 through the comparison of noemata of different types of presentations, of perceptions, memories, images, etc., as one to be described in objective terms only, and even in reciprocally identical terms in the favorably selected limiting case when an object, a tree, for instance, remains completely similar in quality and orientation, and is in every respect similarly apprehended whilst being pictured in the varying media of perception, memory, fancy, etc. In contrast with the self-same appearing tree as such, with the self-same objective manner, we, of its appearing, there remain, as we pass from one kind of intuition or other form of presentation to another, the differences in the mode of givenness. We are made aware of this identical element at one time in a primordial way, at another through memory, then again imaginatively, and so forth. But what are thereby indicated are characters in the appearing tree as such, discoverable when the glance is directed to the noematic correlate, and not to the experience and its realin, states of being. It is not ways of being conscious in the sense of noetic phases that are rendered through these expressions, but ways in which that of which we are aware itself and as such presents itself. As features of the ideal, idealin, so to speak, they are themselves ideal, and not real. More accurate analysis shows us that the characters mentioned above by way of illustration do not belong to a single series. On the one hand we have the plane reproductive modification, the plane representation, and this, remarkably enough, figures in its own essential nature as the modification of something other than itself. The representation refers us back to perception in its proper phenomenological essence. For instance, my recall of a past event implies, as we have already remarked, the having perceived it. Thus in a certain way we become aware of the corresponding perception of the same core of meaning, in memory, though it is not really contained in it. Memory in its own essential nature is in fact a modification of perception. Correlatively that which is characterized as past presents itself in itself as having been present, as a modification therefore of the present, which in its unmodified form is the primordial, the corporeally present of perception. On the other hand, the imaginative modification belongs to another series of modifications. It represents in the form of an image. But the image can appear in a primordial form, example the painted picture, not indeed the picture as a thing, of which we say, for instance, that it hangs on the wall, to which we grasp in and through perception. But the image can be also something that appears as reproduced, as when we have presentations of imagery in memory or free fancy. We observe at the same time that the characters of this new series do not only refer us back to those of the first, but also presuppose certain complications, the latter with reference to the distinction between the picture and the copy, a distinction which belongs noematically to the essential nature of consciousness. We also see from this that the noema here holds within itself a pair of characters which refer to each other, although they belong to different objects of presentation. Finally, the sign furnishing presentations with the analogous contrast of sign and thing signified offer a type of modifying noematic characters, to which there correspond, as everywhere, noetic parallels, which is closely related to the preceding, but none the less new, and here again presentative groups, and as correlates of their peculiar unity as sign furnishing presentations, pairs of noematic characterizations that belong to each other, appear in noematic pairs of objects. One also observes that just as the image in itself, in virtue of its meaning as image, presents itself as the modification of something, which apart from this modification would be there in its corporeal or represented selfhood, so it is precisely with the sign, but likewise in its own way as the modification of something. 100. Levels in the construction of presentations in noesis and noema, in accordance with essential laws. All the types of presentational modification of which we have so far treated are always capable of being reformed on new levels in such a way that the intentionalities in noesis and noema rest on one another in descending levels, or rather dovetail into one another in a peculiar way. There are simple forms of representation, simple modifications of perceptions. But there are also representations at further stages, at a second or third, or, on essential lines, at any desired level. Memories in memories may serve as an example. Living in memory, we bring before us into consciousness a connected experience. We can bring this explicitly before us by first reflecting in memory, which on its side is a representative modification of a primordial act of reflecting, and then finding the connected experience characterized as having been lived under the form of memory. Among the experiences so characterized, whether we reflect upon them or no, memories themselves may now appear, characterized as memories that have been lived, and we can glance through and pass them on to remembered matter of the second level. And then within the connected experiences modified in this secondary way, memories can once more appear, and so idealiter in infinitum. A mere change of signature, the precise nature of which we will presently learn to understand, translates all these events into the type of free fancy. We have fancies in fancies, and so from one level to another the dovetailing can be indefinitely carried on. On similar lines we may also have mixtures. Every representation essentially implies in its own procedure in respect of the stage just below it representative modifications of percepts, which through reflection which functions so wonderfully in this process of representation are brought to the focus of conscious apprehension. Within the unity of the phenomenon of representation we may find the production of memories, expectations, fancies, and so forth, adjoining those of perceptions, and the acts of representation involved in the whole process may themselves belong to any one of these types, and all this at different stages. This also holds good of the complex types, presentation as copy and presentation as sign. Let us take an example which shows very complicated and yet lightly grasped constructions of perceptions out of perceptions of a higher level. A name on being mentioned reminds us of the Dresden Gallery and of our last visit there. We wander through the rooms, and stand before a picture of Teniers which represents a picture gallery. When we consider that pictures of the latter would in their turn portray pictures which on their part exhibited readable inscriptions and so forth, we can measure what interweaving of presentations, and what links of connection between the discernible features in the series of pictures, can really be set up. But for the illustrating of our insight into essences, in particular of our insight into the ideal possibility of carrying on the dovetailing processes indefinitely, we do not need to consider such complicated cases as these. 101. Characteristics of levels as such. Different types of reflex ions. In all such constructs of successive levels, which at every joint of their structure contain some modification of the processes of representation, and often as a repetition, it is clear that noemata of corresponding stages in the construction are progressively being constituted. In the consciousness that we have of a copying process, at the second stage, an image in itself is characterized as a second-level image, or as the image of an image. If we recall how yesterday we recalled a youthful experience, the noema youthful experience is in itself characterized as a remembrance of the second level. Hence this general conclusion. To every noematic level there belongs a level characteristic, serving as a kind of indicator, the possession of which stamps that which possesses it as belonging to that particular level, whether for the rest this individual be a primary object or lie along this or that line of reflective vision. For to every level there inwardly belong certain possible reflex ions, for instance, in respect of things remembered at the second level of remembrance there pertain reflex ions upon those perceptions of these same things which belong to the same level, and are thus represented on the second level. Further, every noematic level is a presentation of the data of the levels that follow. But presentation does not here mean presentational experience, and the word of does not express the relation of consciousness to its object. It is, as it were, a noematic intentionality over against the noetic. The latter carries the former in itself as a correlate of consciousness, and its intentionality passes in a certain way through the noematic and beyond it. This becomes clearer as we direct a noticing glance of the ego upon the objective field of consciousness. The glance penetrates through the noemata of the series of levels, reaching the object of the last level, and there holding it steady whilst no longer penetrating through and beyond it. But the glance can wander also from level to level, and instead of simply passing through them all, is rather directed with fixating effect upon what is given each in turn, and that either in a straightforward or in a reflecting line of vision. In the example cited above, the glance can remain at the level of the Dresden Gallery. We go back in recollection to Dresden, and walk through the gallery. Again, still immersed in recollection, we can get absorbed in the pictures, and now find ourselves in the picture worlds. Then, in a picture consciousness of the second level we turn to the painted picture of the gallery, and gaze at the pictures painted within it, or our reflection, passing from level to level, is turned upon the noses, and so forth. This variety of the possible directions in which our glance can turn belongs essentially to the manifold of mutually related and reciprocally grounded intentionalities, and wherever we find analogous groundings and in what follows we shall get to know many more of quite another kind there arise analogous possibilities of a change of reflection. It need not be said how greatly these relationships stand in need of penetrating scientific study on essential lines. 102. Transition to new dimensions in characterization. It is clear that in respect of all the peculiar characterizations we have come across in the structurally diversified domain of modification through variations in the form of representation, we must distinguish, and on the grounds already alleged, between the noetic and the noematic. The noematic objects, the object as copy or the copied object, the object functioning as sign and the significate, disregarding their own proper characterizations, copy of, copied, sign for, signified are unities of which we have evident awareness in experience, but which yet transcend experience. But if this is so, then characters which stand out on them as we consciously apprehend them, and, when we direct our glance upon them, are grasped as their unifying features, cannot possibly be regarded as real phases of experience. How the two stand related to each other, that which is a realer, constituent of experience, and that in it of which we are aware as non-real, may be a matter presenting the most difficult problems. None the less we must keep the two separate at every point, and just as much indeed in respect of the noematic nucleus, of the intentional object as such, taken in its objective mode of presentation, which functions as the passing bearer of the noematic characters, as in respect also of the characters themselves. But of characters such as these that cleave to the noematic nucleus, there are still other instances of quite different type, and of these the modes of attachment to the nucleus vary widely. They come under radically different genera, under radically different dimensions of characterization, so to speak. And we would point out from the outset that all characters still to be indicated in this connection, or that have already been indicated, mere headings for necessary analytico-descriptive studies, have a universal phenomenological range of application. and though in our first treatment of them we show a preference for the intentional experiences that have the relatively simplest constitution, for such as can be grouped together under a definite and fundamental concept of presentation, and furnish the necessary basis for all other intentional experiences, the same summa genera and characteristic differences belong also to all these derived, fundierten, experiences, and consequently to all intentional experiences generally. The situation then is this, that at all times and of necessity we are aware of a noematic nucleus, a noema of the object that must be characterized somehow, and indeed by differences, alternative and mutually exclusive, selected from each genus. 103. Characters distinctive of being and of belief. Looking around now for new characters, our attention is first drawn to the fact that interlinked with the groups of characters previously treated, we have characters which are clearly of a wholly different type, namely, the characters of being. As noetic characters, correlatively related to modes of being as doxic or belief characters, we may cite as closely linked with intuitable presentations the perceptual belief present as a real factor in normal perception, and functioning therein as a sense of reality, and, more closely still, perceptual assurance or its equivalent, to it corresponds in the appearing object as noematic correlate the ontical character real, wirklich. The same noetic or noematic character is shown in the certainty which may accompany all repeated representation, in sure recollection of every kind, whether in respect to what has been, to what now is, or to what will be in the future, as in anticipative expectation. Such are thetic acts, acts that posit being. In making use of this expression, however, we must bear in mind that when it also points to an act, or to some special mental attitude, the reference must be ignored. That which appears in the way of perception or recollection possessed in the region we have so far been considering the character of real, wirklich, being simpliciter, of certain being, as we also say when contrasting it with other ontical characters. For this character can be modified, and even, in relation to one and the same phenomenon, transformed through actual modifying processes. The way of certain belief can pass over into that of suggestion or presumption, or into that of question and doubt, and, according to the line taken, that which appears, characterized in respect of that first order of characterizations which takes in the primordial, the reproductive, and the like, will adopt the ontical modalities of the possible, the probable, the questionable, and the doubtful respectively. For instance, a perceived object stands out there at first as a plain matter of course, a certainty. Suddenly we are doubtful whether we have not been made the victims of a mere illusion, whether what we see or hear, etc., is not mere seeming. Or else that which appears preserves its ontical certainty, but we are uncertain with regard to some one or other of its sets of qualities. The thing suggests a man. Then a contrary suggestion sets in, it might be a moving tree, which in the gloom of the wood resembles a man in motion. But the weight of the one possibility is now considerably reinforced, and we decide in its favor perhaps, definitely presuming that it was surely a tree. Similarly the modalities of being change, and this far more frequently, in the course of recollection, and so indeed as in great measure to set themselves up or exchange their signatures purely within the limits of intuition or of obscure presentation, without any type of thinking in the specific sense of the term, or concept and predicative judgment playing any part in the matter at all. We see at the same time that the phenomena in this context summon us to various elucidatory studies, that characters of diverse types emerge, example the decided, the weights of possibilities, and the like, and that in particular, also, the question concerning the essential bases of occasional characters, and concerning the whole structure of noemata and nosas, as organized in conformity with essential laws, calls for deeper investigation. It suffices us here as elsewhere to have set out the problems in their proper connections. 104. Doxic modalities as modifications. With respect to the series of belief modalities with which we are now specially concerned, we have still to point out that in it once again the outstanding, specifically intentional meaning of the word modification comes to its own, the meaning we have elucidated in our previous analysis of the series of noetic and noematic characters. In the series we are now concerned with the certainty of belief clearly plays the part of the unmodified, or, as we should say here, the unmodalized root form of the way of belief. Corresponding to this as its correlative, the ontical character pure and simple, the noematic being certain or real, functions as the root form of all modalities of being. In point of fact, all ontical characters which spring from it, the specific so to be called modalities of being, contain in the very meaning they bear a back reference to the root form. The possible states in itself just as much as being possible, the probable, doubtful, questionable, so much as being probable, being doubtful and questionable. The intentionality of the noses is reflected in these noematic relations, and we again feel driven to speak directly of a noematic intentionality as parallel to the noetic properly so called. These considerations may then be applied to the full positions, i.e., to the unities which functionally unite a meaning nucleus with an ontical character. Point 3. For the rest it is convenient to apply the term modality of being to the whole series of these ontical characters, so as also to include under it the unmodified being, whenever it needs to be treated as a member of the series, much as the arithmetician also includes the unit 1 under the name number. In a similar sense we generalize the verbal meaning of doxic modalities, where under often, with a conscious sense of ambiguity, we shall bring together the parallel meanings of the noetic and the noematic. We must pay heed further to the ambiguities of the word certain, when we refer to unmodalized being as being certain, and not only in this respect that it sometimes means the noetic and sometimes the noematic being certain. It also serves, for instance, and the usage is very confusing, to express the correlate of affirmation, the yes as counterpart to no and not. Point 4. This usage must be strictly excluded. The meanings of words are constantly shifting within the limits of immediate logical equivalence. But our business is to set out the equivalences everywhere, and to prune off sharply whatever reference to phenomena of an essentially different nature may lurk behind the equivalent concepts. The certitude of belief is belief in its plain and simple form, belief in the pregnant sense of the term. As a matter of fact, as our analyses have shown, it holds a highly remarkable and unique position among the variety of acts which are all included under the title belief or, often under the title, here very misleading though used by many, judgment. A proper expression is needed which takes this unique position into account, and effaces every reminder of the popular tendency to place certitude on a level with the other modes of belief. We introduce the term primary belief, Urglaube, or protodoxa, Urdoxa, as suitably expressing the intentional back reference of all modalities of belief which we have previously affirmed. We note further that we shall be using this latter expression, or, alternatively, doxic modality, for all intentional modifications which are grounded in the essential nature of the protodoxa, including those to be set forth afresh in the analyses that follow. The radically false doctrine, according to which a genus belief, or judgment, simply splits up into certainty, supposal, and so forth, as though the relation could be expressed by spinning out a series of coordinate species, at whatever point the series might break off, just, as in the case of the genus sensory quality, color, sound, and so forth are coordinate species, scarcely calls for criticism, so far as we are concerned. Moreover, here as elsewhere we must refrain from following up the consequences of our phenomenological conclusions. 105. The modality of belief, as belief, the modality of being, as being. When with regard to the highly remarkable developments we have just been setting forth we speak of an intentionality through which the secondary modes refer back to the protodoxa, the meaning of this form of speech requires that it be possible for our mental glance to vary its incidence in a way which is indeed essentially characteristic of intentionalities of higher level. This possibility, moreover, is actually realized. On the one hand, living within the probability consciousness, in an atmosphere of presumption, we can look towards what is probable, but on the other hand towards the probability itself and as such, that is towards the noematic object in the character which the presumption noesis has given it. But the object with its own meaning, together with this probability character, is from the second viewpoint given as being, seeing consciousness in relation to this will accordingly be that of plain belief in the unmodified sense of the term. Just in the same way we can live ourselves into a possibility consciousness, in suggestion, or into a questioning and doubtful attitude, the glance directed to what we are aware of as possible, questionable, doubtful. But we can also look upon the possibilities, upon the questionable and doubtful situations as such, and eventually, rendering the insight explicit, grasp the state of being possible or questionable or doubtful as a constitutive character of the object meant, and in this sense predicible of it, it is then given as being in the unmodified sense of the term. We are thus able to state in a general way this highly remarkable peculiarity of the essential nature of things, that every experience in relation to all the noetic phases which through its noses shape themselves about the intentional object as such functions as a belief consciousness in the sense of the protodoxa, or as we can also say. Not only does every addition of new or modification of old noetic characters constitute new noematic characters, but therewith eo ipso new ontical objects constitute themselves for consciousness. To the noematic characters there correspond predicible characters inherent in the object meant, and indeed as real, wirklich, and not mere noematically modified predicibles. These statements will gain in clearness when we have become more familiar with new noematic spheres of study. 106. Affirmation and negation together with their noematic correlates. As still a further modification that harks back to the protodoxa, and indeed one that in virtue of its essential intentional back reference to every variety of belief modality may very well be reckoned as of a higher grade, is rejection, with its analog acceptance, or, more specifically expressed, negation and affirmation. Every negation is the negation of something, and this something points us back to this or that modality of belief. Thus noetically negation is the modification of some position, the latter term signifying not an affirmation, but a setting down, setzen, in the extended sense of some form of belief modality. Its new noematic form of service is the cancelling of the corresponding positing character, its specific correlate is the cancellation character we designate as not. The cancelling mark of negation strikes out something posited, or, to speak more concretely, a posited meaning, sats, and indeed through the cancelling of its specific positional character, i.e., its ontical modality. Thereby this character and the posited statement itself appear as a modification of something else. Or to state the same thing differently, through the transformation of the plane consciousness of being into the corresponding consciousness of negation, the plane character being, seeing, turns in the noema into that of not being. In an analogous way, out of the possible, the probable, the questionable, we get the impossible, the improbable, the unquestionable. And therewith the whole noema is modified, the whole posited meaning taken in its concrete noematic fullness. Just as, to speak in an image, negation cancels, so does affirmation underline, it confirms a position by accepting it, instead of removing it as negation does. That also provides a series of noematic modifications that run parallel with the modifications in the way of cancellation, but this cannot be followed up here any further. Hitherto we have ignored what is peculiar in the attitude of the pure ego, which in and through rejection, more specifically that of the negating type, directs itself against the matter rejected, the being that is to be cancelled, as in affirmation it inclines towards that which is affirmed, and directs itself towards it. This descriptive side also of the whole matter should not be overlooked, and calls, on its own account, for analytic study. And so again we must do justice likewise to the circumstance that following the dovetailing of intentionalities in one another, different directions of the mental glance may be taken as occasion suggests. We can live within the negating consciousness, in other words, we carry out the negation, the glance of the ego is then directed to that which undergoes cancellation. But we can also direct the glance in a comprehensive way upon the cancelled as such, upon that which is provided with the cancelling mark, the latter then stands forth as a new object, and indeed in the plain original doxic mode being, seeing. The new standpoint does not generate the new ontical object, we are already aware of what we reject in its cancelled character even in the carrying out of our rejection, but it is only at the new standpoint that the character becomes a determination that can be predicated of the noematic kernel of meaning. Similar remarks apply of course to affirmation also. Thus in this direction as well there lie problems calling for a phenomenological analysis of essence. 5. 107. Reiterated modifications. What we have already done in the way of starting such analyses enables us to take at once the following further step in the direction of increasing insight. Since what is negated and affirmed, negat and affirmat, is always an object that is, it can, like everything we are conscious of as a mode of being, be affirmed or denied. There follows then, in consequence of the very constitution of being, which at every step renews its own nature, an ideally infinite chain of reiterated modifications. Thus the first step in this direction gives us the not being, the not impossible, not unquestionable, not improbably being, and so forth. The same holds good, as can be immediately seen on looking back, of all the modifications of being which have been referred to on previous pages. We can bring consciously before ourselves once again that something is possible, probable, questionable, and so forth, in the mode of possibility, probability, questionability, and to the noetic formations there correspond the noematic ontical formations. It is possible that it is possible, that it is probable, questionable, it is probable that it is possible, that it is probable, and similarly for all such complications. Then again, to the formations of the higher levels there correspond affirmed and negated positions, which once more can be modified, and in this way again, speaking ideally, we wander off into infinity. We are far from being concerned here with mere verbal repetitions. As witness, we need only bring to mind the theory of probability and its applications, wherein possibilities and probabilities are continually being considered, denied, doubted, presumed, questioned, established, and so forth. But we must always remember, when speaking of modifications in this connection, that the reference may be, on the one hand, to a possible transformation of the phenomena, thus to a possible actual operation, and on the other hand to the much more interesting essential property of the noses or noemata, of harking back, in virtue of their own essential nature, and without any accompanying regard as to their genesis to something other, something unmodified. But whether we take the one viewpoint or the other, we stand in either case on pure phenomenological ground. For when we speak here of transformation and genesis, our sole concern is with essential happenings of a phenomenological character, and our words have not the least reference to empirical experiences as natural facts. 108. Noematical characters are not determined through reflection. It is necessary in regard to each new group of noses and noemata which we have brought to clear consciousness that we should assure ourselves afresh of the fundamental bit of knowledge which runs so counter to the habits of thought of the psychologizers, that the distinction between noesis and noema must be real and correctly drawn, in fact exactly as faithful description requires. If one has already become familiar with the pure immanent description of the essence, a point which so many fail to reach who otherwise think highly of description, and has come to the understanding that consciousness must always have ascribed to it an intentional object that belongs to it, and is capable of being described on immanental lines, there is still a great temptation to apprehend noematic characters, and especially the one we have just been considering, as mere determinations of reflection. We understand, as we recall the current and narrow conception of reflection, what this means, to wit, determinations which accrue to the intentional objects through the latter being referred to those ways of being conscious in which they figure precisely as the objects of consciousness. Thus the negated, the affirmed, and the like, are to be reached in this way, that the object of the judgment in reflection is characterized as negated when the reflection bears on the negating, as affirmed when it bears on the affirming, as probable when it bears on the presuming, and so everywhere. But this view is a mere subjective construction 6 which already proclaims its perversity through the fact that if these predicates were really no more than relating predicates of reflection, they could be given only in the actual reflecting upon the act aspect and in relation to it. But they are evidently not given through such reflection. We grasp what concerns the correlate as such through the glance being turned directly on the correlate itself. We grasp the negated, the affirmed, the possible, the questionable, and so forth, as directly qualifying the appearing object as such. In no wise do we here glance back upon the act. Conversely, the noetic predicates which emerge through such reflection are far from having the same meaning as the noematic predicates in question. Connected with this is the fact that even from the standpoint of truth, not being is clearly only equivalent to and not identical with being validly negated. Similarly, being possible is not identical with being held possible in a valid way, and the like. If we still needed further witness, natural speech, unembarrassed by any psychological prejudices, would here supply it. Looking into the stereoscope, we say that the pyramid that here appears is nothing, is mere illusion. That which appears, as such, is the obvious subject of predication, and we ascribe to this noema of a thing, which is in no sense a thing, whatever character we discover in it, even the nothingness. Only we must have the courage here, as everywhere in phenomenology, to accept in the phenomenon what really presents itself to mental insight, and in the form in which it so presents itself, and instead of twisting its meaning to describe it honestly. All theories must adjust themselves to these descriptions. 109. The neutrality modification. Among the modifications which relate to the sphere of belief, we have still to indicate one of the highest importance, which occupies a position all by itself, and should therefore in no way be placed on a line with those so far discussed. The unique way in which it stands related to the various attitudes of belief, and the circumstance that it is only as we touch the deeper strata of inquiry that its own distinctive character is opened up as having no specific connection with the sphere of belief, rather as a highly important modification of consciousness of a general kind, justifies us in giving it here a more detailed treatment. We shall also have the opportunity thereby of bringing under discussion a genuine modification of belief which we have yet to consider, with which the new modification in question may very easily be confused, namely, that of assumption. We are dealing now with a modification which in a certain sense completely removes and renders powerless every doxic modality to which it is related, but in a totally different way from that of negation, which, in addition, as we saw, shows in the negated a positive effect, a non-being which is itself once more being. It cancels nothing, it performs nothing, it is the conscious counterpart of all performance, its neutralization. It lies enclosed in every withholding of performance, setting out of action, bracketing, leaving postponed, and so having postponed, thinking oneself into the performance, or merely thinking what is performed without helping to bring it about. Since this modification has never been scientifically set out, and has therefore not been fixed terminologically, when the topic has been touched on it has always been confused with other modifications, and since there is no unequivocal name for it even in ordinary speech, we can only reach it by enveloping tactics and by a gradual process of elimination. For all the expressions we have just collected to serve as a preliminary indication of what it means contain some surplus of meaning. An arbitrary doing of some kind is everywhere included in the meaning indicated, whereas there should be no hint of this in the meaning we are seeking to fix. We therefore set it aside. The result of this doing has certainly a distinctive content, which, apart from the fact that it springs from the doing, which would of course also be a phenomenological datum, can be considered in itself, in detachment from all such arbitrariness, as something both possible and actual within the sphere of experience. Let us then exclude all volitional elements from the leaving postponed, and also avoid interpreting it in the sense of what is doubtful or hypothetical, and there remains a certain having postponed something, or, better still, a having let it stand, where we have not in mind anything that has been really let stand. The positing characteristic has become powerless. The belief is no longer seriously a belief, the presumption not seriously a presumption, the denying not seriously a denying. It is neutralized belief, presumption, denial, and the like, and their correlates repeat those of the unmodified experiences, though in a radically modified way, the simply being, the being possible, probable, questionable, likewise the non-being, and all that has been previously negated or affirmed, this is all consciously there, but not in the real way, only as merely thought, as mere idea. Everything has the modifying suspensory bracket, closely related to that of which we have previously spoken so much, which is also so important for preparing the way into phenomenology. The positings pure and simple, the positings that have not been neutralized, have as correlated results positions, satsa, which are collectively characterized as states of being, scenes. Possibility, probability, questionability, non-being, and being, all that is itself something which is, characterized as such in the correlate, and intended, vermeint, as that in consciousness. But the neutralized positings are essentially distinguished by this mark, that their correlates contain nothing that can be posited, nothing that can be really predicated. In no respect does the neutral consciousness play towards that of which it is aware the part of a belief. 110. Neutralized consciousness and the critical authority of the reason. The nature of assuming. It is clear that we have here a really unique peculiarity of consciousness. The proof is that the non-neutralized noses, the noses properly so called, are essentially subject to the critical authority of the reason, whereas in the case of the neutralized noses, the question concerning reason and unreason has no meaning. Likewise, correlatively, for the noemata. Every noema characterized as in state of being, as certain, or as possible, presumable, questionable, null, and so forth, can be so characterized either validly or invalidly. It can veritably be, possibly be, it can be nothing at all, and so forth. Mere supposal posits, on the contrary, nothing. It is not an affirmatory consciousness. The mere thought of realities, possibilities, and so forth, makes no pretensions in regard to reality. It is neither to be recognized as correct nor rejected as incorrect. All mere supposal, Sichdenken, can indeed be translated into an assumption or supposition, Ansatsen, and this new modification, just as in the case of supposal, is subject unconditionally to the thinker's arbitrary preference. But suppositing, Ansatsen, is again akin to positing, Setsen, the supposition again a kind of position, Sats, only that it is a quite unique modification of the position of belief, which contrasts with the main series discussed above, following a sideline of its own. It can enter as a member, as a supposition in the form of the antecedent or consequent of a hypothetical proposition, into the unity of positions, Setzungen, which permit of rational judgments being passed upon them, and so itself come under the rules of rational valuation. We cannot say of a mere uncertain thought that it is correct or incorrect, but we can say this of the supposition that enters into a hypothetical judgment. It is a fundamental error to confuse the one and the other, and to overlook the equivocation which lies in our reference to a mere supposal or a mere thought. In addition, we have the similarly misleading equivocation which lies in the word to think, when it is referred now to the quite special sphere of the thought that discriminates, apprehends, and expresses logical thought in a specific sense of the term, and now to the positional as such, which, as we here had it directly in view, does not call for any discriminating nor for any apprehending in the way of predication. We find all the happenings here considered in the sphere of mere sensory intuitions, with their transitions into obscure presentations, to which we have in the first instance assigned a preferential position. 111. Neutrality, modification and fancy. But yet another dangerous ambiguity of the expression mere supposal comes in for consideration. We must protect ourselves here against a very closely besetting confusion, namely, that between neutrality, modification and fancy. The confusing element here, and one not lightly to be disentangled, lies herein that fancy is itself in fact a neutrality modification, that in spite of its being of so special a type its significance is universal and applicable to all experiences, and that it also plays its part in most of the formations of supposal, and must then be distinguished from the general neutrality modification with its manifold formations that conform to all the types of the positing function. More closely stated, the process of fancy in general is the neutrality modification of the positing act of representation, and therefore of remembering in the widest conceivable sense of the term. We must notice here that in ordinary speech representation 7, reproduction, and fancy cut across each other. We employ the expressions in such a way that, in conformity with our own analyses, we leave the general word representation with its meaning undetermined in respect of the question whether the positing act it expresses is a proper or a neutralized one. Representations generally divide them into the two groups, memories of every kind and their neutrality modifications. However, as will be further apparent, this division cannot be accepted as a genuine classification. On the other hand, every experience generally, every really living one, so to speak, is an experience which is present. It belongs to its very essence that it should be able to reflect on that same essence in which it is necessarily characterized as that which certainly and presently is. In accordance with this, there corresponds to every experience, as to every individual being of which we are primordially aware, a series of ideally possible memory modifications. To experiencing, as the primordial consciousness of experience, there correspond as possible parallels memories of the same experience, and therefore also fancies as its neutrality modifications. So it is for every experience, however the direction of the glance of the pure ego may be ordered. The following may serve by way of elucidation. Whenever we may have represented objects of one kind or another, let us at once suppose that it is a mere world of fancy, and that we have our attention turned towards it. It then follows as pertaining to the essence of the fancy active consciousness that not only the fancy world itself, but also, at the same time, the perceiving activity which has given it, is modified into the form of fancy. We turn our attention to this world and to the perceiving within the fancy, i.e., to the neutrality modification of the memory, yet only then when, as we previously put it, we reflect within the fancy. But it is of fundamental importance not to confuse this modification, which ideally can at any time be carried out, and would transfer every experience, even the fancy-making experience itself, into the mere fancy which exactly corresponds to it, or, what amounts to the same thing, into the neutralized recollection, with that neutrality modification which we can set over against every positing experience. In this respect, memory is a quite special form of positing experience. As other forms, we have normal perception, the perceptive or reproductive consciousness of possibility, probability, and questionability, the consciousness of doubt, of negation, affirmation, supposition, and so forth. We can satisfy ourselves with the help of an illustration that the neutrality modification of the normal perception which posits its object with unmodified certainty is the neutral consciousness of the picture object, which we find as a component in our ordinary observation of a depicted situation perceptively presented. Let us try to make this clear, and let us suppose that we are observing Dürer's engraving, the night, death, and the devil. We distinguish here in the first place the normal perception of which the correlate is the engraved print as a thing, this print in the portfolio. We distinguish in the second place the perceptive consciousness within which in the black lines of the picture there appear to us the small colorless figures, knight on horseback, death, and devil. In aesthetic observation we do not consider these as the objects, objectin, we have our attention fixed on what is portrayed in the picture, more precisely, on the depicted realities, the night of flesh and blood, and so forth. That which makes the depicting possible and mediates it, namely, the consciousness of the picture, of the small grey figurettes in which through the derived noses something other, through similarity, presents itself as depicted, is now an example for the neutrality modification of the perception. This depicting picture object stands before us neither as being nor as non-being, nor in any other positional modality, or rather, we are aware of it as having its being, though only a quasi-being, in the neutrality modification of being. But it is just the same with the object depicted, if we take up a purely aesthetic attitude, and view the same again as mere picture, without imparting to it the stamp of being or non-being, of possible being or probable being, and the like. But, as can clearly be seen, that does not mean any privation, but a modification, that of neutralization. only we should not represent it as a transforming operation carried out on a previous position. Occasionally indeed it can be this. Nonetheless it need not be it. 112. Repeatability of the fancy modification at successive levels, non-repeatability of the neutrality modification. The radical difference between fancy in the sense of a neutralizing presentation, and a neutralizing modification generally, reveals itself, if we may emphasize, and somewhat sharply, this additional decisive point of difference in the fact that the fancy modification as a presentation is repeatable. Iterierbar, there are fancies of any specifiable level, fancies in fancies, whereas the repetition, Wiederholung, of the neutralizing operation is essentially excluded. Our assertion that it is possible to repeat in this way reproductive, as also copy-making, modifications would seem to have met with pretty general opposition. That attitude will not be changed until practice in general phenomenological analysis is more widespread than is the case at present. So long as one treats experiences as contents or as mental elements, which in spite of all the fashionable attacks against atomizing and hypostatizing psychology are still looked upon as a kind of minute matter, so long as the belief accordingly prevails that it is possible to fix the difference between contents of sensation and the corresponding contents of fancy only through material characters of intensity, fullness, and the like, no improvement is to be looked for. One must first learn to see that we are concerned here with a difference in the consciousness, that the fancy image therefore is not a mere faded datum of sense, but in its own way a fancy of the corresponding sense datum. Further, that this of cannot find its way in through any thinning, however drastic, of the intensity, or the content, etc., of the sense datum in question. He who is versed in the art of reflecting on consciousness, and has previously learned in a general way to see the data of intentionality, will without further difficulty see the levels of consciousness which lie before us in the fancy that is in a fancy, or the memory in a memory or a fancy. He will then also see what lies in the essential construction of these successive formations, namely, that every fancy at a higher level can pass freely over into a direct fancy of that which in the former case is fancied only indirectly, whereas this free possibility does not obtain in the transition from fancy to the corresponding perception. Here as a challenge to spontaneity there opens up a chasm which the pure ego can cross only in the essentially new form of realizing action and creation, wherein also the power to hallucinate at will must be taken into account. Point 9. 113. Actual and potential positings. Our reflex ions on neutrality modification and positing necessitate further important developments. We have used the expression positing consciousness in a wide sense which requires to be differentiated. Let us separate actual from potential positing, and as the general title, which we are still unable to do without, adopt that of positional consciousness. The difference between the actuality and the potentiality of the positing process stands in close relation to the actuality differences of attention and inattention, of which we have previously spoken but in no way coincides with them. By taking the neutrality modification into account, the general distinction between the actuality and non-actuality of the directedness of the ego in attention becomes infected with a double meaning, or, alternatively, there slips into the concept of the expression actuality a double meaning, the essential nature of which we must make clear. The neutrality modification came before us in marked contrast with real belief, presumption, and the like, with the peculiarly modified consciousness of a mere thinking oneself into a belief, presumption, and so forth, or, to speak in terms of the correlative, in contrast with having really, wirklich, before oneself, or having really posited that which is, that which probably is, and so forth, and not having really posited it in the mode of a mere standing undecided. But from the outset we also pointed out the essentially different attitude of a non-neutral and a neutral consciousness respectively with respect to the potentiality of the positing function. Out of every real, wirklichen, consciousness we can draw forth various positings potentially included in it, and these are then real, wirklich, positings, in whatever is really meant, in a thetic sense, their real predicibles lie concealed. But a neutral consciousness contains in itself no real, wirklich, predicibles of any kind. The unfolding of its content through the focal actualities of attention, through a turning to the different predicates of the object we are aware of, gives as result nothing but neutral acts or modified predicates. This different type of potentiality, according as the consciousness is neutral or non-neutral, this remarkable fact that the general potentiality of the directed glancings of attention thus bifurcates, now calls for deeper inquiry. The reflex ions of the last paragraph but one left us with this result, that every real experience as a present state of being or, as we can also say, as the temporal unity constituted in the phenomenological time consciousness bears its ontical character with it in a certain way, just like something that has been perceived. To every actual present state of experience there corresponds in idea, ideal, a neutrality modification, namely, a possible present state of fancy experience which exactly corresponds to it in content. Every such experience in the form of fancy is characterized not as being really present, but as being as though, gleichsam, it were present. It is in fact exactly as though one were comparing the noematic data of some perception or other with those of an active state of fancy, fanciful contemplation, which corresponds to it precisely in idea, ideal. Every perceived item is characterized as really present being, every parallel item in the form of fancy is characterized as the same in content, but as mere fancy, as though it were a present being. Thus, the original time consciousness itself functions as a perceptual consciousness, and has its counterpart in a corresponding fancy consciousness. This all-enveloping time consciousness, however, is not of course a continuous immanent perception in the pregnant sense, i.e., in the sense of an actual positing perceiving, which is itself an experience in our sense, lying in immanent time, having present duration, constituted in the time consciousness. In other words, it is not of course a continuous inner reflecting, in which experiences posited in the specific sense were to be grasped as existing, seen, and actually objectified. Among experiences there are some that stand out, called immanent reflex ions, more specifically immanent perceptions, which as directed upon their objects apprehend being actually and posited. Beside these, among the same experiences, there are perceptions that point to a transcendent object, that similarly posit being, the so-called external perceptions. Perception in the normal sense of the word does not only indicate generally that this or that thing appears to the ego in embodied presence, but that the ego is aware of the appearing thing, grasps it as really being there, and posits it. This actuality of the act of positing it as being there is, in accordance with previous findings, neutralized in the perceptive consciousness of an image. With the glance turned towards the image, not towards that of which it is the copy, we do not apprehend anything real, wirkliches, as object, but an image, a fiction. The apprehension has the actuality of the directing activity, but is not real, wirklich, apprehension, but mere apprehension in the modified form of the as if, gleichsam, the positing is not actual positing, but modified into the as if. Through withdrawal of the mental glance from the fiction, the attentional actuality of the neutralized position passes over into potentiality, the image still appears, but is not observed, in the mode of the as if it is not apprehended. In the essential nature of this situation and its potentiality there lie possibilities for actual directings of the mental glance, which, however, never give rise here to actualities in the way of positing. The conditions are similar when we compare actual, not neutral, really positing, recollections with those in which that which is remembered, through a diverting of the glance perhaps, still appears indeed, but is no longer actually posited. The potentiality of the positing of that which still appears here means that through the actuality of attention there spring forth not only apprehending cogitationes in general, but such as in all strictness really, wirklich, apprehend and actually posit. In the neutrality modifications of memories, i.e., in mere fancies, we have once again the attentional potentialities of which the transformation into actualities gives acts, cogitationes, indeed, but wholly neutralized acts, doxic positings after the mode of the as if. We are aware of the fancied object not as really present, past, or future, it only hovers, as that which possesses no posited actuality. No mere directing of the glance can set this neutrality aside, just as little as in other cases it can generate positional actuality. Every perception, let the observation still serve us for further illustration, has its perceptual background. The specifically apprehended thing has its environment, which appears perceptively with it, lacking all special placing in the sphere of that which is out there, yet adjusted to the nature of the environed thing. It too is an environment that really is, and it is a feature of our awareness of it that it is intrinsically possible for actual glances that functionally posit being to direct themselves towards it. It is in a certain measure a unity of potential positings. So it is with memory in respect of its background of recollection, or also with perception, or, it may be, memory in respect of its fringe of retentions and protensions, of recollections that hark back and recollections that anticipate, which, in greater or less abundance, and changing off and on their grade of clearness, press forward, but do not pass into actual thetic form. In all these cases the actualization of the potential positings necessarily leads through corresponding directings of the mental glance, attentional actuality, to further and yet further actual positings, and this belongs to the essence of these situations. But if we pass over to the parallel neutrality modifications, everything translates itself into the modification of the as if, even the potentiality itself. The image object or fancy object has also, and necessarily, attentional backgrounds. Again, the word background is a title for potential directions of interest and apprehensions. But the fixing of the interest in the direction of reality does not lead on principle to positings, but always only to positings of the modified kind. Similar considerations, and the point is one that still specially interests us, apply to the modal variations of the specific theses of belief, the doxic primary theses, to the presumptions, suggestions, questions, and so forth, and similarly to denials and affirmations. The correlates in them of which we are conscious, the possibility, probability, nullity, and the like, can undergo doxic positing, and at the same time specific objectivation, but whilst we live in the presuming, questioning, rejecting, affirming, and the like, we carry out no doxic primary theses, though we do indeed carry out other theses in the sense of a necessary generalization of the concept, namely, presumption theses, questionability theses, denial theses, and so forth. But we can always pass the corresponding doxic judgments, the ideal possibility of bringing to actuality the potential theses involved in them has its ground in the essential nature of the phenomenological situation. Point 11. This actualization, again, when it deals from the outset with actual theses, always leads to actual theses as potentially involved in the initial theses. If we translate the initial theses into the speech of neutrality, potentiality is translated into the same speech. If in mere fancy we presume, ask questions, and the like, all our previous conclusions still hold good, but with a changed signature. All the doxic theses and modalities of being derived from the original act or the actnoema, and through the possible shiftings of the focus of attention, are now neutralized. 114. Further concerning neutrality modification and the potentiality of the theses. The difference between non-neutral and neutral consciousness, if we are to follow the analyses we have made, concerns conscious experiences not merely in the attentional modus of the cogito, but also in that of attentional subfocal actuality. It then makes itself felt in the twofold demeanor of these backgrounds of consciousness on the occasion of their attentional transformation into foregrounds, or, to speak more strictly, on their transformation into attentional actualities wherewith the original experience passes over into a doxic cogito, indeed into a protodoxa. Naturally this is possible under all circumstances, for it belongs to the essential nature of every intentional experience that it can glance towards its noses as well as its noemata, the neomatically constituted objectivities and their predicates, positing and apprehending them after the way of the protodoxa. The situation, as we may also put it, is this, that the neutrality modification is not a specific modification attached to the actual theses, the only ones that are truly theses, but concerns a fundamentally essential peculiarity of all consciousness generally, which finds expression in a certain attitude towards actual protodoxic positionality or non-positionality. Whence the necessity of exhibiting it in the actual primary positings or in the modification they undergo. More closely described, our topic is as follows. Consciousness generally, of whatever kind and form it may be, is traversed by a radical cleavage. In the first place there belongs, as we know, to every consciousness in which the pure ego does not from the outset live as bringing it about, which therefore has not from the outset the form of the cogito, the essentially possible modification which transfers it into this form. Now there are two fundamental possibilities connected with the way in which consciousness is brought about within the modus cogito, or otherwise expressed. To every cogito there belongs a counterpart that exactly corresponds with it, and is such that its noema possesses in the parallel cogito its exactly corresponding counter-noema. The relation of the parallel acts consists in this, that one of the two is a real, wirklicher, act, the cogito a real, really positing, cogito, whereas the other is the shadow of an act improperly so called, a cogito that does not really posit. The one really affects something, the other is the mere reflection of an effect. Corresponding to this we have the radical difference of the correlates, on the one side the constituted noematic effect which has the character of the unmodified, real effect, on the other the mere thought of the exactly corresponding effect. The real and the modified correspond idealiter with absolute precision, and yet have not the same essential nature. For the modification is transferred to the essence, to the primordial essence there corresponds its counter-essence as a shadow of the same essence. In the metaphorical speech concerning shadows, reflection, and image, there should of course be no suggestion of mere illusion or deceitful intention, for thereby real acts or positional correlates would be given. Nor need the warning be renewed against the other tendency so ready to hand, to confuse the modification here in question with the fancy modification which likewise creates for every experience as the present phase of experience in the inner consciousness of time a counterpart, its own fancy image. The radical separation of intentional experiences into two classes, which are to one another as reality to the ineffectual mirroring of the noematic function, proclaims its meaning to us here, as we leave the doxic domain, in the following fundamental propositions. Every cogito is in itself either a primary form of doxic positing or not. But by virtue of a system of laws, which again belong to the essential nature of consciousness in its basic generality, every cogito can be transferred to a primary positing of a doxic type. But only in complex ways, and in particular as follows: every thetic character in the broadest sense of the term, which constitutes itself as correlate of a noetic thesis, used here in a correspondingly broad sense, in the noema of the cogito to which it belongs, undergoes transformation into an ontic character, and therewith takes on the form of a modality of being with the very widest range of meaning. In this way the character of probable, which is the noematic correlate of presumption, and indeed specifically of the act character of the thesis of presumption as such, changes into probable being. Likewise the noematic character of the questionable, this specific correlate of the thesis of questionability, changes into the form of questionable being, the correlate of negation into the form of non-being, all of these mere forms which have, so to speak, taken on the stamp of the actual primary doxic thesis. But this reaches farther still. We shall be finding ground for extending the thetic concept to cover all act spheres, and therefore also for speaking, for instance, of pleasure theses, wish theses, will theses, with their noematic correlatives, pleasing, wished for, as it practically should be, and the like. These correlates also, through the transfer, possible a priori, of the act in question into a primary doxic thesis, assume the form of modalities of being with an extremely extended range of meaning, thus pleasing, wished for, as it should be, and so forth, become predicible, for in the actual positing of the root belief we are conscious of these as being pleasing, wished for, and so forth. 12 But, in these examples, we are to understand the transfer as implying that it preserves the noema of the original experience in its whole essential quality, with this sole exception, that the mode of presentation of data will have changed with the transfer in some law-conforming way. This point, however, will need to be further developed. Point 13. The two cases are radically distinguished in this respect, that the protodoxa, as the case may be, is either a real, so to speak a really believed belief, or else its nerveless counterpart, mere supposal, of being simpliciter, possible being, and so forth. What results, through processes of inward change from that doxic transformation of the original experience, whether developments of its noematic constituents into real primary doxic positings, or an unfolding into protodoxic neutralities exclusively, that is predetermined with absolute rigor through the essential nature of the intentional experience in question. Thus from the outset a firm conceptual system of potential ontical positings is traced in the very essence of every conscious experience, and indeed, following the prefigured articulation of the consciousness in question, a field of possible real positings or of possible neutral shadow positings. And again, consciousness in general is so articulated as to be of a twofold type, original and shadow, positional and neutral consciousness. The distinguishing feature of the one is that its doxic potentiality leads to real positing doxic acts, and of the other that it gives rise only to the shadow pictures of such acts, only to neutrality modifications of the same, in other words, that it contains in its noematic constitution nothing that can be doxically grasped, or, which amounts to the same thing, no real, wirkliches, noema, but only its counter-image. Moreover, neutral experiences are restricted just to one form of doxic positionality, that which belongs to them as data of the immanent time consciousness, determining them as the modified consciousness of a modified noema. The expressions positional and neutral should from now on serve our terminological needs. Every experience, whether it has the form of the cogito, whether it is or is not in any special sense act, comes under this opposition. Thus positionality does not imply the presence of a real position or the performing act through which it is established, it expresses only a certain potential capacity for carrying out actual acts of doxic positing. Yet let us include under the concept of positional experience the case in which an experience is from the outset a position already established, a suggestion which is less likely to give offense as to each completed positing there belongs a plurality of potential positings. The difference between positionality and neutrality expresses, as has been already shown, no property peculiar to belief positings only, no mere kind of belief modification such as presuming, questioning, and the like, or, in other directions, assuming, denying, affirming, thus not the intentional variations of a primary modus of belief in the pregnant sense of the term. It is in fact, as we had stated in advance, a distinction in the nature of consciousness of a universal kind, but one which in the course of our analysis appears, and on good grounds, to be connected with the distinction already specially indicated in the narrow sphere of the doxic cogito between positional, i.e., actual, real, belief and its neutral counterpart, the mere supposal. Indeed, there has been revealed highly remarkable and deep-lying interconnections of an essential nature between the act characters of belief and all other kinds of act characters, and therefore all types of consciousness generally. 115. Applications. The extended concept of act. Act fulfillments and impulses to act. It is important to take into account again some observations already made. Point 14. The cogito in general is explicit intentionality. The concept of intentional experience generally already presupposes the opposition between potentiality and actuality, and that in its quite general meaning, in so far as it is only in the transition to the explicit cogito and in reflection on experience that has not been made explicit and on its noetic noematic constituents, that we are able to know that it conceals within itself intentionalities, or noemata which are peculiar to it. Consider, for instance, the consciousness of the unobserved but subsequently observable background in perception, memory, and so forth. The explicit intentional experience is a completed I think. But the same I think can also pass over into an unfulfilled condition through changes in the process of attention. The experience of a fulfilled perception, a fulfilled judgment, feeling, or volition, does not disappear when the attention turns exclusively to something new, and the ego consequently lives exclusively in a new cogito. The earlier cogito rings off, sinks into obscurity, but it still continues to experience a modified form of being. Similarly, cogitationes in the background of experience press their way up, sometimes following the path of recollection or neutrally modified, sometimes unmodified. For instance, a belief, a real belief, stirs within us. We already believe before we know it. Under certain conditions likewise movements of pleasure or displeasure, desires, even resolves, are already lively before we live in them, before we carry out the cogito proper, before the ego gets busy judging, pleasing, desiring, willing. Thus the cogito indicates in fact, and from the start it is as such that we have introduced the concept, the act proper of perceiving, judging, pleasing, and so forth. But on the other hand, the whole structure of experience in the cases described, with all its theses and noematic characters, remains the same, though it lacks this developed actuality. Let us then separate more clearly fulfilled acts from acts that are not fulfilled. The latter are either acts that have missed fulfillment or impulses to act, anitragunjan. We could also, quite well use the last word quite generally for acts that are not fulfilled. Such impulsive stirrings are lived with all their intentionalities, but the ego does not live in them as a fulfilling subject. Thereby the concept of act is extended in a definite and wholly indispensable sense. The fulfilled acts, or, as in a certain respect it is better to call them, in respect of the fact, namely, that we are here dealing with processes, the acts in process of fulfillment, compose what in the broadest sense we term attitudes, stellionomen, whilst the reference to attitudes in the pregnant sense of the term points back to consolidated, fundeerd, acts in ways to be discussed more fully at a later stage, for instance, to attitudes of hate, or of the hater to the hatred, which, on its side, has already been constituted for consciousness within noses of a lower level as a person or thing which is out there, attitude, affirmative or negative, to the claim to have being, and the like, would likewise belong here. It is now clear that acts in the broader sense, just as in the case of the specific cogitationes, carry with them the differences between neutrality and positionality, which already prior to the transformation into cogitationes are noematically and thetically effective, only that we first perceive these effects through acts in the narrower sense, through cogitationes. The positings, which may be positings in the modus of the as if, are already really present in them together with the noses as a whole to which these positings belong, the ideal condition being presupposed that they do not, sympathetically with the transformation, enrich their intention and otherwise get altered. In any case we can exclude these changes, and also especially the intentional enrichments and reshapings which pass into the flow of experience after the transformation. Throughout our whole series of discussions under the title Neutrality, the doxic positings had a privileged place. Neutrality was indicated under the rubric potentiality. Everything rested on this, that every thetic act character generally, every act-intention, example the intention in pleasure-giving valuation and will, the specific character of the positing act in pleasing and in willing, conceals in its essential being a character of the genus doxic thesis, which coincides with it in certain ways. According as the act intention concerned is not neutralized or is neutralized, so is it with the doxic thesis included in it, here thought of as the primary or proto-thesis. This preference given to the doxic primary thesis will be less marked in the analyses that follow. It will be clear that the conformity to law in the realm of essences which we have brought out in our inquiries demands closer determination so far as firstly and in general the doxic modalities, in the specific sense which also includes assumptions, must replace or represent the doxic primary theses as the doxic theses included in all theses. But within this general preference for doxic modalities, the doxic primary thesis, the certainty that marks belief, has the quite special advantage that these modalities themselves must be transformed into theses of belief, so that once again all neutrality has its indicator in the doxic potentiality, and in the quite special meaning which it bears in relation to the primary thesis. The manner in which the doxic in general covers all the varieties of the thetic will in this connection receive its closer determination. Point 15. Now the propositions which have been set down provisionally in their widest generality, lacking though they may be in certain respects, and made really clear only in special act spheres, need for their foundation a broader basis. So far we have not discussed at all deeply the parallelism of noesis and noema in all the intentional domains. This main theme of the present section of the book brings its own motive to bear in urging the extension of the analysis. In carrying out this extension, what we have set out in general concerning the neutrality modification will at the same time be confirmed and completed. 116. Transition to new analyses. The secondary noeses and their noematic correlates. So far we have been studying a series of general features in the structure of noses and noemata within a large and yet very limited framework. Our studies, to be sure, have been on a very modest scale, and have not gone farther than was required for bringing these features into relief, and for realizing our leading aim, that, namely, of providing a general yet significant idea of the groups of problems which the universal twin theme noesis and noema brings with it. Our studies, despite the manifold complications they draw into their analyses, were concerned only with a mere underflow of the stream of experience, to which belong those intentionalities which are still of a relatively simple structure. If we accept the anticipatory reflex ions in which we last indulged, we selected by preference sensory intuitions, in particular those of appearing realities, as also the sensory presentations which are derived from these intuitions through dimming their brightness, yet are of course united with them through community of kind. The common genus is indicated by the term presentation, though we also considered all the phenomena which essentially belong to these presentations, such as the reflective intuitions and presentations generally of which the objects are no longer sensory things. 16 The universal range within which our results are valid, suggested indeed by the very way in which we have ordered the inquiry, leaving the feeling that whatever might bind us to the lower domain had subsidiary significance thrusts itself upon us as soon as we extend the limits of our research. We then see that all the differences between a central core of meaning, a notion which certainly requires further analysis, and the thetic characters which group themselves about it recur, and so likewise do all modifications which, like those of representation, attention, neutralization, invade the central meaning along their own lines, whilst leaving it none the less its identical character. We can now proceed along two different directions, leading on both sides to intentionalities which are grounded in presentations, either in the direction of the noetic syntheses, or in that which leads us up to novel though secondary types of positings. If we follow this latter direction, we come across, as the first and simplest possible, free, that is, from syntheses either at the lower or higher levels, the affective, appetitive, volitional noses which are based on presentations, perceptions, memories, symbols, and so forth, and clearly display in their structure the evidences of a stratified formation. In dealing with acts in their entirety, we now give priority everywhere to the positional forms, not thereby excluding the neutral substrata, since what is to be said of them also holds good in a sufficiently modified form of the corresponding neutralizations. For example, an aesthetic pleasure is grounded in a neutrality consciousness of perceptive or reproductive content, gehalt, a joy or sorrow in a non-neutralized belief or a modality of belief, a voluntary desire or aversion likewise, but related to something valued as pleasant, beautiful, and the like, and so forth. What interests us here, before we enter at all into the divisions of this structure, is that with the new noetic phases, new noematic phases, on the correlative side, also appear. On the one side appear new characters, analogous to the modes of belief, but themselves possessing at the same time, in their new content, the capacity for being doxologically posited. On the other side, new varieties of formative synthesis unite with the correspondingly new varieties of phase, there is constituted a new meaning which is based upon that of the underlying noesis, and at the same time envelopes it. The new meaning introduces a totally new dimension of meaning. With it there is constituted no new determining marks of the mere material, sessury, but values of the material's qualities of value, or concrete objectified values, beauty and ugliness, goodness and badness, or the object for use, the work of art, the machine, the book, the action, the deed, and so forth. Moreover, every full experience of the higher level also shows in its full correlate a structure similar to that which we perceived, erst, at the lowest level of gnosis. In the noema of the higher level the valued as such is as it were a meaning nucleus girt about with nouthetic characters. The valuable, the pleasing, joyous, etc., are similar in function to the possible, probable, or again, as the case may be, to the not at all, or the yes indeed, although it would be perverse to give it a place in the series. Further, the consciousness in respect of this new character is once again a positional consciousness. The valuable can be doxically posited as being valuable. The state of being, seiend, which belongs to the valuable as its characterization can be thought of also as modalized, as can every state of being or certainty. The consciousness is then a consciousness of possible value. The matter, sach, only suggests itself as valuable, or again, we are aware of it as probably valuable, or as not valuable. Here the meaning does not go so far as valueless, as bad, ugly, and the like. What is expressed in the not valuable is simply the cancelling of the valuable. All such modifications affect the consciousness of value. The valuing gnosis, not in a mere external way, but inwardly, and the same remark applies to the noemata also, cf. below, p. 244. We find again a variety of deep-reaching changes in the form of the modifications of attention, according as, in keeping with the multiplicity of essential possibilities, the attentive glance traverses the different intentional strata to the matter alluded to and its phases beyond a coherent system of modifications with which we are already acquainted as the lower level, but then also onto the values, the established distinctions of the higher level through the apprehensions which constitute them, and again to the noemata as such, to their characters, or, in the other act of reflection, to the gnosis, and all this in the different specific modes of attention, marginal observation, non-observation, and the like. The attempt to unravel these complicated structures sharply and clearly, and to clarify them adequately, necessitates exceedingly difficult inquiries. We must ask, for instance, how formative syntheses of value are related to those of fact, how the new noematic characterizations, good, beautiful, and so forth, stand to the modalities of belief, how they group themselves systematically in series and divisions, and many similar questions. 117. The secondary theses and conclusion of the doctrine of the modifications of the neutralizing process. The general concept of theses. We have still to consider the relation of the new noetic and noematic strata of consciousness to the neutralizing process. We connected this modification with doxic positionality. This, as we can easily convince ourselves, plays, in point of fact, that part in the stratum now specially before us which we ascribe to it in advance in the most extended act sphere, and have specially discussed in that of the modalities of judgment. In the consciousness of presumption, the presumable, the probable lies included positionally, and so also the pleasant in the consciousness of pleasure, the joyous in the consciousness of joy, and so forth. It lies therein, i.e., it is available for doxic positing, and therefore it is predicible. Accordingly every feeling consciousness, Getmitsbewusstsein, with its new kind of secondary feeling gnosis comes under the concept of positional consciousness, as we had recast this concept, in relation to doxic positionalities, and lastly to positional certainties. But on closer view we shall have to say that in relating the neutrality modification to the doxic positionality, important as are the insights upon which the relating rests, we have in a certain sense taken a roundabout way. Let us first be clear on this point, that acts of pleasure, whether performed or not, likewise acts of feeling, gemut, and will of every kind, are acts, intentional experiences, and that thereto belongs in its place, jouiles, the intentio, the attitude. Otherwise expressed, they are in a very wide but essentially unitary sense positings, only not of the doxic kind. We casually remarked above, and quite correctly, that act characters generally are theses in an extended sense of the term, and only in a special sense belief theses or modalities of the same. The essential analogy of the specific pleasure noses with the belief positings is manifest, likewise that of the wish and will noses, and so forth. In valuing also, in wishing and in willing, something is posited, quite apart from the doxic positionality which lies in them. That indeed is the source also of all the parallel relatings of the different types of consciousness and of all classifications of the same. Strictly, the modes of positing, set sungsarten, were the things classified. It belongs to the essence of every intentional experience, whatever else may be found in its concrete make-up, to possess at least one positing characteristic, one thesis, as a rule several bound together in a dependency scheme. In this plurality one is then necessarily the archon, so to speak, uniting all others in itself and dominating them throughout. The highest generic unity which unites all these specific act characters, these positing characters, does not exclude essential and generic differences. Thus the effective positings are related to the doxic as positings, but do not by any means belong so intimately together as do all the modalities of belief. With the generic community, in essence, of all positional characters, that of its noematic positional correlates, of the thetic characters in the noematic sense, and if we take the latter with its broader noematic foundations, the essential community of all positions, satsa, is eo ipso given. But therein in the last resort are grounded those analogies which have at all times been felt to hold between general logic, general theory of value, and ethics, which, when pursued into their farthest depths, lead to the constituting of general formal disciplines on lines parallel to the above, formal logic, formal axiology, and the formal theory of practice. Point 17. Thus we are led back to the generalized heading, thesis, to which we now refer the following proposition. Every consciousness is either actually or potentially thetic. The earlier adopted concept, that of actual positing, and with it that of positionality, undergoes thereby a corresponding extension. As a consequence, our doctrine concerning the neutralizing process and its relation to positionality is transferred to the concept of the thesis in its extended form. Thus the general modification which we call the neutralizing belongs to the thetic consciousness generally, whether it be fully carried out or not, and indeed directly in the following way. On the one hand we have characterized the positional theses by this feature, that they are either actual theses or may be translated into such, that they accordingly have noemata that can be posited as real, can be actually posited in the extended sense. In opposition to these we have the as-if theses, the theses improperly so called, the ineffectual mirrorings, incapable of carrying on any actual thetic functions in respect of their noemata even when neutralized. The difference between neutrality and positionality runs parallel to that between noetic and noematic, and in the form in which it is here understood it concerns all sorts of thetic characters directly, without taking the way round through the positions, in the narrow and alone current meaning of the word primary doxic positings, yet through which alone it can authenticate itself. But this means that the priority assigned to these special doxic positings has its deep positive basis. In the light of our analyses it is precisely the doxic modalities, and in particular the primary doxic thesis, that of the certainty of belief, which have the unique advantage of covering through their positional potentiality the whole sphere of consciousness. Every thesis of whatever genus can, in conformity with essential laws, and through the doxic characterizations which belong inalienably to its essential nature, be transformed into an actual doxic positing. A positional act posits, but whatever be the quality of its positing it posits doxically, whatever is posited through it in other modes is posited also as being, only not as actually being. And yet actuality can, in essence, be produced by way of an operation that remains possible in principle. Every statement, sats, every statement of a wish, for instance, can therefore be transformed into a doxic statement, and it is then in a certain way both in one, at once a doxic statement and the statement of a wish. In this connection the scheme of essential order, as we have already pointed out, is at first this, that the prerogative of the doxic pertains properly and in its universal bearing to doxic modalities also. For every affective experience, every valuation, wish, and will is characterized in itself either as being certain or as being suggested, or as a presumptive or doubtful valuing, wishing, or willing. 18 Value, for instance, when our standpoint is not that of the doxic modalities of position, is precisely not actually posited in its doxic character. We become aware of value in valuing, of the pleasant in pleasure, of the joyous in rejoicing, but sometimes so that in valuing we are not quite sure, or that the matter only suggests itself as valuable, as perhaps valuable, whilst we still refrain from taking sides in the valuations we pass upon it. When we live ourselves into such modifications of the valuing consciousness, we do not need to take the doxic point of view. But we can do so if we become absorbed in the suggestion thesis, and then pass over into the corresponding thesis of belief, which, taken predicatively, assumes the form, the matter should be worthwhile, or, if we turn to the noetic side and to the valuing ego, it suggests itself to me as valuable, perhaps valuable. Similarly for other modalities. All thetic characters harbor doxic modalities of this kind, and when the modus is that of certainty, doxic primary theses which, on lines of noematic meaning, coincide with the thetic characters. But since this also holds for the doxic variations, doxic primary theses are also present in every act, but no longer, as before, noematically coincident. We can therefore also say, every act, as also every act correlate, harbors explicitly or implicitly a logical factor. It can always be made logically explicit, by means, namely, of the essential generality of the action whereby the noetic stratum of the act of expression attaches itself to all that is noetic, or that of the expression itself to all that is noematic. Whereby it is evident that with the transition to the neutrality modification the expressing act itself and what it expresses are as such neutralized. It results from all this that all acts generally even the acts of feeling and will are objectifying acts, original factors in the constituting of objects, the necessary sources of different regions of being and of the ontologies that belong therewith. For example, the valuing consciousness constitutes over against the mere world of positivity the typically new axiological objectivity, a being of a new region, so far at any rate as actual doxic theses in virtue of the intrinsic nature of the valuing consciousness generally are indicated in advance as ideal possibilities which give prominence to objectivities with a new type of content values as intended in the valuing consciousness. In acts of feeling they are effectively intended, they come, through actualizing the doxic content, Gehalt, of these acts, to forms of being meant that are first doxic and then expressly logical. Every act consciousness which is not doxically carried out is, as non-dosic, a potentially objectifying function, only the doxic cogito actually exercises an objectifying function. Here lies the deepest of the sources for shedding light on the universality of the logical, in the last resort that of the predicative judgment, to which we must add the stratum of meaningful expression which we have not yet subjected to closer study, and from that standpoint we can also understand the ultimate ground for the universality of the supremacy of logic itself. Proceeding further, we grasp the possibility, indeed the necessity, of formal and material noetic disciplines, or, alternatively, of noematic and ontological disciplines essentially related to the intentionality of feeling and will. We shall take up this theme later, as we must first fill up certain gaps in our inquiry. 19. 118. Syntheses of consciousness. Syntactic forms. If we now look along the second of the two directions indicated above 20 on the forms of synthetic consciousness, there appear within our horizon various ways of constructing experiences through an intentional connection, which, as essential possibilities, belong partly to all intentional experiences generally, partly to the peculiar features of special types of these experiences. One consciousness is bound up with another, not only in a merely general way, but so as to constitute one consciousness, of which the correlate is one noema, and this on its own side is grounded in the noemata of the noses that are linked together. We have not had in view here the unity of the immanent time consciousness, although we must not forget it, seeing that it is the all-enveloping unity of all the experiences of a stream of experience, and indeed a unity of consciousness that binds consciousness with consciousness. Any single experience we may select shapes itself within a continuous original time consciousness as a unity stretched out in phenomenological time. Adopting a suitable reflective standpoint, we are able to note the mode of conscious presentation of the stretches of experience which belong to the different sections of experienced duration, and subsequently to state that the whole consciousness which constitutes this unity of duration is continuously compounded out of sections in which the sections of the duration as we experience them are constituted, and that the noses, therefore, do not only unite together, but constitute one noesis with one noema, that of the filled duration of experience, which is grounded in the noemata of the united noses. And what holds good for a single experience, holds good also for the whole stream of experience. Foreign to each other as experiences may essentially be, they constitute themselves collectively into one time stream, as members of the one phenomenological time. Meanwhile we have expressly excluded this primary synthesis of the original time consciousness, which is not to be conceived as an active and discrete synthesis, with the forms of inquiry which belong to it. The syntheses we wish now to speak of are not those to be found within this time consciousness, but within the limits of time itself, of concretely filled phenomenological time, or, what comes to the same thing, the syntheses of the experiences plain and simple, taken as we have so far always taken them as unities having duration, as perishing processes in the stream of experience, which is itself no other than the filled phenomenological time. On the other hand, we are not proposing to discuss, most important though they certainly are, the continuous syntheses, such, for instance, as essentially belong to every consciousness that constitutes the thinghood of things in space. We shall have ample opportunity later of getting to know these syntheses more closely. We turn our interest rather to the articulated syntheses, to the distinctive ways in which discrete, discontinuous acts are bound together in an articulated unity, in the unity of a synthetic act of a higher order. We do not refer to a continuous synthesis as an act of higher order. 21 The unity, noetic, as also noematic and objective, belongs rather to the same grade as that which is unified. It is, moreover, easy to see that much matter of a general bearing to be developed in the following pages applies to continuous syntheses in the same way as it does to articulated, or polythetic, syntheses. As examples of synthetic acts of a higher grade, we may cite in the sphere of the will that refers beyond for the sake of another, and likewise in that of acts of feeling, the pleasure that refers beyond, the rejoicing with regard to, or, as we can likewise say, for another's sake. And so with all similar act events in connection with the different types of act. Manifestly all acts that indicate a preference also belong here. We propose to subject to closer consideration another and in a certain sense universal group of syntheses. It includes collective, taking together, disjunctive, concerning the this or that, explicative, relating syntheses, and generally the whole series of syntheses which determine the formal ontological forms in conformity with the pure forms of the synthetic objectivities constituted within them, and on the other hand, with respect to the structure of the noematic creations, are reflected back in the apophantic meaning forms of formal logic, the logic of propositions noematically oriented. Throughout, the relation to formal ontology and logic already indicates that we are there concerned with an essentially closed group of syntheses, possessing in respect of the kinds of experience to be united, which on their side also should be noetic unities of any degree of complexity, a range of possible application that is illimitably universal. 119. Transformation of polythetic into monothetic acts. With regard to all kinds of articulated syntheses of polythetic acts, we must first observe the following. Every synthetically unitary consciousness, however many special theses and syntheses it may involve, possesses the total object which belongs to it as a synthetically unitary consciousness. We call it a total object in contrast with the objects which belong intentionally to the lower or higher grade members of the synthesis, so far as they all contribute to it on the principle of consolidated grounding, Fundierung, and find their place within it. Every noesis, with its own distinctive form of self-limitation, though it be a dependent stratum, contributes its quota to the constitution of the total object, just as, for instance, the valuing phase, which is dependent, as it is necessarily grounded in a consciousness of the positive material concerned, constitutes the objective value stratum, that of the quality of value. Among new strata such as the above must also be reckoned the specifically synthetic strata among the syntheses of consciousness previously indicated as the most universal, i.e., all the forms which specifically spring from the synthetic consciousness as such, the forms of union, and the synthetic forms which attach to the component members themselves, in so far as they are included in the synthesis. Within the synthetic consciousness, we said, there is constituted a synthetic total object. But it is objective in a quite different sense from that in which the constituted object of a plain thesis is so. The synthetic consciousness or the pure ego within it has many rays turned upon its object, the plainthetic consciousness has only one such ray. Synthetic collecting is a plural consciousness, it is just one and one taken together. Likewise within a primitive relating consciousness the relation is constituted as a twofold positing. And similarly everywhere. Every such many-rayed, polythetic, constitution of synthetic objectivities which are essentially such that originally we can be aware of them only synthetically possesses the essential law-conforming possibility of transforming the many-rayed object of awareness into one that is simply one-rayed, of rendering objective in the specific sense and in a monothetic act what is synthetically constituted in the many-rayed object. Thus the synthetically constituted collection is objective in a special sense. It becomes the object of a plain doxic thesis through the back reference of a plain thesis to the primitively constituted collection referred to above, through a peculiar noetic attachment of a thesis to the synthesis. In other words, the plural consciousness can be essentially translated into a singular consciousness, which withdraws the plurality from it as one object, a something single. The plurality on its side can now be united with other pluralities and previous objects placed in relation to them, and so forth. The situation is clearly the same for the disjunctive consciousness, built up as it is on a pattern wholly analogous to that of the collective consciousness, and for its ontic or noematic correlates as the case may be. Likewise out of the relating consciousness the originally and synthetically constituted relation can be taken in the form of a plain thesis attached thereto and made into an object in the special sense, and as such compared with other relations, and generally employed as a subject of predicates. But we must further make it completely self-evident that the simply objectified and the synthetically unitary are really the same, and that the thesis or extracted relation which comes after does not add anything of its own to the synthetic consciousness, but just takes what the latter gives. What is manifestly also self-evident is the essentially different mode of presentation. In logic this conformity with law proclaims itself through the law of denominative equivalence, according to which there corresponds to every proposition and to every distinguishable formal part of it a denominative expression. To the statement itself, let us say S is P, corresponds the denominative that clause. For instance, in the subject place of new propositions we have being P corresponding to the is P, similarity corresponding to the relational form similar, plurality to the plural form, and so forth. Point 22. The concepts which have sprung out of the denominative reductions, conceived as exclusively determined through the pure forms, make up formal categorical modifications of the idea of objectivity generally, and supply the fundamental conceptual material of formal ontology, and included therein all formal mathematical disciplines. This statement is of crucial importance for understanding the relation of formal logic as apophantic logic to formal ontology in its universal form. 120. Positionality and neutrality in the sphere of the syntheses. All strict syntheses, and we had such continually before us, are built up on simple theses, the word being understood in that general sense which we have fixed above as embracing all intentions, all act characters, and they themselves are theses of a higher level. 23 All our conclusions concerning actuality, focal and marginal, concerning neutrality and positionality can be transferred accordingly, and no long words are needed to show this to the syntheses. On the other hand, a closer inquiry would here be needed to determine the various relations in which the positionality and neutrality of the basic theses stand to that of the theses grounded upon them. It is clear generally, and not only for the specially grounded acts we call syntheses, that one cannot say offhand that a positional thesis of a higher grade presupposes only positional theses at the lower grades. So too an actual essential insight is a positional and not a neutralized act, grounded in some illustrative intuiting consciousness which on its side can very well be a neutral, a fancy consciousness. The conditions are similar for an aesthetic pleasure in respect of the object of pleasure being manifested, and for a positional representative consciousness in respect of the representing image. If we turn now to consider the group of syntheses that interests us, we recognize at once that in it every synthesis is dependent, so far as its positional character is concerned, on that of the grounding noses, more exactly, that it is positional, and can be so only, when all the subtheses are positional, and neutral when they are not this. The collective function, for instance, is either really collective or collective in the mode of the as if, it is really, or else in neutralized form, thetic. In the one case all the acts related to the single members of the collection are real theses, and not so in the other case. Similar conditions obtain in regard to all the other syntheses of the class reflected in the logical syntactics. Pure neutrality can never function for positional theses, it must at least undergo the transformation into suppositions, into hypothetical antecedent or consequent clauses, into hypothetically supposited denominatives, as the pseudo-Dionysius, for instance, and other similar expressions. 121. The doxic syntactics in the spheres of feeling and will. If we now ask how the syntheses of this group find expression in the syntactic forms of stated meanings, which the logical theory of positional forms systematically develops, the reply is ready to hand. There are in fact, so the answer runs, doxic syntheses, or, as we can also say, in recollection of the logico-grammatical syntactical forms which take their impress, doxic syntactics. As belonging to the specific essence of doxic acts, we may cite the syntactic and together with the plural forms, and the syntactic or and the positing, as a relating act, of a predicate on the basis of a subject positing, and so forth. No one doubts that belief and judgment in the logical sense belong closely to each other, even if one does not propose to identify them, and that syntheses of belief, Glaubenssynthesen, find their expression in the forms of stated meaning. Correct as this is, one can clearly perceive that this way of putting it does not bring out the whole truth. These syntheses and, or, if, or because, and thus, in brief the syntheses which at first present themselves as doxic, are by no means merely doxic. It is a fundamental fact 24 that such syntheses also belong to the strict essential nature of the non-doxic theses, and in the following sense. There is undoubtedly such a thing as collective joy, collective pleasure, collective will, and so forth. Or, as I am accustomed to express it, there is besides the doxic end, the logical, also an axiological and practical end. The same is true of the word or, and all the syntheses therewith connected. For example, the mother who glances lovingly at her little flock embraces each child singly and all together in one act of love. The unity of a collective act of love is not a love and a collective presentation to that end, though the latter may be attached to love as its necessary foundation. Loving is itself collective, it is as many rate as the presentation, and perhaps the plural judging which underlies it. We should speak in precisely the same direct way of a plural loving as of a plural presenting or judging. The syntactical forms enter into the essential being of acts of feeling, namely, into the thetic layer specifically peculiar to them. This cannot here be developed for all syntheses, we must be content with the indication offered by the example just given. But let us recall the essential and intimate affinity between doxic theses and theses generally, which we inquired into above. In every thesis generally, in accord with that which when functioning as a love intention, for instance, it noematically affects, there lies concealed a doxic thesis running parallel to it. Manifestly the parallelism between the syntactical forms which belong to the sphere of the doxic thesis and those that belong to all other theses, the parallelism between the doxic and, or, and so forth, and the value possessing and purposive, is a special case of the same essential and intimate affinity. For the synthetic acts of feeling synthetic, namely, in respect of the syntactical forms here discussed, constitute synthetic objectivities of feeling, which come through corresponding acts to explicit objectification. The beloved group of children as object of affection is a collective object, which means, applying what we have considered above to the matter of the correlative, not only a positive collective object and a love directed to it, but a collective object of love. Just as noetically a ray of love proceeding from the ego splits up into a bundle of rays, each of which is directed towards a single object, so too there are distributed over the collective object of affection as such as many noematic characters of love as there are objects collected at the time, and there are as many positional characters which combine synthetically into the noematic unity of a positional character. We see that all these syntactical forms are parallel forms, i.e., that they belong as much to the acts of feeling, gamut, themselves, with their specific components of feeling and syntheses of feeling, as to the doxic positionalities which run parallel to them and share the same essential nature, and may be extracted from them through suitable glancings towards the upper and lower levels at the moment. Naturally this can be transferred, mutatis mutandis, from the noetical to the noematical sphere. The axiological and essentially conceals in itself a doxic, and every axiological syntactical form of the group here considered a logical factor, just as every plain noematic correlate contains within itself a that which is, or some other modality of being, and as its substratum the form of something and the forms which otherwise belong to it. And at all times it is a matter of essentially possible special directings of the mental glance and of thetic or synthetic doxic modes of procedure included herewith to shape out of an act of feeling in which we live, so to speak, wrapped in the feeling, and thus without actualizing the doxic potentialities, a new act in which what was at first only a potential objectivity of feeling is transformed into one that is actual, doxic, and, it may be, expressly explicit. Moreover, it is possible, and in everyday life very usual, to look, for instance, towards several intuitional objects, positing them doxically, and to fulfill at the same time a synthetic act of feeling, a unitary act of collective pleasure, perhaps, or a unifying selective act of feeling, of a pleasure that favors or a displeasure that rejects, whilst we do not go so far as to give a doxic turn to the whole phenomenon. We do so, however, when we make a statement, for instance, concerning our pleasure in the many, or in one out of the many, concerning the preferability of the one as compared with the other, and the like. There is no need to insist on the importance of carefully carrying out analyses such as the above for increasing our knowledge of the essential nature of axiological and practical objectivities, meanings and modes of consciousness, and therefore also of the problems of the origin of the ethical, aesthetical, and essentially allied concepts and judgments, Erkenntnisse. Since it is not our proper task here to solve phenomenological problems, but to set in scientific relief the main problems of phenomenology, and to indicate in advance the lines of study that bear on these problems, we must be content to have developed thus far the matters here treated. 122. Modes of carrying out articulated syntheses. The thema. To the realm of theses and syntheses there belongs an important group of general modifications, and the brief indications of its nature we propose to give can best be added at once and at this precise point. A synthesis can be carried out step by step, it arises through original production. This primordiality of becoming in the stream of consciousness is a quite peculiar one. The thesis or synthesis becomes, in so far as the pure ego actually advances step by step, itself lives in the step and steps on with it. Its free spontaneity and activity consists in positing on the strength of this or that, positing as an antecedent or a consequent, and so forth. It does not live within the theses as a passive indweller, the theses radiate from it as from a primary source of generation. Every thesis begins with a point of insertion, with a point at which the positing has its origin, so it is with the first thesis and with each further one in the synthetic nexus. This inserting even belongs to the thesis as such, as a remarkable modus of original actuality. It somewhat resembles the fiat, the point of insertion of will and action. But we should not confuse the general and the particular. The spontaneous resolve, the purposive, accomplishing action is one act beside other acts, its syntheses are special syntheses among others. But each act of whatever kind can start off in this spontaneity modus of a so to speak creative beginning, in which the pure ego steps on the scene as subject of the spontaneity. This mode of insertion passes over immediately and in accordance with an essential necessity into another mode. For instance, the apprehending and taking possession of involved in perceiving turns again and without a break into having in one's grasp. Still another new modal alteration supervenes when the thesis was a mere step towards a synthesis, when the pure ego takes a new step, and now in the pervading unity of the synthetic consciousness still maintains in its grasp what it had just grasped, apprehending the new thematic object, or rather apprehending a new member of the total thema as the primary thema, but still keeping the member previously apprehended as belonging to the same total thema. For example, when collecting things together I do not allow the object just perceptibly apprehended to slip away whilst I turn my apprehending glance to the new object. In the process of proving something, I go step by step over the thoughts that serve as premises. A synthetic step once taken, I do not abandon it, I do not lose hold of what I have won, but the modus of actuality has been essentially altered through the effective introduction of the new thema of primary actuality. Moreover, we have also to deal, though in no sense merely, with obscurations. The differences which we have just sought to describe present rather, in contrast with the differences of clearness and obscurity, a completely new dimension, although the two kinds of difference interlace so closely. We further observe that these new differences, no less than the differences in clearness and all other intentional differences, come under the law of the correlation of noesis and noema. Thus once again there correspond to the noetic actuality modifications of the kind here in question, the noematic. That is, the mode of presentation of the intended, vermeinten, as such is altered in and through the shiftings of the thesis, or the steps of the synthesis, and these changes can be shown to affect the noematic content at the time being also, and can be brought into relief as one of its strata. If the actuality modus, in noematic parlance the mode of presentation, disregarding for a moment the changes that are continually in flux is necessarily transformed and in accordance with certain discrete types, there persists none the less throughout the transformations an essential common element. Noematically something is preserved in the form of an identical meaning, on the noetic side the correlate of this meaning, and further the whole form of articulation according to theses and syntheses. But a new modification of the essence now takes place. The pure ego can withdraw itself wholly from the theses, it releases the thetic correlates from its hold, it turns to another thema. What had just been its thema, theoretic, axiological, and so forth, with all its articulations more or less obscured, has not disappeared from consciousness, it is still consciously apprehended, but no longer held in thematic grasp. This holds good for single theses as well, and also for the links in a synthesis. I am at present meditating, a whistle from the street distracts me momentarily from my thema, in this case a thought thema. A moment in which I am turned towards the sound, but forthwith a return to the old thema. The apprehension of the sound is not blotted out, we are still conscious of the whistle in a modified way, but we no longer hold it in our mental grasp. It does not belong to the thema, not even to a parallel thema. We notice that this possibility of simultaneous themata and thematic syntheses which may cut across and disturb each other points to still further possible modifications, and we note how the title heading thema, related to all the basic types of acts and act syntheses, is itself an important theme for phenomenological analysis. 123. Vagueness and distinctness as modes in the fulfilling of synthetic acts. Let us now consider further modalities of the act of fulfillment which lie, so to speak, in the direction opposite to the favored modus of actuality as it springs from its primary source. A thought, simple or decked out with various aesthetic characters, can emerge as a vague thought. It then appears like a simple presentation without any articulation that is actual and aesthetic. Perhaps we recall a proof, a theory, a conversation, it occurs to us. And yet at first we are not turned towards it, it emerges in the background. Then a personal glance is turned single ray-wise upon it, apprehending the relevant noematic objectivity in an inarticulate grasp. A new process can now set in, the vague reminiscence passes into one that is distinct and clear. Step by step we recall the course of the proof, we reproduce the theses of the proof and the syntheses, we recapitulate the stages of yesterday's conversation, and the like. Of course all such reproduction in the way of reminiscence, of reproducing earlier originary productions, is something non-essential. It may be that we have begun to unfold a new theoretical idea for carrying through a complicated theory, at first in a vague though unitary way, then in definite steps freely taken, and have transformed it into synthetic actualities. All that is here indicated can of course be applied in a similar way to all kinds of acts. This important difference between vagueness and distinctness plays an important part in the phenomenology of expression still to be discussed, explicit presentations, judgments, acts of feeling, and so forth. We have only to think of the way in which we are accustomed to grasp the synthetic constructions, still very complex, which make up the intellectual content of our reading at any time, and consider what, in our understanding of the matter read, and in respect of this so-called intellectual foundation of the expressions, comes to really primordial actualization. 124. The noetic-noematic stratum of the logos. Meaning and meaning something. Acts of expression, acts strata in the specific logical sense, are interwoven with all the acts hitherto considered, and in their case no less than in the others the parallelism of noesis and noema must be clearly brought out. The prevalent and unavoidable ambiguity of our ways of speaking, which is caused by this parallelism and is everywhere operative where the concomitant circumstances are mentioned, operates also of course when we talk of expression and meaning. Ambiguity is dangerous only so long as it is not known to be such, or the parallel structures have not been kept apart. But if that has been done, we have only to be careful that we are quite certain on the occasion in question as to which of the structures our words must be related. Let us start from the familiar distinction between the sensory, the so to speak bodily aspect of expression, and its non-sensory mental aspect. There is no need for us to enter more closely into the discussion of the first aspect, nor upon the way of uniting the two aspects, though we clearly have title headings here indicated for phenomenological problems that are not unimportant. We restrict our glance exclusively to meaning, Bedeutung, and meaning something, Bedeuten. Originally these words relate only to the sphere of speech, that of expression. But it is almost inevitable, and at the same time an important step for knowledge, to extend the meaning of these words, and to modify them suitably so that they may be applied in a certain way to the whole noetico-noematic sphere, to all acts, therefore, whether these are interwoven with expressive acts or not. 25 With this in view we ourselves, when referring to any intentional experiences, have spoken all along of sin, sense, a word which is generally used as an equivalent for Bedeutung. Meaning. We propose in the interests of distinctness to favor the word Bedeutung, meaning at the conceptual level, when referring to the old concept, and more particularly in the complex speech form logical or expressing meaning. We use the word sin, sense or meaning simpliciter, in future, as before, in its more embracing breadth of application. Let us suppose, to take an example, that there is a perceived object out there, an object with a definite meaning, and monothetically posited in determinate fullness. We discriminate, making the given meaning more explicit, and relate the discriminated parts or phases within a unity, following some such scheme as this is white. But our attitude here is the primitive one we are wont to take up as a rule and offhand in a first plane perceptual grasp of a thing. The process makes no call whatsoever on expression, neither on expression in the sense of verbal sound nor on the like as verbal meaning, and here the latter can also be present independently of the verbal sound, as in the case when this sound is forgotten. But if we have thought or stated this is white, a new stratum is there with the rest, and unites with the meant as such in its pure perceptive form. On these lines everything remembered or fancied can, as such, have its meaning made more explicit and expressible. Whatever is meant as such, every meaning, meinen, in the noematic sense, and indeed as noematic nucleus, of any act whatsoever can be expressed conceptually, durch Bedeutungen. Thus we posit quite generally the following. Logical meaning, Bedeutung, is an expression. The verbal sound can be referred to as expression only because the meaning which belongs to it expresses, it is in it that the expressing originally lies. Expression is a remarkable form, which permits of being adapted to every meaning, to the noematic nucleus, and raises it to the realm of the logos, of the conceptual, and therewith of the general. Moreover, the terms just used are understood in a quite definite sense, which must not be confused with other meanings which the terms admit of. Speaking generally, the terms in question point to a large field of phenomenological analyses, which are fundamental for clarifying the essential nature of logical thinking and its correlates. From the noetic standpoint, the rubric expressing should indicate a special act stratum to which all other acts must adjust themselves in their own way, and with which they must blend remarkably in such wise that every noematic act meaning, and consequently the relation to objectivity which lies in it, stamps itself conceptually in the noematic phase of the expressing. A peculiar intentional instrument lies before us which essentially possesses the outstanding characteristic of reflecting back as from a mirror every other intentionality according to its form and content, of copying it whilst coloring it in its own way, and thereby of working into it its own form of conceptuality. Yet these figures of speech which here thrust themselves upon us, those of mirroring and copying, must be adopted with caution, as the imaginativeness which colors their application might easily lead one astray. Problems of exceptional difficulty beset the phenomena which find their place under the headings mean, Bedeuten, and meaning, Bedeutung. Point 26. Since every science, viewed from the side of its theoretical content, of all that constitutes its doctrine, theorem, proof, theory, is objectified in a specific logical medium, the medium of expression, it follows that for philosophers and psychologists who are guided by general logical interests the problems of expression and meaning lie nearest of all, and are also the first, generally speaking, which, so soon as one seeks seriously to reach their foundations, compel towards phenomenological inquiry into the essential nature of things. Point 27. Thence one is led to the queries how to interpret the expressing of what is expressed, how expressed experiences stand in relation to those that are not expressed, and what changes the latter undergo when expression supervenes. One is then led to the question of their intentionality, of their immanent meaning, of their content and quality, i.e., the act character of the thesis, of the distinction of this meaning and these phases of the essence which lie in the pre-expressive from the meaning of the expressing phenomenon itself and its own phases, and so forth. One gathers still in various ways from the writings of the day how little justice is apt to be done to the great problems here indicated in their full and deep-lying significance. The stratum of expression, and this constitutes its peculiarity apart from the fact that it lends expression to all other intentionalities, is not productive. Or if one prefers, its productivity, its noematic service, exhausts itself in expressing, and in the form of the conceptual which first comes with the expressing. Moreover, the expressing stratum, from the side of its thetic character, is completely one in essence with that which finds expression, and in the covering process absorbs its essence so completely that we call the expressive presenting just presenting, and expressive belief, presumption, doubt, in themselves and as a whole, belief, presumption, doubt. Similarly we call expressive wish or will just wish or will. It is, moreover, an illuminating fact that the difference between positionality and neutrality is characteristic of the expressive also, and we have already considered it above. The expressing stratum cannot have a thesis, positional or neutral, that is otherwise qualified than the stratum that suffers expression, and when the two cover each other we find not two theses to be kept separate, but one thesis only. The attempt to clarify here the relevant structures meets with considerable difficulties. Already the recognition that after abstracting from the stratum of sensory verbal sound, there lies before us in reality still another layer which we here presuppose, thus in every case even in that of a thinking that is ever so vague, empty, and merely verbal, a stratum of meaning that expresses, and a substratum of expressed meaning is not one that is easy to make, nor again is the understanding of the essential connections of these stratifications easy. For we should not hold too hard by the metaphor of stratification. Expression is not of the nature of an overlaid varnish or covering garment, it is a mental, geistige, formation, which exercises new intentional influences, functionen, on the intentional substratum and experiences from the latter correlative intentional influences. What this new image in its turn amounts to must be studied in relation to the phenomena themselves and all their essential modifications. Of special importance is the understanding of the different kinds of generality which there emerge, on the one hand, that which belongs to every expression and phase of expression, even to the dependent is, not, and, if, and so forth, on the other hand, the generality of general names like man as contrasted with proper names like Bruno, or again, such as belong to an essence in itself syntactically formless as compared with the different generalities of meaning which have just been touched on. 125. The completing modalities in the sphere of logical expression and the method of clarification. In order to clear up the difficulties here indicated, special regard must be had to the differences of actuality modus treated above 28 to the modalities of the completing of the act which concern all theses and syntheses, including therefore the expressive. But this in a twofold way. On the one hand they concern the stratum of meaning, the specifically logical stratum itself, on the other hand the basic substrata. In the course of reading we can draw out every meaning fully and freely articulated, and can connect meanings synthetically together in the way already indicated. Through this completion of the acts of meaning in the mode of self-production we win complete distinctness of logical understanding. This distinctness can pass over into vagueness in all the modes above described, the sentence just read sinks into obscurity, loses its living articulation, ceases to be our thema, still within our grasp. But we must separate such distinctness and vagueness from that which affects the express substrata. A distinct understanding of word and sentence, or a distinct articulated fulfilling of the act of stating, is compatible with the vagueness of the foundations. This vagueness does not bespeak want of clearness merely, although it also does this. The substratum can be a confused unity, and mostly is this, a unity that does not carry its articulation actually in itself, but owes the same to its merely adjusting itself to the stratum of logical expression which is really articulate and carried out in primal actuality. This has a highly important methodological significance. We call attention to the point that our previous discussions concerning the method of clarification 29 with regard to the statement, which is the vital element of science, need supplementing in certain essential respects. What is needed in order to reach from vague thinking to strict, fully explicit knowledge, to the distinct and at the same time clear fulfilling of acts of thought, is now easily indicated. In the first place all logical acts, those of meaning something, so far as they were still in the modus vagueness, must be transferred to the mode of primordial spontaneous actuality, we have to set up a state of complete logical distinctness. But an analogous proceeding must be carried out in the basal substratum, we must transform all that is lifeless into vitality, all vagueness into distinctness, all unintuitability also into intuitability. Only when we carry out this work in the substratum, provided that in so doing incompatibilities do not emerge rendering all further work superfluous, does the method previously described come into action, whereby we have to take into account the fact that the concept of intuition, of clear consciousness, is transferred from monothetic to synthetic acts. For the rest, as a deeper analysis shows, everything turns on the kind of self-evidence which the occasion requires and on the stratum concerned. All self-evidencing insights which bear on relations of a purely logical character, on the essential connections of noematic meanings, those therefore which we obtain from the basic laws of formal logic, require that the meanings be given, that, in other words, statements be given which express the forms prescribed by the relevant law of meaning. The dependence of the meanings brings it about that the exemplification of the essential logical constructs which mediate the law's self-evidence have lower layers connected with them, those in fact which are brought to logical expression, but these lower layers do not need to be brought to clearness when it is pure logical insight that is involved. With corresponding modifications, this holds good for all the analytical forms of applied logical knowledge. 126. Completeness and generality of expression. We must further lay stress on the difference between complete and incomplete expression. Point 30. The unity of the expressing and the expressed in the phenomenon is indeed that of a certain congruence, but the upper layer need not extend its expressing function over the entire lower layer. Expression is complete when the stamp of conceptual meaning has been fixed upon all the synthetic forms and significations of the lower layer, incomplete when this is only partially effected, as when, in regard to a complex process, the arrival of the carriage, perhaps, bringing guests that have been long expected, we call out, the carriage. The guests. This difference of completeness will naturally cut across that of relative clearness and distinctness. An incompleteness of a totally different kind from the one just discussed is that which belongs to the essential nature of the expression as such, namely, to its generality. I would like, expresses the wish in a general form, the form of command. The command might very well be the presumption, or the likely as such, and so forth. Every closer determination in the unity of the expression is itself again expressed in general form. It lies in the meaning of the generality which belongs to the essential nature of the expressing function that it would not ever be possible for all the specifications of the expressed to be reflected in the expression. The stratum of the meaning function is not, and in principle is not, a sort of duplication of the lower stratum. Many directions of variability in the latter do not appear at all in the meaning whose function it is to express, they and their correlates do not express themselves at all, so it is with the modifications of relative clearness and distinctness, the attentional modifications, and so forth. But in that also to which the specific meaning of the speech form of expression points there are essential differences, as in respect of the way in which the synthetic forms and the synthetic materials find expression. We must also refer here to the dependence of all formal meanings and all syncatagormatic meanings generally. The isolated and, if, the isolated genitive of the heavens, can be understood and yet dependent, in need of completion. The question here is what this standing in need of completion betokens, and what it amounts to in respect of the two strata and with regard to the possibilities of incompleteness in the function that means this, that, or the other. 31. 127. Expression of judgments and expression of the noemata of feeling. We must be clear about all these points if one of the oldest and hardest problems of the sphere of meaning is to be solved, a problem which hitherto, precisely because it lacked the requisite phenomenological insight, has remained without solution, the problem, namely, as to how statement as the expression of judgment is related to the expressions of other acts. We have expressive predications in which a thus it is, comes to expression. We have expressive presumptions, questions, doubts, expressive wishes, commands, and so forth. Linguistically we have here forms of sentence whose structure is in part distinctive, while yet they are of ambiguous interpretation. By the side of sentences that embody statements we have sentences embodying questions, presumptions, wishes, commands, and so forth. The original debate bore on the issue whether, disregarding the grammatical wording and its historical forms, we had here to do with coordinate types of meaning, or whether the case was not rather this, that all these sentences, so far as their meaning is concerned, are not in truth sentences that state. If the latter, then all act constructions, such, for instance, as those of the sphere of feeling, which in themselves are not acts of judgment, can achieve expression only in a roundabout way through the mediation of an act of judging which is grounded in them. The whole policy, however, of making the problem bear on acts, on noses, is sufficient, and the persistent overlooking of the noemata, upon which precisely in reflex ions on meanings such as these the mental glance is directed, is prejudicial to the understanding of the matters involved. In order simply to reach a point where the problems can be correctly set, it is altogether necessary that we should take into account the different structures we have indicated. We need the general knowledge of the correlation between noetic and noematic as pervading all intentional relations and all thetic and synthetic strata, likewise the separation of the stratum of logical meaning from the substratum to be expressed through it, further, the insight into the directions essentially possible. Here as elsewhere in the sphere of intentionality, both those taken in reflection and those in which modifications take place, but more particularly we need the insight into the ways in which out of every consciousness substantive meanings of a noetic and noematic kind are to be disengaged. The root problem to which we are referred back in the long run must, as the whole connected series of our last problem analyses shows, be formulated thus. Is the medium for the expressing of meaning, this unique medium of the logos, specifically doxic? Does it not, in the process whereby the expressing of meaning is adjusted to the meaning expressed, coincide with the doxic element latent itself in all positionality? This would not of course exclude the possibility of there being various ways of expressing such experiences, those of feeling, for instance. A single one of these would be the direct plain expression of the experience, or of its noema, in the case of the correlative meaning of the term expression, through the immediate adjustment of an articulated expression to the articulated experience of feeling whereby doxic and doxic tally together. Thus it would have been the doxic form dwelling in respect of all its component aspects within the experience of feeling that made possible the adjustability of the expression, as an exclusively doxothetic experience, to the experience of feeling, which, as such, and in respect of all its members, is multithetic, but thereunder necessarily doxothetic also. To speak more accurately, this direct expression, if it would be true and complete, should be applied only to the doxic non-modalized experiences. If I am not certain as to what I wish, it is then not correct when I say in direct adaptation, may SBP. For all expressing, according to the basic interpretation we have given of it, is a doxic act in the pregnant sense, i.e., a believing certitude. 32 Thus it can express only certainties, example certainties of wish or will. The expression in cases such as the above can be rendered only indirectly in some such form as, perhaps may SBP. In so far as modalities make their appearance, we must, if we would secure as fit an expression as possible, have recourse to the doxic theses with modified thetic content, which, so to speak, lie concealed in them. Letting this interpretation pass as correct, we must still supplement it by the following considerations. There exist at all times a number of alternative indirect expressions involving roundabout phrases. It is part of the essential nature of every objectivity as such, through whatever acts it may have been constituted, whether plain and simple or manifold and synthetically grounded, to admit of various possible ways of developing it relationally. Thus to every act, an act of wishing, for instance, there may be annexed different acts relating to it, to its noematic objectivity, to its noema as a whole, linkings of subject theses, predicate theses added to these, wherein, may be, that which in the original act was intended as a wish is developed in the form of a judgment and expressed in a corresponding way. The expression is then directly adjusted not to the original phenomenon, but to the predicative form derived from it. Moreover, we must not fail to observe that explicative or analytic synthesis, judgment prior to its expression as conceptual meaning, on the other hand statement or judgment in the ordinary sense, and lastly daza, belief, are matters that must be kept well apart. The commonly called theory of judgment is viciously ambiguous. It is one thing to clear up the essential nature of the idea of daza, another to clarify the essence of statement or that of the related developments. 33. Part 4. Reason and Reality, Wirklichkeit. 1. Noematic meaning and relation to the object. 128. Introduction. The phenomenological excursions of the last chapter have led us into pretty well all intentional domains. Adopting a far-reaching viewpoint, we have followed the line of cleavage between real, realer, and intentional, noetic, and noematic analysis. Thus guided, we have everywhere come across structures that ramified afresh incessantly at every point. We can no longer close our eyes to the evidence that this cleavage points in fact to a fundamental structural distinction that runs right through all intentional structures, and must therefore constitute a leading motive governing the development of phenomenological method, and must determine the course of all researches that bear on the problems of intentionality. It is also clear that with this cleavage eo ipso a separation has emerged between two radically opposed and yet essentially interrelated regions of being. We have previously stressed the point that consciousness in general must count as an independent region of being. But we then recognized that the description on essential lines of the nature of consciousness leads us back to the corresponding description of the object consciously known, that the correlate of consciousness is inseparable from consciousness and yet not really, real, contained in it. Thus the noematic separated itself off as an objectivity that belongs to consciousness and is yet unique. In this connection we note the following: whilst objects simpliciter, taken in the unmodified sense, stand under radically different summa genera, all meanings of objects and all noemata taken in their completeness, however they may otherwise differ, belong intrinsically to a single supreme genus. But then it is also true that the essences, noema and noesis, are mutually inseparable. Every lowest difference on the noematic side points identically back to lowest differences of the noetic. This naturally applies to all formations of genus and species. The knowledge of the essential two-sidedness of intentionality in the form of noesis and noema brings this consequence with it, that a systematic phenomenology should not direct its effort one-sidedly towards a real analysis of experiences, and more specifically of the intentional kind. But the temptation to do this is at first very great, because the historical and natural movement from psychology to phenomenology brings it about that as a matter of course we take the immanent study of pure experiences, the study of their own proper essence, to be a study of their real components. Point 1. On both sides in truth there open up vast domains of eidetic inquiry, and these are constantly related to each other, yet as it turns out keep separate for a long stretch. In great measure, that which has been taken for noetic act analysis has been obtained when the mental glance was directed towards the ment as such, and it was really noematic structures which were there described. In the discussions that immediately follow we propose to direct our attention to the general structure of the noema, and from a point of view which has hitherto been repeatedly referred to by name, but was yet not the leading one for the purpose of noematic analysis, the phenomenological problem of the relation of consciousness to an objectivity has, above all, its noematical aspect. The noema in itself has an objective relation, through its own proper meaning. If then we ask how the meaning of consciousness transmits itself to the object, its own object, and in manifold acts of very varied noematic content can yet remain the same, and how we perceive this in the meaning itself, new structures present themselves of which the exceptional importance is at once obvious. For moving forward in this direction and, on the other hand, reflecting on the parallel noses, we eventually strike the question what the claim of consciousness to be really related to an objective, to have an objective reference, properly comes to, how objective relations which are valid and invalid are to be made clear phenomenologically in the light of the distinction between noesis and noema, and thus we find confronting us the great problems of the reason which it will be our aim in this division of our treatise to clarify on transcendental lines and to formulate as phenomenological problems. 129. Content and object, the content as meaning. In the previous analyses a universal noematic structure played a constant part indicated by the separating off of a certain noematic nucleus from the changing characters that belong to it, whereby the noema in its fullest specification appears drawn into the stream of modifications of various kinds. This nucleus has not yet received adequate scientific recognition. It stood out intuitively as a unity, and sufficiently clearly to enable us to concern ourselves with it in a general way. It is now the proper time to consider it more closely and to set it at the center of phenomenological analysis. As soon as this is done, there emerge distinctions of universal importance that run through all kinds of act, and lead the way to great masses of material for research. We start from the ordinary equivocal phrase, the content of consciousness. Under content we understand the meaning of which we say that in it or through it consciousness refers to an objective as its own. As the superscription and final end of our discussion, so to speak, we take the following proposition. Every noema has a content, namely, its meaning, and is related through it to its object. In more recent times one often hears it proclaimed as a great step in advance that now at last the basic distinction between act, content, and object has been achieved. The three words in this setting have almost become catchwords, especially since the publication of Twardowski's fine treatise Point 2. Meanwhile, though the author's merit in having discussed in a penetrating way certain current confusions, and exposed their latent fallacies, is undoubtedly a great one, it must still be said that in regard to the clearing up of the essential concepts involved he has not taken, and we do not impute any blame to him on this account, any considerable step beyond what was well known, despite their carelessness and confusion, to the philosophers of former generations. Prior indeed to a systematic phenomenology of consciousness no radical progress was possible. With concepts that are left phenomenologically obscure, such as act, content, and object of presentations, we can make no headway. What is it that may not call itself act and content of a presentation, and indeed presentation itself? And what can be so called should itself be scientifically understood? In this respect a first and, as it would appear to me, a necessary step was tentatively taken through the phenomenological emphasis given to the terms material and quality, and through the idea of intentional essence as distinguished from epistemological essence. The one-sidedness of the noetic orientation, within which these distinctions were first drawn and intended, is easily overcome by a proper regard to the noematic parallels. We can interpret the concepts noematically thus: quality, judgment quality, wish quality, and so forth, is nothing other than what we have hitherto treated as positing character, thetic character in the widest sense. The expression which has its origin in contemporary psychology, that of Brentano, appears to me now little suitable. Every particular thesis has its quality, but should not itself be called a quality. The material which within limits coincides with the what that the positing characteristic takes from the quality manifestly corresponds to the noematic nucleus. The task now before us is to develop these initial positions consistently, to cast light upon them from a deeper source, to dissect the involved concepts more accurately, and to carry them out correctly through all the domains of noesis noema. Every really successful step taken in this direction must be of exceeding importance for phenomenology. We are not concerned here with specialist side issues, but with essential phases which enter into the central structure of every intentional experience. In order to get into closer touch with our material, we add the following reflection. Intentional experience, one is wont to say, has objective reference, but one also says, it is consciousness of something, consciousness, for instance, of an apple tree in blossom here in this garden. We shall not find it necessary at first, in regard to such examples, to keep the two phrases apart. If we recall our previous analyses, we find the full noesis related to the full noema as to its full intentional somewhat. But it is then clear that this relation cannot be the same as is intended in the phrase concerning the reference of consciousness to its intentional objective, for to every noetic, in particular to every thetic noetic phase, there corresponds a phase in the noema, and in the latter, set apart over against the nexus of thetic characters, is the noematic nucleus characterized through these. Let us further recall the directed glance, which under certain circumstances traverses the noses, passing through the actual cogito, transforming the specifically thetic phases into rays of the positing actuality of the ego, and let us accurately note how this ego with its rays is now directed upon the objective as apprehending what is, or as presuming or wishing, and so forth, how its glance penetrates the noematic nucleus, we will then be observant that the phrase concerning the relation, more specifically the direction, of consciousness to its objective points towards a most inward phase of the noema. It is not the nucleus itself just indicated, but something which, so to speak, constitutes the necessary midpoint of the nucleus and functions as bearer of the noematic peculiarities which specially belong to it, of the noematically modified properties, namely, of the ment as such. As we go more closely into this, we become aware that in fact the distinction between content and object must be drawn not only in the case of consciousness, of the intentional experience, but also in that of the noema taken in itself. Thus the noema also refers to an object and possesses a content, by means of which it refers to the object being the same as that of the noesis, so the parallelism is once again thoroughly verified. 130. Delimitation of the essence noematic meaning. Let us approach these remarkable structures still more closely. We simplify our reflection by leaving the attentional modifications unconsidered, further by restricting ourselves to positional acts, in whose theses we absorb ourselves, following the grading of the strata involved, now in one partial thesis, now in another, whilst the remaining theses continue operative indeed, but in a secondary way. We shall subsequently make it clear and without further difficulty that through simplifications of this kind our analyses lose nothing in universal validity. We are dealing precisely with an essence which remains unaffected by such modifications. Let us then place ourselves within a living cogito. In accordance with its essential nature, it is in a quite special sense directed upon an objective. In other words, there belongs to its noema an objectivity in inverted commas with a certain noematic constitution unfolded in a definitely limited description, which, as the description of the ment objective just as it is meant, avoids all subjective expressions. Formal ontological expressions are there utilized, such as object, constitution, positive content, material ontological expressions such as thing, figure, cause, determinations of content such as rough, hard, colored. They all have their inverted commas, thus bearing a noematically modified meaning. On the other hand, for the description of this intended objective as such, all such expressions as perceptively, recollectively, clearly, and intellectually, given, are excluded. They belong to another order, dimension, of descriptions, not to the objective we are aware of, but to the way in which we are aware of it. On the other hand, in the case of an appearing thing as object, it would fall again within the limits of the description in question to say, in front its color, shape, and so forth are of such and such a well-defined kind, behind it has a color, but one that is not more closely defined, and generally in this and that respect it remains undetermined whether it is thus or so. This holds not only for natural objects, but quite generally for objectified values, word objectitaten, for instance. The description of these applies to the matter intended and, in addition, to the predicates of value, as when in the sense of that form of our meaning which consists in valuing we say of the tree as it appears that it is covered with gloriously scented blossom. Even the predicates of value have then their inverted commas. They are the predicates not of a value simpliciter, but of a value noema. Herewith, clearly, a fully dependable content is marked off in every noema. Every consciousness has its what, was, and means its objective. It is evident that in the case of every such consciousness we must be able as a matter of principle to carry out a noematic description of this same objective exactly as it is meant. Through development and conceptual apprehension of our data we acquire a definite system of predicates either formal or material, determined in positive form or left indeterminate, intendedly empty, 3 and these predicates in their modified conceptual sense determine the content of the object nucleus of the noema in question. 131. The object, the determinable X in the noematic sense. But the predicates are predicates of something, and this something belongs together with the predicates, and clearly inseparably, to the nucleus in question. It is the central point of unification which we referred to above. It is the nodal point of connection for the predicates, their bearer, but in no wise their unity in the sense in which any system or connection of predicates might be called a unity. It must be distinguished from these, although it should not be set alongside them and should not be separated from them, as inversely they themselves are its predicates, inconceivable without it and yet distinguishable from it. We say that in the continuous or synthetic process of consciousness we are persistently aware of the intentional object, but that in this experience the object is ever presenting itself differently. It may be the same, only given with other predicates, with another determining content. It may display itself only in different aspects whereby the predicates left indeterminate have become more closely determined, or the object may have remained unchanged throughout this stretch of givenness, but now it, the self-same, changes, and through this change becomes more beautiful or forfeits some of its utility value, and so forth. If this is always understood as the noematic description of what is meant at the time, as such, and if this description, as is always possible, is drawn on the level of pure adequacy, then the self-same intentional object separates itself off self-evidently from the shifting and changing predicates. There detaches itself as the central noematic phase, the object, the objective unity, object, the self-same, the determinable subject of its possible predicates, the pure X in abstraction from all predicates, and it disconnects itself from these predicates, or more accurately from the predicate noemata. To the one object we attach a variety of modes of consciousness, acts, or act noemata. Manifestly this is nothing accidental. No one of these is thinkable unless various intentional experiences are also thinkable, bound together in continuous or in properly synthetic, polythetic, unity, in which it, the object, is consciously grasped as self-same and yet in a noematically different way, the characteristic nucleus shifting, and the object, the pure subject of predicates remaining self-same. It is clear that we can already regard every partial interval in the immanent duration of an act as an act, and the total act as a certain accordant, Einstimage, unity of the continuously interlinked acts. We can then say, sundry act noemata have everywhere here a variety of nuclei, yet so that, despite this fact, they close up together in an identical unity, a unity in which the something, the determinable which lies concealed in every nucleus, is consciously grasped as self-identical. But separated acts, as, for instance, two perceptions or a perception and a memory, can likewise close together in a harmonious unity, and by means of the unique nature of this closing together, which is clearly not foreign to the essential being of the acts thus linked together, the something of the initially separated nuclei, which at one time may be determined thus or thus and at another otherwise determined, is now consciously grasped as the same something, or as in common accord the same object. Thus in every noema there lies as point of unification a pure objective something such as the above, and we see at the same time how in respect of the noema two generically different concepts of object are to be distinguished, this pure point of unification, this noematic object simpliciter, and the object as modally determined, Gegenstand im we seiner Bestimmtheiten, including the occasional indeterminacies which remain open, and in this modal way contributory to the total meaning. Moreover, this modal form is to be understood as that precisely which the act at the time prescribes, and as such therefore it really belongs to its noema. The meaning, sin, of which we have frequently spoken, is this noematic object in its modal setting, Gegenstand im we, with whatever the description as featured above was able to detect as self-evident in it and to express in conceptual form. Let it be noted that we were careful to adopt the term meaning, sin, just now and not nucleus, kern. For it will turn out that with a view to getting the real, concrete complete nucleus of the noema we must take into account one further direction in which differences must be drawn, a direction which has not left any impress on the characterized description which has defined meaning, sin, for us. But keeping here, in the first instance, purely to that which our description grasps, meaning figures as a basic portion of the noema. It changes, speaking generally, from noema to noema, but under certain circumstances remains absolutely unchanged, and may even be characterized as self-identical, in so far as the object modally determined admits of being described both, Widersitz, as identically the same and as absolutely unchanged. It cannot be lacking in any noema, nor can its necessary center, the point of unification, the pure determinable X. No meaning apart from this empty something, nor again without determining content. It is evident, moreover, that such qualifications are not first inserted in the subsequent analysis and description, but that as condition of the possibility of a description that carries its own evidence with it, and prior to that description, they lie really, worklich, in the correlate of consciousness. Through the bearer of meaning which, as an empty X, belongs to meaning, and the possibility, grounded in the essential nature of meaning, of harmonious combination into unities of meaning of any desired grade, not only has every meaning, sin, its object, but different meanings refer to the same object, just in so far as they can be organized into unities of meaning, in which the determinable X's of the united meanings coincide, sur decon common, with one another and with the X of the total meaning of the unity of meaning under consideration. Our discussion passes from the monothetic acts to the synthetic, or, to be more distinct, to the polythetic. Every member of a thetically articulated consciousness has the prescribed noematic structure, each has its X with its determining content, but in addition the noema of the synthetic total act, with reference to the leading, archontisk, forethesis, has the synthetic X and its determining content. The glancing ray of the pure ego, parting into a plurality of rays, rests in the act of fulfillment upon the X that is coming to synthetic unity. Under the transformation of the denominative function the total synthetic phenomenon is modified, and in such a way that a ray of actuality rests on the supreme synthetic X. 132. The nucleus as meaning in the mode of its full realization. Meaning, sin, as we have determined it is not a concrete essence in the constitution of the noema as a whole, but a kind of abstract form that dwells in it. If we hold the meaning firm, the meaning meant, vermeint, that is, with the precise determining content wherewith it is meant, there emerges clearly a second concept of the object in its modal setting as determined, namely, through the modes in which it is given. If, moreover, we disregard attentional modifications, and all differences like those of the modes of fulfilling, we are led to consider and always still in the favored sphere of positionality the saturation differences in clearness which, epistemologically, are so determinative. That of which we are obscurely conscious as such, and that of which we are clearly conscious are in respect of their noematic concreteness, concretion, very different, as much so as are the experiences as a whole. But there is nothing to hinder the determining content whereby the obscurely grasped object is indicated from being absolutely identical with that of the clearly grasped object. The descriptions would coincide, and a synthetic consciousness of unity could so envelop the twofold consciousness that it might really be one and the same object that was indicated. We shall accordingly reckon the concrete fullness of the noematic constituent in question as the full nucleus, the meaning in the mode of its full realization. 133. The noematic meaning as posited. Thetically and synthetically posited meanings, positions. Posited meanings in the domain of presentations. A careful application of these distinctions within all act domains would now seem to be called for, together with a supplementing back reference to the thetic phases which bear a special relation to the meaning as noematic. In the logical investigations, under the title quality, they were included from the outset within the concept of meaning, of the essence in the mode of meaning, and within this unity the two components ideal content, meaning, sin, as we now interpret it, and quality were accordingly distinguished. 5 Yet it seems more suitable to define the term meaning, sin, merely as that ideal content, materie, and then to indicate the unity of meaning and thetic character as posited meaning, sats. We have then single-membered posited meanings, as with perceptions and other thetic intuitions, and many-membered synthetic posited meanings, such as predicative doxic posited meanings, judgments, posited meanings in the form of presumptions with predicatively articulated material, and so forth. Single and many-membered alike are further the posited meanings expressing pleasure, wish, command, and so forth. The concept of proposition, Satz, is certainly extended thereby in an exceptional way that may alienate sympathy, yet it remains within the limits of an important unity of essence. We must constantly bear in mind that for us the concepts meaning, Sinn, and posited meaning, or position, Satz, contain nothing of the nature of expression and conceptual meaning, but on the other hand include all explicit propositions and all propositional meanings. According to our analyses, these concepts indicate an abstract stratum belonging to the full tissue of all noemata. To grasp this stratum in its all-enveloping generality, and thus to realize that it is represented in all act spheres, has a wide bearing on our way of knowledge. Even in the plain and simple intuitions, the concepts meaning, Sinn, and posited meaning, Satz, which belong inseparably to the concept of object, Gegenstand, have their necessary application, and the special concepts intuitional meaning, Anschauungssinn, and posited intuitional meaning, Anschauungssatz, must of necessity be coined. So, for instance, in the domain of outer perception, after abstracting from the character of perceivedness, as something present in this noema prior to all developing and conceptual thought, we must extract by force of vision from out the perceived object as such the meaning of object, the thing significance, Ding Sinn, of this perception which changes from perception to perception, even in respect of the same thing. If we take this meaning in its full sense, in its intuitional fullness, there results a definite and very important concept of appearance. To these meanings correspond posited meanings generally, intuition meanings, presentation meanings, perceptual meanings, and so forth. In a phenomenology of external intuitions which, as such, has to do not with objects simpliciter, in the unmodified sense, but with noemata as correlates of the noses, concepts such as the ones here set out stand in the center of scientific inquiry. If now we return in the first place to the general thema, we have before us the still further task of distinguishing systematically the fundamental types of meaning, the plain and the synthetic, i.e., pertaining to synthetic acts, meanings of the first and higher grades. Following in part the basic divisions of determinations of content, and partly the basic forms of synthetic formations which play a similar part in the case of all domains of meaning, and thus taking everything into account which a priori, both as to its form and its content, is determinative for the general structure of meanings, common to all spheres of consciousness or peculiar to generically limited spheres, we ascend to the idea of a systematic and universal doctrine of the forms of meanings. If in addition we bring under consideration the systematic distinction of the positing characters, we have also carried out at the same time a systematic treatment of types, typic, of positions, Satsa. 134. The apophontic formal doctrine. A main task here is to sketch out a systematic analytic formal doctrine of logical meanings, or posited predicative meanings, of judgments in the sense of formal logic, which takes into account only the forms of the analytic or predicative synthesis, leaving undetermined the significant terms which enter into these forms. Although this task is a special one, it has still a universal bearing in this way that the total predicative synthesis indicates the class of all possible meaning types of possible operations, the operations of analysis, explication, and of the linking of the elements in relational patterns are everywhere equally applicable, as in the relation of the determining quality to its subject, of the part to the whole, of the related to its subject of reference, and so forth. Interwoven with these are the operations of conjunction, disjunction, and hypothetical connection. All this prior to any statement and prior also to the expressive or conceptual mode of apprehension which emerges for the first time with the statement form, and clings to all forms and contents, materion, as significant expression. This formal doctrine, which we have already touched on, in idea, several times, which according to our indications constitutes the intrinsically necessary substratum for scientific mathesis universalis, loses its isolation through the results of our present inquiries, finding its home within the general ideally conceived formal doctrine of meanings generally, and its last place of origin in noematic phenomenology. Let us approach the whole matter more closely. The analytic syntactical operations, we said, are possible operations for all possible meanings and positions, whatever determining content the noematic meaning in question, which is indeed no other than the ment, vermeint, object as such, and in the mode in which its content is presented at the time, may include undeveloped in itself. But it can always be developed, and any one of the operations which is essentially connected with the developmental analysis will permit of being carried out. The synthetic forms which grow up in this way, in accord with the grammatical syntactics, we called them also the syntactical, are quite well defined, belong to a well-established system of forms, can be isolated through abstraction and grasped conceptually and through the medium of expression. Thus, for instance, we can treat that which is perceived as such in plain perceptive thesis, analytically, and after such fashion as is revealed in the expressions, this is black, it is an inkstand, this inkstand is not white, if white, it is not black, and the like. Each new step brings us a new meaning. In the place of the original single-membered meaning we have a synthetic meaning posited, which, according to the law of the expressibility of all posited protodoxic meanings, may be brought to expression or to predicative statement. Within the articulated meanings that are posited, each member has its syntactical form originating in the analytic synthesis. Let us suppose that the positings which belong to these forms of meaning are doxic primary positings. There grow up thus different forms of judgments in the logical sense, apophantic propositions. The aim before us, that of determining all these forms a priori, of controlling with systematic thoroughness the infinitely manifold formal constructions, yet all delimited in conformity with law, points us to the idea of a formal doctrine of apophantic propositions, or syntactics. The positings, and in particular the synthetic positing as a whole, can also be doxic modalities. We presume, let us suppose, and develop the supposition in the modus presumably aware of, or something is questionable, and we develop the questionable in a consciousness which reflects the state of being questionable, and so forth. If we bring the noematic correlates of these modalities to expression, S might well be P, is SP, and the like, and if we do the same also for the plain predicative judgment itself, as we also express affirmation and denial, example S is not P, but S is P, S is certainly, really P, the concept of form is then extended, and so also the idea of the formal doctrine of propositions. The form is now multiply determined, partly through the strict syntactical forms, partly through the doxic modalities. A total thesis, moreover, always remains belonging to the total meaning posited, and a doxic thesis is included in it. At the same time every such posited meaning and the conceptual expression which directly fits it can, through a development of meaning and predication which transforms the modal characteristic into a predicate, be transformed into a stated meaning, with a judgment which judges concerning the modality of a content of this and that form, example it is certain, it is possible, it is probable that S is P. As with the modalities of judgment, so similarly with secondary theses, with the meanings and positions of the spheres of feeling, gamuts, and of will, with the syntheses that specifically belong to them and the corresponding modes of expression. The goal of the new formal doctrines of posited meanings, and specifically of these meanings in the form of syntheses, is then easily indicated. Moreover, we see that in a suitably extended formal doctrine of doxic positions, when in just the same way as with the modalities of being we also transfer the modalities of shall and should, if the analogical phrase be allowed, to the content, materia, of the judgment, the formal doctrine of all positions is once again reflected. What this transfer means it needs no long exposition to say, but at the most calls for exemplifying instances. Instead of saying may S be P, we say may it be that S be P, it is as wished, not as wished. In the place of S shall be P, we say that S be P, that shall be, it is as willed, and so forth. The task of phenomenology, as itself sees it, lies not in the systematic elaboration of these formal doctrines, wherein, as may be learned from the apophantic form, we can deduce from primitive axiomatic basic formations the systematic possibilities of all further formations. Its field is the analysis of the a priori shown forth in immediate intuition, the fixing of immediately transparent essences and essential connections and their descriptive cognition in the systematic union of all strata in pure transcendental consciousness. What the theorizing logician isolates in the formal theory of meaning, and by reason of the one-sided direction of this interest treats as something apart without taking any understanding heed of the noematic and noetic systems in which it is phenomenologically interwoven, that the phenomenologist takes in the full range of its relationships. His great task is to follow up the phenomenological interlacings of essences in all directions. Every plain axiomatic exhibition of a basic logical concept becomes a new heading for phenomenological inquiries. That which has already been plainly set out in widest logical generality as posited meanings, as in judgment, as categorical or hypothetical proposition, as attributive determination, nominalized adjective or relative, and the like, gives rise, so soon as it is once again embedded in the corresponding noematic connections between essences, whence the glance of the theorist drew it forth, to difficult and far-reaching problems of pure phenomenology. 135. Object and consciousness. Transition to the phenomenology of reason. As every intentional experience has a noema and therein a meaning through which it is related to the object, so, inversely, everything that we call by the name of object, that of which we speak, what we see before us as reality, hold to be possible or probable, think of in however vague a way, is in so far already object of consciousness, and this means that whatever the world and reality may be or be called must be represented within the limits of real and possible consciousness by corresponding meanings and positions, filled more or less with intuitional content. When therefore phenomenology performs its suspending operations, when as transcendental it brackets all actual positing of realities, realitaten, and carries out the other bracketings, as we have previously described them, we can now understand in the light of a deeper reason the meaning and the legitimacy of the earlier thesis, that whatever is phenomenologically disconnected remains still, with a certain change of signature, within the framework of phenomenology. 6 The real, realen, and ideal positivities, Wirklichkeiten, which come under the suspending clause, are represented in the phenomenological sphere by the whole nexus of corresponding meanings and positions, sinenuendi satsen. Thus, for example, every real natural thing is represented by all the meanings and significant positions with their fluctuating filling, through which, as so and so determined and further to be determined, it figures as the correlate of possible intentional experiences, represented thus by the variations of the full nucleus, or, what amounts here to the same thing, by the system of all possible subjective modes of appearing, in which it can be noematically constituted as self-identical. But this constituting relates in the first instance to an essentially possible individual consciousness, then also to a possible community consciousness, i.e., to an essentially possible plurality of personal centers of consciousness and streams of consciousness enjoying mutual intercourse, and for whom one thing as the self-same objective real entity must be given and identified intersubjectively. It must not be forgotten that all our discussions, including therefore the ones now before us, are to be understood in the sense of the phenomenological reductions and in eidetic generality. On the other hand, to everything, and eventually to the whole world of things, with the one space and the one time, there correspond the systems of possible noetic events, of the possible experiences of particular individuals and community units that relate to these events, experiences which, as parallel to the noematic manifolds previously treated, contain in their own essence this peculiar feature of being related to this world of things through their import and posited meaning. In them accordingly there appear the relevant manifolds of heiltic data, with the appropriate apprehensions, thetic act characters, and so forth, which in their connected unity make up what we call the empirical consciousness of this thinghood. Over against the thing in its unity stands an infinite ideal manifold of noetic experiences of a quite determinate essential content, over which, despite the endlessness, a proper oversight can still be kept, all the experiences agreeing in this that they are a consciousness of the same object. This unanimity is evidenced in the sphere of consciousness itself through experiences which on their side again belong with the rest to the group which we have here delimited. For the limitation to the empirical consciousness was intended only by way of illustration, as was also the restriction to things of the world. Everything, however far we stretch the framework, and on whatever level of generality and particularity we may also be moving even down to the lowest concerecta, is essentially prefigured. As the sphere of experience is determined in accordance with its essential and transcendental structure as rigorously conforming to law, so is every possible construction on essential lines according to noesis and noema fixedly determined, just as every possible figure that can be constructed in space is somehow determined through the essential nature of space, according to unconditionally valid dispensations of law and order. What on both sides is here called possibility, eidetic existence, is thus absolutely necessary possibility, an absolutely firm joint in the absolutely firm structure of an eidetic system. The goal of inquiry is to know the system scientifically, i.e., to stamp it into theoretical form and to control it systematically through concepts and formulations of laws which spring from pure essential intuition. All the fundamental distinctions drawn by formal ontology and the theory of categories attached to it, the doctrine concerning the division of the regions of being and their ontical categories, as also concerning the constitution of the material ontologies that fit them, are, as we shall understand in detail as we press farther forward, the main headings of phenomenological studies. And to these, there necessarily correspond noetic noematic systems of essences which must permit of being systematically described and determined according to possibilities and necessities. If we consider more closely what the essential connections between object and consciousness as characterized in the above treatment mean and must mean, we become conscious of an ambiguity, and on following it up we notice that we are facing a crucial turning point in our inquiries. We assign to an object a variety of posited meanings, or alternatively of experiences possessing a certain noematic content, and in such a way indeed that through its syntheses of a priori identification are possible, whereby the object can and must remain the same. The X in the different acts or act noemata furnished with a differing determining content is necessarily known as the same. But is it really the same? And is the object itself real? Could it not be unreal whilst the various agreeing and even intuition ally saturated posited meanings, whatever their essential content might be, fulfilled their function according to the measures of consciousness? We are not interested in the fact world of consciousness and the fulfilling of its functions, but in the essential problems which might here need formulating. Consciousness, or the conscious subject itself, passes judgments about reality, asks questions about it, thinks it probable or doubts it, resolves the doubt and thereby passes verdicts of the reason. Must not the essence of this judicial right and correlatively the essence of reality related to all kinds of objects, and following all the categories, formal and regional, permit of being clearly understood within the system of essential connections of the transcendental consciousness, thus in a purely phenomenological way? There was then an ambiguity in what we said about the noetic noematic constitution of objectivities, example thing objectivities. In any case, we were then thinking especially of real objects, of things of the real world, or at least of a real world in general. But what then does this real mean for objects which are indeed given to consciousness, yet only through meanings and positions? What does it mean for the posited meanings themselves, for the differentiating of the essences of these noemata, or of the parallel noses? What means it for the particular modes of its construction according to form and fullness? How does this structure specify itself in sympathy with the special regions of objects? The question then is, how in the spirit of phenomenological science we are to describe, noetically and noematically, all the connections of consciousness which render necessary a plain object, and this in common speech always means a real object, precisely in its character as real. But in the extended sense of the term, an object, whether it is real or not, is constituted within certain connections of consciousness which bear in themselves a transparent unity so far as they carry with them essentially the consciousness of an identical X. In fact, our treatment does not concern realities, Wirklichkeiten, merely, in whatever pregnant sense the term be used. Questions concerning reality are to be found in all forms of knowledge as such, even in our own, the phenomenological, which relates to the possible constitution of objects, they all have their correlates in objects which are meant to possess real being. When is the noematically meant identity of the X real identity, so it may everywhere be asked instead of being merely meant, and what does this merely meant, vermeend, mean? Thus we must devote a new series of reflective studies to the problems of reality, Wirklichkeit, and to the correlative problems of the rational consciousness which lays out this reality within itself. 2. Phenomenology of the reason. When we speak of objects simpliciter, we mean as a rule real objects that truly are and belong to this or that category of being. Whatever we assert then concerning objects, provided we speak reasonably, we must submit, whether as meant or spoken, to logical grounding, proof, Ausweisen, direct vision, or mediated insight. In the logical sphere, in that of statement, that which truly or really, wirklich, is and that which is rationally demonstrable, ausweisbar, are intrinsically correlated, and so for all doxic modalities ontical or positional. Of course, the possibility of a rational demonstration, Ausweisung, which stands here in question, is not to be understood as empirical but as ideal, as an essential possibility. 136. The first basic form of the rational consciousness, the primordial dater vision. If we now ask what is meant by a rational setting forth, Ausweisung, i.e., wherein the rational consciousness consists, we find at once in the intuitive representing of examples and the beginnings of essential analysis carried out upon them the source of several distinctions. We have in the first place the distinction between positional experiences in which what is set down acquires primordial givenness, and those in which it does not acquire such givenness, between perceiving, seeing acts, that is understood in a broad sense, and non-perceiving acts. Thus a recollective consciousness, for example that of a landscape, is not given in a primordial sense, the landscape is not perceived as though we were really seeing it. In stating this we have not wished to say that the recollective consciousness has no independent right of its own, but just that this is not one of seeing. Phenomenology presents an analog of this opposition for all types of positional experiences. We can, for instance, predicate in a blind way that 2 plus 1 equals 1 plus 2, we can, however, carry out the same judgment with insight. The positive fact, Sachverhalt, the synthetic objectivity which corresponds to the synthesis of judgment, is then primordially given, grasped in a primordial way. It is this no longer after the living fulfillment of the insight, for the latter passes off at once into the obscurity of a retentional modification. The latter may indeed have a rational advantage over any other dim or confused consciousness of the same noematic meaning, over an unthinking reproduction, for instance, of something once previously learned and perhaps with insight, but it is no longer a consciousness primordially given. These distinctions do not concern the pure meaning and position, for this is the same for both members of every such pair of examples, and may also be consciously and intuitively grasped as identical every time. The distinction concerns the way in which the mere meaning or position, which as a mere abstractum requires a plus in the way of supplementing phases in the full development, concretion, of the noema of consciousness, is or is not filled out. Fullness of meaning is not the only requisite, we are also concerned with the mode, of the filling out. One mode of experiencing the meaning is the intuitive, whereby we are made aware of the meant object as such through direct mental vision, and as a particularly outstanding case we have that wherein the mode of direct vision is the primordial object-giving mode. The meaning in the perception of the landscape is perceptively filled out, and we become aware of the perceived object with its colors, forms, and so forth, so far as they fall within perception, in the mode of the embodied. We find similar distinctions in all act spheres. The situation has again its two aspects in the parallelistic sense, a noetic and a noematic. In the noematic setting we find the character of embodiment, as the primordial state of being filled out, blent with pure meaning, and the meaning stamped with this character now functions as the foundation of the noematic character of positionality, or, which here means the same thing, the ontical character. The parallel holds good of the noetic setting also. A specific character of rationality pertains, however, to that of positionality as its own, as a distinction which is then and only then essential to it when it is a positing grounded not merely in meaning generally but in a filled-out, primordial dater meaning. Here and in every kind of rational consciousness the phrase belonging to receives the meaning of being its own. For instance, to the corporeal appearing of a thing there belongs in all cases positionality. It is not only one with this appearing in a general way, as a mere general fact, shall we say, which is here unquestioned, it is one with it in a unique sense, it is motivated by it, and still again not merely in a general way but rationally motivated. And this means that the positing has its original ground of legitimacy in the primordial givenness. In other forms of givenness the ground of legitimacy need not exactly be wanting. What is, however, lacking is the prerogative of the original ground which plays its outstanding part in the relative appreciation of the grounds of legitimacy. The positing of the essence or essential relationships primordially given in our vision of essential being likewise belongs to its positing material, to the meaning in its mode of givenness. It is reasonable and, as believing certitude, originally motivated positing, it has the specific character of that which understands, der Einsehenden. If the positing is a blind one, if the meanings of the words are determined on the basis of a dim act background of which we are only confusedly aware, the rational character of the insight is necessarily lacking. With such a mode of givenness, if we are still to use this word here, of the significant fact, Sachverhalts, or, alternatively, with such noematic accompaniment of the nucleus of meaning, the character of reason is essentially incompatible. On the other hand, this does not exclude a secondary rational character, as the example of the imperfect reproduction of essential cognitions shows. Insight, self-evidence generally, is thus an entirely distinctive occurrence. At its center it is the unity of a rational positing with that which essentially motivates it, the whole situation here indicated being intelligible in terms of the noema as well as of the noesis. The reference to motivation fits excellently the relation between the noetic, positing, setzen, and the noematic meaning posited, sats, in its mode of intuitional saturation, erfüllt. The expression self-evident posited meaning in its noematic rendering is immediately intelligible. The twofold meaning of the word self-evidence in its application now to noetic characters, or full acts, example self-evidence of judging, now to noematic positions, example self-evident logical judgment, self-evident stated meaning, is a case of the general and necessary ambiguities of the expressions related to the phases of correlation between noesis and noema. The phenomenological indication of the source they spring from renders them harmless, and even permits us to recognize their indispensability. We have yet to note that the expression fulfillment, Erfüllen, has still another ambiguity which lies in a quite other direction. At one time it is fulfillment of intention, as a character which the actual thesis takes on through the special mode of meaning, at another it is precisely the peculiarity of this mode itself or the peculiar property of the meaning in question, to conceal rich resources which motivate in accordance with reason. 137. Self-evidence and insight. Primordial and pure assertoric and apodictic self-evidence. The pairs of examples made use of above illustrate at the same time a second and a third essential difference. That which we ordinarily call self-evidence and insight, or seeing into, is a positional doxic and also adequate dater consciousness which excludes otherness. The thesis is motivated in a quite exceptional way through the adequacy of the given material, and is in the highest sense an act of the reason. The arithmetical example illustrates that for us. In the example of the landscape we have indeed a seeing, but not the experience of self-evidence, evidence, in the ordinary pregnant meaning of the word, a seeing into. When the contrasted examples are looked into more closely, we are struck by a double difference. In the one example we are treating of the essence, in the other of the individual. In the second place the primordial givenness in the eidetic example is adequate, in the example from the sphere of experience it is inadequate. Both differences which intercross under certain circumstances will prove of importance in respect to the type of insight, evidence, involved. So far as the first difference is concerned, We may state on phenomenological grounds that the so to speak assertoric seeing of an individual, for instance, the awareness of a thing or of some individual state of things, is in its rational character essentially distinguished from an apodeictic seeing, from the in-seeing of an essence or an essential relationship, but also likewise from the modification of this in-seeing, which may take place through a mixing of the two, namely, in the case of the application of an insight to something assertorically seen, and generally in the knowledge of the necessity of a posited particular being so and so. Evidential vision, evidence, and insight, in the ordinary meaningful, pragnanter, sense, are taken as meaning the same thing, namely, apodeictic in-seeing. We propose in our terminology to separate the two words. We are in real need of a more general word which shall include in its meaning assertoric seeing and apodeictic in-seeing. We should consider it as a phenomenological finding of great importance that they both really belong to one generic essence, and that, understood in a still more general way, rational consciousness in general designates a summum genus of thetic modalities, in which the seeing, used in its very widest sense, and as bearing on primordial givenness, constitutes a well-defined class. In giving a name to the summum genus one has the option either of extending the meaning of the word seeing, as we did just now, but going very much farther, or of widening the meaning of the words in-seeing and evidential vision, evidence. It might be most suitable to choose the word, evidential vision to stand for the most general concept. The expression primordial evidential vision would then be available for representing every rational thesis characterized by a relation of motivation in respect of the primordiality of what is primordially given. We should then have to decide further between the assertoric and apodeictic forms of evidential vision, and to leave to the word insight the special task of designating this apodeictic character. Proceeding still farther, we would set up as opposites pure insight and impure insight, the latter including the cognition of the necessity of an element of fact, the being of which does not need to be self-evident, and likewise, and in a quite general way, we would draw a contrast between pure and impure evidential vision. Further differences arise as our inquiry deepens, differences concerning the bases of motivation and affecting the character of the evidential vision, for example, the difference between purely formal, analytic, logical, and material, synthetic a priori, evidential vision. But at this point we should not go beyond the briefest indications. 138. Adequate and inadequate self-evidence. Let us now turn back to the second of the two differences indicated above, which is closely connected with that between adequate and inadequate givenness, and gives us occasion at the same time to describe an outstanding type of impure evidential vision. The positing act, Setzen, grounded in the corporeal appearance of the thing is indeed rational, but the appearance is never more than a one-sided imperfect appearance. Not only are we conscious in corporeal form of the very object that is in process of appearing, but of the thing itself simpliciter, the whole in its collective though only one-sidedly intuitional and in addition variously undetermined meaning. But of course that which verily appears must not be separated from the thing as though it were itself a separate thing. Its correlate of meaning constitutes a dependent part within the full meaning of the thing, a part which can have unity of meaning and independence only within a whole which necessarily conceals in itself components of emptiness and of indeterminacy. In principle a thing in the real world, a being in this sense, can within the finite limits of appearance appear only inadequately. Essentially connected therewith is the fact that no rational positing which rests on an appearance that presents itself so inadequately can be definitive, invincible, that no such positing in its particularity is equivalent to the downright assertion that the thing is real, but only to the assertion it is real on the supposition that the advance of experience does not bring in its train stronger rational motives which exhibit the original positing as one that must be cancelled in the further connection. Moreover, the positing is rationally motivated only through the appearance, the imperfectly fulfilled perceptual meaning, in and for itself, considered in its particularized detail. The phenomenology of the reason in the sphere of the types of being which can on principle be only inadequately given, the sphere of transcendence in the sense of realities, realitaten, has therefore to study the different occurrences within this sphere which have been indicated a priori and in advance. It has to make clear how the inadequate consciousness of givenness, the partial appearing, is related to one and the same determinable x, whilst continuously advancing towards ever fresh appearances which are continuously passing over into one another, and also to indicate the essential possibilities which here present themselves, how, on the one hand, a sequence of experiences is possible here and constantly motivated on rational lines through the rational placements positings that are continuously at one's disposal, namely, the course of experience in which the empty places of the appearances that have preceded get filled again, the indeterminacies more closely determined, moving forward all the time towards a thoroughgoing harmonious filling out, with the steadily increasing rational power that goes with this. On the other hand, we have to make clear the opposite possibilities, the cases of the fusions or polythetic syntheses where there is disagreement or determination otherwise of that x which we are constantly aware of as one and the same otherwise, that is, then in harmony with the original bestowal of meaning. We have to show, moreover, how positional components of the earlier course of perception suffer cancellation together with their meaning, how under certain circumstances the whole perception explodes, so to speak, and breaks up into conflicting apprehensions of the thing, into suppositions concerning the thing, how the theses of these suppositions annul one another, and in such annulling are modified in a peculiar way, or how the one thesis, remaining unmodified, conditions the cancelling of the contrary thesis, and other contingencies of the same kind. As further and closer objects of study we may note the peculiar modifications which the original positings of the reason suffer owing to the fact that in the course of harmonious filling out they undergo a positive phenomenological enhancement with respect to their motivating power, that they increase steadily in weight, that they thus constantly and essentially possess weight, but one that differs gradually. The other possibilities also call for analysis, in respect of such points as how the weight of positings suffers from counter motives, how in doubt they mutually balance one another, how one placement in rivalry with another of greater weight is outweighed, abandoned, and so forth. In addition, of course, the circumstances which are essentially determinative of the changes in the positional characters in the sense in which they belong to the positional content should be subjected to a comprehensive analysis on essential lines, example the circumstances accompanying the conflict or the rivalry of appearances. For here, as everywhere, in the phenomenological sphere, there are no contingencies, no mere matter-of-fact connections factizitaten, all is essentially and definitely motivated. In a similar way the inquiry into the essential nature of all kinds of rational acts in their immediacy should be carried through in connection with a general phenomenology of the noetic and noematic given material. To every region and category of would-be objects corresponds phenomenologically not only a basic kind of meaning or position, but also a basic kind of primordial data consciousness of such meaning, and, pertaining to it, a basic type of primordial self-evidence, essentially motivated through a primitive givenness that conforms to the basic divisions just referred to. Every such self-evidence, the word being understood in the extended sense we have given to it, is either adequate, incapable in principle of being either strengthened or weakened, thus without the graded differences of a weight, or it is inadequate, and therewith capable of increase and decrease. Whether in any given context the former or the latter kind of self-evidence is possible depends on its generic type, it is thus pre-fashioned, a priori, and to demand the perfection which self-evidence possesses in one content, example that of essential relations, in other contexts which essentially exclude it is simply absurd. We have still this remark to make, that we were obliged to transfer the original meaning of the concepts adequate and inadequate, which relates to the mode of presentation, to the essential peculiarities of the rational positings themselves, grounded on them. We were enabled to do so by the very fact of their connection. It is one of those unavoidable equivocations due to transference, which lose their power to harm so soon as one recognizes them as equivocal, and has clearly and consciously distinguished the derived from the original. 139. Interweavings of all the varieties of reason. Theoretic, axiological, and practical truth. An act of positing, whatever its quality may be, has, in harmony with what we have stated hitherto, its justification, in and through the very positing of its meaning, provided only that it is rational. The rational character is itself the character of rightness. This character belongs to it essentially, and not contingently as a mere fact under the accidental conditions of an empirically positing ego. Correlatively, meaning as posited can also be said to have its own rightness. It stands within the rational consciousness equipped with the noematic character of rightness, which essentially belongs moreover to the posited meaning in its capacity as the noematic thesis so qualified together with this content of meaning. Or to state it more accurately, there belongs to it a fullness made up in this way, which on its own side furnishes the ground for the rational character of the thesis. The posited meaning here has its justification, rect, in itself. But it may also be that just something may be said on behalf of a position, without being itself rational, it can still have a share of reason. We recall, to keep within the doxic sphere, the peculiar connection of the doxic modalities with the protodoxa one. They all point back to it. If, on the other hand, we consider the rational characters which belong to these modalities, the thought at once obtrudes itself upon us that they all, differ as they may in regard to content and the conditions of motivation, point back, so to speak, to one primary rational character which belongs to the domain of primary belief, to the case of primordial and in the last resort perfect self-evidence. It will be observed that between these two kinds of back reference there are deep-lying essential connections. Just to indicate the following, a presumption can be characterized as rational in itself, if we follow that in it which harks back to the corresponding primary belief, and if we adopt this in the form of a supposing, something then speaks for this. It is not the belief itself simpliciter that is characterized as rational, although it has a share in reason. We see that further rational distinctions of a theoretical kind need to be drawn and studied here. Essential connections between the different qualities, connections of a reciprocal kind, with the rational characters which are peculiar to them, detach themselves here, and in the end all the lines of connection converge back upon the primary belief and its primary reason, upon the truth. Truth is manifestly the correlate of the perfect rational character of the protodoxa, the believing certainty. The expressions, a protodoxic posited meaning, a stated meaning, for instance, is true, and the character of perfect rationality attaches to the corresponding belief and judgment, are equivalent correlates. We are not referring here, of course, to any fact of experience or to any individual judger, although it is eidetically taken for granted that truth can be actually given only where there is an actual consciousness of the self-evident, and this applies therefore also to the truth of this being taken for granted itself, that of the previously indicated equivalence, and so forth. If the protodoxic self-evidence, that of believing certainty, is lacking, then, we say, with respect to its content of meaning S is P, a doxic modality may be self-evident, the presumption, for instance, that S should be P. This modal self-evidence is manifestly equivalent to and necessarily connected with a protodoxic self-evidence of altered meaning, namely, with the self-evident position, or the truth, that S is P is presumable, probable. On the other hand, also with the truth, there is something to be said for the assertion that S is P, and again, there is something to be said for the assertion that SP is true, and so forth. All this points to essential connections which need phenomenological inquiries reaching down to fundamentals. Self-evidence, however, is in no sense a mere title for rational developments of this kind in the sphere of belief, and indeed in that of the predicative judgment only, but holds for all thetic spheres, and particularly also for the important rational connections that run between them. It therefore concerns the highly difficult and far-reaching problems of the reason in the sphere of the theses of feeling, gamets, and will too, as also their interlacings with the theoretical, i.e., doxic reason. The theoretical or doxological truth, or self-evidence, has its parallels in the axiological and practical truth or self-evidence, whereby the truths of this last heading come to be expressed and known three in the form of doxological truths, namely, in the specifically logical or apophantic. It does not need to be said that for dealing with these problems fundamentally we need studies of the kind we have already attempted to initiate, Studies that concern the essential relations connecting the doxic theses with all other kinds of placement, those of feeling, gemüts, and will, and those again that lead all doxic modalities back to the proto-doxa. Even thereby also we may bring ourselves to understand from ultimate grounds why the assurance of belief and, correspondingly, the truth plays so dominant a part in all affairs of the reason, a part which, for the rest, is such as to make us take for granted that in respect of a solution the problems of reason in the doxic sphere must have precedence of the problems of the axiological and practical reason. 140. Confirmation. Warranty, Berechtigung, apart from self-evidence. Equivalence of the positional and neutral insights. Further study is demanded in respect of the problems offered by the connections of congruence, Deckung, which, to name only an outstanding case, must be set up on essential lines between acts of the same meaning or position, but of different rational value. For instance, a self-evident and a non-self-evident act may be congruent in such a way that in the transition from the latter to the former the self-evident act takes on the character of proving something to be, the non-self-evident act that of itself proving to be. The positing with insight that characterizes the one functions as confirmatory of the insight lacking positing of the other. The posited meaning is verified or confirmed, the imperfect mode of givenness is transformed into the perfect. The particular form this process takes or can take is prescribed by the essential nature of the relevant types of positing, or of the posited meanings in question in their perfected fulfillment. For every class of posited meanings the forms of verification that are intrinsically possible must be clearly laid down on phenomenological lines. If the positing is not irrational, motivated possibilities may be drawn from its essence to show that and how it can be translated into an actual rational positing that verifies it. It can be seen that it is not every imperfect self-evidence that here prescribes a course of fulfillment which terminates in a corresponding primordial self-evidence, of the same sort and meaning. On the contrary, a verification of this primordial kind, so to speak, is intrinsically excluded by certain kinds of self-evidence. This is true, for instance, of the recall of a recollection, Rückerinnerung, and in a certain way of all recollecting generally, and likewise essentially of empathy, to which, in the second volume of this book, we shall ascribe a basic kind of self-evidence, and into whose nature we shall there inquire more closely. In any case, very important phenomenological themes are therewith indicated. We must further note that the motivated possibility of which we spoke above is to be sharply distinguished from empty possibility, for, it is definitely motivated through that which the posited meaning with such filling as is given to it includes within itself. It is an empty possibility that this writing desk here on its underside, which is at present invisible to me, rests on 10 legs instead of on 4 legs, as is really the case. This fourness, on the contrary, is a motivated possibility in respect of the definite perception which I am just enjoying. For every perception generally it is a motivated consideration that the conditions of perception can change in certain ways, that in consequence the perception can pass over correspondingly into a perceptive series of a definite type prescribed by the very meaning of my perception, and tending to fulfill the perception and confirm its posited meaning. For the rest, in respect of the empty or mere possibility of proof, there are two further cases to distinguish. Either the possibility coincides with the reality, in such wise, namely, that seeing into the possibility brings with it eo ipso the primordial rational consciousness and consciousness of givenness, or that is not the case. The latter holds in the example we have just made use of. Real experience, and not merely running through possible perceptions after bringing them into consciousness, supplies a real proof of positings which claim reality, reals, such as the existential positings of natural processes. On the other hand, in the case of every positing of an essence or an essential position, the intuitional realization of its completed filling out is equivalent to the filling out itself, just as a priori the intuitional realization, even the mere fanciful representation of an essential connection and insight into the same, are equivalent, i.e., the one passes into the other through a mere alteration of the standpoint, and the possibility of this reciprocal transition is not accidental but essentially necessary. 141. Immediate and mediate rational positing. Mediate self-evidence. Confessedly all mediate grounding leads back to the immediate. The primary source of all rightness, rex, in respect of all domains of objects and the positing acts related to them, lies in immediate and more narrowly specified primordial self-evidence, or in the primordial givenness which motivates it. But one can draw further from this source indirectly in different ways. The rational value of a positing act which in itself has no self-evidence can be derived from it, or, if it is immediate, strengthened and confirmed. Let us consider the latter case, and with the aid of an example indicate the difficult problems which concern the relation of the non-self-evident immediate rational positing acts to primordial self-evidence, in our sense of the term, as bearing, that is, on the primordial nature of givenness. In a certain way indeed every clear recollection possesses an original and immediate right, considered in and for itself, it weighs something, whether little or much, it has a weight. But it has only a relative and imperfect right. In respect of that which it reproduces, let us say a past event, there lies in it a relation to the actual present. It posits the past and necessarily posits with it the relevant field of view, though in a dim, vague, undetermined way, brought to clearness and thetic distinctness. The latter would have to permit of being developed in a context of recollections thetically carried out, and to terminate in actual perceptions, in the actual hic et nunc. The same holds for every sort of remembering in our very broad use of the term, in which it is related to all the modes of time. In positions such as these, essential insights unmistakably declare themselves. They point to the essential connections with the exhibition of which the meaning and the kind of verification of which every recollection is capable and stands in need of would be presented more clearly. With every advance from one recollection to another in the clarifying connections of memory, which terminate in the perceptual present, the memory gets strengthened. The strengthening is to a certain extent reciprocal, the memory weightings are functionally interdependent. Each recollection in its context of memories has a power which increases with the extension of that context, and is greater than it would have been in a more restricted connection or alone by itself. But if the development reaches through to the present moment, something of the light of perception and its self-evidence shines back along the whole series of recollections. One could even say, the rationality and legitimacy, wreaked character, of memory springs up in secret through the power of perception, which in all confusion and obscurity is still operative even when the latter lacks its full consummation. But in any case such verification is needed to bring out clearly what it strictly is that bears the mediated reflection of perceptual authority, Wahrnehmungsrechts. Memory has its own kind of inadequacy in that it can blend what is really remembered with what is not remembered, or again in the fact that different recollections can take place and yet pass as the unity of one memory, whereas through the receding of the horizon of memory which takes place in actual recall, the series of recollections which then open out divide so that the one single memory picture explodes, and scatters in a plurality of mutually incompatible memory intuitions, whereby there would be occurrences to describe similar to those which, in a manner that clearly permits of being extensively generalized, we have had occasion to point out in respect of perceptions. 5. All this may serve to indicate by way of illustration large and important groups of problems dealing with the confirming and verifying of immediate rational positings, as also to illustrate the division of rational positing acts into pure and impure, unmixed and mixed. But above all we may grasp here one sense in which it is valid to say that all mediate rational positings, and, in further sequence, all rational cognition that is predicative and conceptual, throw us back upon self-evidence. We are to understand, of course, that only the primordial self-evidence is an original source of authority, rex cal, and the rational positings of memory, for instance, and so of all reproductive acts, including that of empathy, are not original, and are in certain ways derived. We may, however, draw from the source of the primordially given in shapes and forms of a quite different mold. One such form has already been indicated by the way, the weakening of rational values in the continuous transition from living self-evidence to non-self-evidence. But let us now indicate an essentially different group of cases where a posited meaning is mediately related, within a synthetic connection self-evident at every link of it, to grounds that are immediately self-evident. Therewith emerges a new and general type of rational positions, of a different rational character, phenomenologically, from immediate self-evidence. So here also we have a kind of derived mediate self-evidence, the kind for which as a rule the expression mediate self-evidence is exclusively reserved. This derived self-evidential character is such in its essential nature that it can emerge only with the last link of a system of positions which, starting with those that are immediately self-evident, takes different forms as its course proceeds, every step in advance being supported on grounds of self-evidence, whereby these self-evidences are partly immediate, partly already derived, partly transparent, partly not, primordial, or non-primordial. Therewith a new field of the phenomenological theory of reason is indicated. Our task here is to study, from the side both of the noesis and the noema, the general and the special events of the essential order of reason in mediate supportings, provings of every kind and form, and in all thetic spheres whatsoever, to refer to their phenomenological origins the different principles of such proof, which are of essentially different kind, for instance, according as it treats of objectivities that are presented as immanent or transcendent, adequate or inadequate, and to make these principles intelligible through this ultimate reference, not omitting to take into account all the phenomenological strata involved. 142. Being and the thesis of reason. With the general understanding of the essence of the reason, and this is the goal of the group of inquiries indicated of the reason stretched to its widest to cover all varieties of the positing act, including the axiological and the practical, the general elucidation of the essential correlations which unite the idea of true, Wahrhaft, being with the ideas of truth, reason, and consciousness must eo ipso be secured. In this direction we very soon reach a general insight, namely, that not merely object that truly is and to be rationally posited, but also truly being, and an object to be posited in an original and perfect thesis of the reason, are equivalent correlates. The object would not be given to this rational thesis in an incomplete and merely partial form. The meaning which underlies it as its material would not in any prescribed direction lying within one's mental reach leave any open possibilities for the determinable x, no determinability which was not already an established determination, no meaning that was not fully determined and its defining limits set. Since the thesis of the reason should be an original one, it must have its rational ground in the primordial givenness of that which is in a full sense determined. The x is not only meant in its full determinacy, but therein primordially given. The import of the indicated equivalence is then as follows. To every object that truly is there intrinsically corresponds, in the a priori of the unconditioned generality of the essence, the idea of a possible consciousness in which the object itself can be grasped in a primordial and also perfectly adequate way. Conversely, when this possibility is guaranteed, the object is eo ipso that which truly is. This too is here specially significant, namely, that we find definitely prescribed in the essential nature of every category of formative synthesis, which is the correlate of every category of the object, the possible shapes, perfect or imperfect, which it can concretely take. Again, it is prescribed on essential lines for every imperfect synthesis of this kind how it may perfect itself, how its meaning may be completed, intuition ally filled, and how the intuition is to be further enriched. Every category of the object, every region and every category in our own more restricted and pregnant sense of the term, is a general essence which must itself be brought on grounds of principle to adequate givenness. In its adequate givenness it prescribes a transparent, einsichtig, general rule for every special object of which we become aware in the variety of concrete experiences. These experiences would here be naturally taken not as individual particularities, singularitaten, but as essences, as considerata of the lowest class. It prescribes the rule that determines how an object subordinate to it is to be brought in respect of its meaning and mode of presentation to full determinacy, to adequate primordial givenness, through which discrete or continuously developing connections of consciousness, and through which concrete exhibitions out of the essential nature of these connections, are effected. We shall understand how much these short sentences contain when we study these problems more closely in the concluding chapter, starting from 149. At this point a brief illustrative indication may suffice. The invisible determinations of a thing, this we know with apodeictic certainty, are, like all thing determinations, necessarily spatial. This gives a law-conforming rule for the possible spatial modes of completion in respect of the invisible sides of the appearing thing, a rule which, in its full development, we call pure geometry. As further determinations of a thing we have the temporal and the material determinations. To these, in their turn, new rules apply for possible, not therefore freely disposable, completions of meaning, and in further sequence for possible thetic intuitions or appearances. The essential content these may possess, the standards to which their matter conforms, and the criteria for determining the characters which their forms of apprehension, noematic or noetic, may legitimately possess, this too is all prescribed a priori. 143. The adequate presentation of a thing as an idea in the Kantian sense. Yet before we grapple with these problems, a postscript is needed to remove the illusory sense of contradiction with our previous exposition, 138. There we remarked that on principle we could only have inadequately appearing, therefore also only inadequately perceivable, objects. But we must not overlook the modifying qualification we made. Inadequately perceivable, we said, within the finite limits of appearance. There are objects and all transcendent objects, all realities, realitaten, which are included under the rubric nature or world are here included, which cannot be given with complete determinacy and with similarly complete intuitability in any limited finite consciousness. But as idea, in the Kantian sense, the complete givenness is nevertheless prescribed as a connection of endless processes of continuous appearing, absolutely fixed in its essential type, or, as the field for these processes, a continuum of appearances determined a priori, possessing different but determinate dimensions, governed by an established dispensation of essential order. This continuum is more closely defined as infinite in all directions, consisting in all its phases of appearances of the same determinable x, so ordered as a connected system and so determined as to its essential content that any one of its lines when carried continuously forward gives a harmonious system of appearances, which is itself to be designated as a unity of mobile appearance, wherein the given x, ever one and the same, is with unbroken consistency more closely and never otherwise determined. If now a self-contained unity of the course covered, a finite act therefore that is mobile only within the limits of its finitude, is in virtue of the pervasive infinity of the continuum unthinkable, it would give an absurd finite infinity. The idea of this continuum and the idea of the completed givenness thereby prefigured lies, none the less, transparent before us, open to insight as only an idea can be, designating through its essential nature a type of insight that is all its own. The idea of an infinity essentially motivated is not itself an infinity. The insight that this infinity is intrinsically incapable of being given does not exclude but rather demands the transparent givenness of the idea of this infinity. 144. Reality and primordial dater consciousness, concluding determinations. Thus it remains as a result that the eidos true being is correlatively equivalent to the eidos adequately given being and being that can be posited as self-evident, and this, moreover, in the sense either of finite givenness or of givenness in the form of an idea. In the one case being is immanent being, being as a completed experience or noematic correlate of experience, in the other case it is transcendent being, i.e., being whose transcendence rests precisely in the infinitude of the noematic correlate which it demands as ontical material. Where the dater intuition is adequate and immanent, the sense, sin, primordially filled out, though not indeed the sense simpliciter, coalesces with the object. The object is just that which is grasped and posited in adequate intuition as a primordial self, transparent in virtue of its primordiality, and absolutely transparent in virtue of the completeness of the meaning and its complete primordial filling out, Erfulian. Where the dater intuition is of a transcending character, the objective factor cannot come to be adequately given. What can alone be given here is the idea of such a factor, or of its meaning and epistemological essence, and therewith an a priori rule for the well-ordered infinities of inadequate experiences. On the ground of experiences that have at times been enjoyed and of this rule, or varied system of rules which covers their case, we cannot indeed unambiguously infer how the further course of experience must proceed. On the contrary, there remain open countless possibilities which, however, are prefigured according to type through the very richly organized a priori ordering. The system of geometrical rules determines with absolute precision all the possible forms of motion which might supplement the bit of observed movement here and now before us, but it does not indicate a single real course for the motion of the object that is really moving. How the empirical thought which is grounded in experience comes here to the rescue, how anything of the nature of the scientific determination of thing-like particulars as empirically posited units, Einheiten, which yet include an infinite number of possible determinations, all varied in meaning, is at all possible, how, within the topic, thesis, of nature we can reach the goal of unambiguous determination, in accordance with the idea of the natural object or event, etc. Which as the idea of an individual particular is fully determinate, this all belongs to a new stratum of inquiry. It belongs to the phenomenology of the reason in its specific experiencing, more particularly to the physical, psychological, and, in general, natural scientific reason, which refers the ontological and noetic rules which belong to the science of experience as such back to its phenomenological sources. But that means that it seeks out and eidetically investigates the phenomenological strata, noetic and noematic, in which the content of these rules is embedded. 145. Critical consideration of the phenomenology of self-evidence. It is clear from the foregoing treatment that the phenomenology of the reason, noetics in a pregnant sense of the term, which proposes to subject to intuitive research not indeed consciousness generally, but the rational consciousness, throughout presupposes general phenomenology. That in the realm of positionality sixthetic consciousness of every kind, Gattung, stands under certain norms is itself a phenomenological fact. The norms are no other than essential laws which relate to certain noetic noematic connections to be rigorously analyzed and described in respect of their kind and form. Naturally we have everywhere to reckon with unreason also, as the negative counterpart of reason, just as the phenomenology of self-evidence includes in itself that of its counterpart, absurdity. 7 The general doctrine of the essence of self-evidence with its analyses bearing on essential distinctions of the most general kind constitutes a relatively small although fundamental portion of the phenomenology of reason. Therein we confirm, and the considerations we have just advanced may already suffice to make the point quite clear, what was briefly maintained at the beginning of this book 8 as against perverse interpretations of the meaning of self-evidence. Self-evidence, in fact, is not any sort of conscious indicator affixed to a judgment, and ordinarily it is only in relation to judgment that one speaks of self-evidence, and calling to us like a mystical voice from a better world, "Here is the truth." As though such a voice had anything to say to free spirits like ourselves and had not to make good its title to authority. We do not need any longer to get even with sceptical considerations, nor to consider misgivings of the old type which cannot be overcome through any theory of self-evidence that makes it a matter of indicators and feelings, the doubt, namely, whether a malicious demon, of Cartesian invention, or a fateful alteration of the actual course of the world might not bring it about that every false judgment were provided with this indicator, this feeling of intellectual necessity or transcendent obligation, and the like. If we get down to the relevant phenomena themselves and study them in the framework of a phenomenological reduction, we recognize with complete clearness that we are here dealing with a quite special mode of positing, and with nothing so little therefore as with a content affixed somehow to the act, with an appendage of any sort whatsoever, a mode of positing which belongs to eidetically determined essences constitutive of the noema, example the modus of insight into essential being, which in a primordial way gives an original transparency to the make-up of the noema. One recognizes further that once again essential laws govern the relation of those positional acts which do not possess this special constitution to such as do possess it, that there is such a thing, for instance, as consciousness of the fulfillment of the intention, of authorizing and strengthening with special reference to the thetic characters, just as there are also the corresponding opposed characters of the depriving of all authority and power. We further recognize that the logical principles require a profound phenomenological elucidation, and that the principle of contradiction, for instance, takes us back to the essential connections of possible confirmation and possible invalidation, or, alternatively, rational cancellation. Point 9. Speaking generally, we obtain the insight that we have here and at every point to do, not with contingent facts but with eidetic eventualities which stand in their eidetic connections, and therefore that what obtains in the eidos functions as an absolutely unassailable standard for the fact. In this phenomenological chapter we also get clear on this point, that not every positional experience, example an experience of judgment of any kind, can become self-evident in the same way, and more specifically not every such experience can become immediately self-evident. Further, that all modes of rational positing, all types of immediate or mediate self-evidence, are rooted in phenomenological connections within which the radically different object regions separate out from one another on noetic-noematic lines. It particularly concerns us to study systematically the continuous identity unisons and the synthetic identifications in all domains according to their phenomenological constitution. If one has first become acquainted, and this is the first step and a necessary one, with the inner construction of intentional experiences in regard to all general structural forms, with the parallelism of these structures, the stratifications in the noema, such as meaning, the subject-bearer of meaning, thetic characters, concrete fullness, it behoves us in all synthetic unifications to make fully clear how there take place therein not merely acts of binding generally, but a binding into the unity of one act. In particular, clarity and analytic insight come to us in respect of many such questions as, how identifying unifications are possible, how here and there the determinable x acquires a determinate and valid value, and how this affects the determinations of meaning and their vacancies, i.e., their phases of indeterminacy, and in respect also of such matters as intuitive fullness, fullen, and forms of confirmation, of proof, and of progressive knowledge as it passes from lower to higher levels of consciousness. These studies in rationality, however, and all that go along with them, are carried out from the transcendental, the phenomenological standpoint. No judgment there carried out is a judgment on a natural basis, presupposing as background the thesis of natural reality, not even where the study in question is the phenomenology of the consciousness of reality, of the knowledge of nature, of the realization of natural values and insight into their bearings. We seek out everywhere the formations of the noses and the noemata, we sketch out a systematic and eidetic morphology, and set out everywhere the essential necessities and possibilities, the latter as necessary possibilities, i.e., unifying forms of compatibility prescribed by the essential natures of things and girt about with essential laws. Object, as we everywhere understand it, is a title for essential connections of consciousness. It first comes forward as noematic X, the subject-bearer of different essential types of meanings and positions. It appears further as the title for certain connections of the reason, eidetically considered, in which the contained X that unifies in terms of meaning receives its rational placing. As similar titles for determinate, eidetically circumscribed groups to be fixed through inquiries into essences, and uniting teleologically connected formations of consciousness, we have such expressions as possible, probable, doubtful object. The connections are ever changing afresh, and in their otherness must be precisely described. Thus, for instance, it is easy to see that the possibility of the X being determined in such and such a way is not merely proved through the primordial givenness of this X with its provision of meaning, sinespestand, through the reference therefore to a real element, but that also mere suggestions consolidated through reproduction can strengthen each other mutually by coming harmoniously together. And that likewise doubtfulness comes to light in the phenomena of conflict between the modalized intuitions of a certain descriptive specification, and so forth. Connected therewith are the inquiries of a theoretically rational type which relate to the distinction between positivities, sation, values, and practical objectivities, and seek out the constitutive conscious constructions for the same. Thus phenomenology really envelopes the whole natural world, and with this the ideal worlds it shuts off. It includes them as world meaning through the conformities to essential law and order which connect objective meaning and noema generally with the self-contained systems of the gnosis, and especially through the rationally ordered essential connections, whose correlate is real object, which therefore on its own side acts on occasion as an indicator of fully determined systems of conscious formations ideologically unified. 3. Grades of generality in the ordering of the problems of the theoretic reason. Our meditations upon the forms of inquiry proper to a phenomenology of the reason have so far been proceeding on a plane of generality which did not permit the essential ramifications of the problems raised and their connections with the formal and regional ontologies to stand out at all clearly. In this respect we must try to be more specific, only so will the full meaning of the phenomenological eidetics of the reason and the whole wealth of its problems be revealed to us. 146. The most general problems. Let us get back to the sources of all forms of rational inquiry and follow them in their ramifyings as systematically as possible. The title of the problem which in its scope covers phenomenology in its entirety is intentionality. This indeed expresses the fundamental property of consciousness. All phenomenological problems, including the heiltic, find their ordered place within it. Thus phenomenology starts off with problems of intentionality, but at first quite generally and without drawing into its own circle of consideration the question of the real, or true, being of what we are conscious of when we are conscious. We leave unconsidered the fact that positional consciousness with its thetic characters can, in the most general sense of the term, be designated as sense-positing, vermanen, and finds its necessary place as such under the rational oppositions of validity and invalidity. We were able to approach these problems only in the last chapters, with reference to the main structures of consciousness which we had learned to understand in the interval. And since our concern was with eidetic beginnings, we carried out the analyses with the greatest possible generality, as indeed the nature of the case demanded. In all eidetic spheres the systematic procedure is from higher to lower generality, though analysis, when on the trail, may attach itself to particulars. We spoke of reason and the rational thesis generally, of primordial and derived, of adequate and inadequate self-evidence, of essential insight and individual self-evidence, and the like. The descriptions we outlined already presupposed an extensive phenomenological basis, a whole series of difficult distinctions which we had worked out for ourselves in the chapters treating of the most general structures of consciousness. Without the concepts meaning, meaning posited and fulfilled, epistemological essence in the language of the logical investigations, it is quite impossible to reach the radical formulation of any problem of the theoretical reason. These concepts presuppose others again and the cleavages of essence that correspond to them, the differences of positionality and neutrality, those of the thetic characters and their contents of meaning, materion, the separating out of the peculiar modifications of essence which do not come under the eidos posited meaning, as, for instance, the attentional modifications, and so forth. At the same time, that we may not underrate the scope of the analyses required in the most general stratum of theoretical reason of which we are here speaking, we stress the fact that the essential descriptions of the last chapter should count only as mere beginnings. As everywhere else, so also here, we were only carrying out our methodic intention to prepare so much firm ground for every intrinsically new stratum that might be pictured as a field of phenomenological inquiries as to make these latter secure, formulate the initial and fundamental problems that relate to these, and cast free glances towards the encircling line of problems in the far distance. 147. Ramifications of the problem. Formal logic, axiology, and praxis. The general phenomenology of the reason differentiates as we take into account further structural differences which have a determining influence upon rational characteristics, differences depending on the fundamental type of thesis in question, on the differences between basic, Schlichter, and derived theses, and the differences which cross with these of unilateral, theses and syntheses. The main groups of problems of the reason, problems of self-evidence, relate to the main types of theses, and the positing material, Setzungsmaterien, which these essentially demand. At the head, of course, come the protodoxa, the doxic modalities with the ontical modalities that correspond to them. In pursuing such ends of the theoretical reason we come necessarily to the problems on which depends the proper understanding of formal logic as a form of the theoretical reason, and of the parallel disciplines which I have called formal axiology and praxis. I would refer back in the first place to the earlier discussions concerning the purely formal doctrine of positions, Satsa, and in particular of synthetic positions, relating to the predicative doxic synthesis, as also the synthetic forms that belong to the doxic modalities, and further to the acts of feeling, Gemut, and will, the forms of preference, for instance, those of valuing and willing in the interests of another, the forms of the axiological and/or. In these formal doctrines we are concerned with the pure form of synthetic positions, Satsa, in their noematic aspect, without bringing into question their rational validity or invalidity. Thus they do not yet belong to the stratum of the doctrine of rationality. But as soon as we throw out these questions, and propound them indeed for positions generally so far as they are conceived as exclusively determined through pure forms, we are in the sphere of formal logic and of the parallel formal disciplines mentioned above, which are essentially built up upon the corresponding formal doctrines as their underlying strata. In the synthetic forms which as such manifestly presuppose much that concerns the theses or positions of the relevant positional category, whilst leaving it specifically indeterminate there lie a priori conditions of possible validity which come to expression in the essential laws of the disciplines in question. More specifically there lie in the pure forms of the predicative, analytic, synthesis a priori conditions of the possibility of doxic rational certainty, or in noematic terms, of possible truth. In thus setting it out objectively, we obtain formal logic in the narrowest sense of the word, formal apophansis, the formal logic of judgments, which thus has its basis in the formal theory of these judgments. Similar remarks apply to the syntheses belonging to the spheres of feeling, Gemut, and will, and to their noematic correlates, to their types of synthetic positions therefore, whereof the systematic formal doctrine must again furnish the basis for the construction of the doctrines of formal validity. In the pure synthetic forms of these spheres, as, for instance, in the connections of ends and means, there are in reality concealed the conditions of the possibility of axiogical and practical truth. Thereby, through the objectivation, which takes place also in acts of feeling, Gemut, for instance, all axiological and practical rationality is converted, in the way we have learned to understand, into doxic rationality, and noematically into truth, objectively into reality. We speak of true or real ends, means, grounds of preference, and so forth. Special phenomenological inquiries of an extremely important kind are concerned with each one of these connections. Already the fashion in which the formal disciplines just cited are characterized is phenomenological, and presupposes many of the results of our analyses. The worker in pure logic, dogmatically treated, grasps through abstraction the apophantic forms, proposition in general or judgment, categorical, hypothetical, conjunctive, disjunctive, and so forth, and establishes for them axioms of formal truth. He knows nothing of analytic synthesis, of essential relations, noetic and noematic, of the incorporation within the essence systems of pure consciousness of the essences he has extracted and conceptually determined. In his inquiries he studies apart what can be fully understood only in this fullness of essential connection. It is phenomenology which, by reverting to the sources of intuition in transcendentally purified consciousness, makes it clear to us what is precisely involved in the fact that we sometimes speak of formal conditions of truth, sometimes of those of knowledge. It enlightens us in a general way concerning essence and essential relations in respect of the concepts knowledge, self-evidence, truth, being, object, positive content, and so forth. It teaches us to understand the structure of the judging process and of the judgment, the way in which the structure of the noema determines knowledge, how the posited meaning thereby plays its special part, and again the varying possibility of its cognitive fullness. It shows which modes of filling out are essential conditions for the rational character of self-evidence, which types of self-evidence are in question on any occasion, and so forth. In particular, it enables us to understand that the a priori truths of logic concern essential connections between the possibility of the intuitive filling out of the posited meaning, whereby the corresponding positive content attains synthetic intuition, and of the pure synthetic form of the posited meaning, the pure logical form, and that possibility is at the same time the condition of possible validity, Geltung. It also shows that on closer scrutiny a twofold distinction must here be made, corresponding to the correlation of noesis and noema. In the formal apophansis, in the syllogism, for instance, our discourse is of judgments as noematic propositions and their formal truth. The standpoint is noematic throughout. On the other hand, in formal apophantic noetics, the standpoint is noetic, and our talk is of rationality, correctness of the judging process. Standards of correctness are laid down, Ausgesprochen, and these with relation to the forms of the propositions. For instance, we cannot maintain that a contradiction is true. He who judges in accordance with the forms of premises of the valid inferential moods must draw the conclusions proper to the corresponding forms, and so forth. These parallels are at once intelligible when considered in a phenomenological connection. The events which concern the act of judging, the noesis, and likewise the essentially corresponding events in the noema, of the apophansis are studied precisely in their necessary interconnection and within the full tissue of consciousness. The same considerations hold, of course, for the remaining formal disciplines in respect of the parallelism of noetic and noematic orderings. 148. Problems of the theoretical reason as bearing on formal ontology. Shifting our orientation, we pass from these disciplines to the corresponding ontologies. Phenomenologically, the connection is already given through the general adjustments of mental vision that are seen to be possible, and can be carried out within each act, whereby the constituents thus made visible are reciprocally interconnected through a network of essential laws. The primary point of view looks towards the objective, noematic reflection leads to the noematic, noetic reflection to the noetic contents. By abstraction from these contents, the disciplines that here concern us extract pure forms, formal apophantic extracting noematic, and the parallel noetic, noetic forms. And just as these forms are bound mutually together through essential laws, so are they both united with ontic forms, which can be grasped through glancing back to the ontic constituents, Bestand. Every formal logical law may be transformed into an equivalent formal ontological law. The judgment, instead of being passed upon judgments, will now bear upon substantive meanings, facts, and again upon objects instead of upon elements of judgments, example denominative meanings, and upon characteristic marks instead of upon predicative meanings, and so forth. We no longer talk of the truth and validity of propositions, but of the constituents of the substantive meanings, facts, of the being of objects, and so forth. Of course, the phenomenological import, Gehalt, of this transition is to be made clear through referring it back to that of the standard concepts. Formal ontology, moreover, extends far beyond the sphere of such mere transformations of the formal apophantic truths. Important disciplines grow out of it through those denominative reductions of which we have previously spoken. In the plural judgment, the plural figures as a plural thesis. Through the denominative transition it becomes the object, group, and thus the fundamental concept of the theory of groups grows up. In this theory, judgments are passed upon groups as upon objects possessing their own peculiar types of properties, relations, and so forth. The same holds for the concepts relation, number, etc., as the basic concepts of mathematical disciplines. As with the merely formal doctrines of the proposition, so here we must repeat our statement that it is not the task of phenomenology to develop these disciplines and to carry on mathematics, syllogistic exercises, and the like. It is only in the axioms and their conceptual content that phenomenology finds a proper subject matter for its analyses. What we have said applies automatically to formal axiology and praxis, as well as to the formal ontologies to be set alongside these as theoretical desiderata, and treating of values, in a very broad sense of that term, of goods in short, of all the ontic spheres which are correlates of the affective and volitional consciousness. The reader will notice that the concept of formal ontology has broadened its meaning in the course of these discussions. Point 1 Values, the objectivities of practice, are properly classed under the formal heading object or something in general. From the standpoint of universal analytic ontology, they are thus materially determined objects, the formal ontologies of values, and the material disciplines of practical objectivities that belong to them. On the other hand, the analogies which have their ground in the parallelism of the thetic genera, belief or its modality, valuing, willing, and the syntheses and syntactical formations specifically coordinate with them, have their force, and indeed a power so effective that Kant directly designates to the relation of the willing of the end to that of the means as analytic, thereby indeed confusing analogy with identity. The analytic proper which belongs to the predicative synthesis of the Dasein should not be confused with its formal analog which is related to the syntheses of the theses of feeling and will. Profound and important problems of the phenomenology of the reason are involved in the thorough clearing up of these analogies and parallels. 149. Problems of the theoretical reason as bearing on the regional ontologies. The problem of the phenomenological constituting function. After we have discussed the problems of the theoretical reason which the formal disciplines set us, we have to effect the transition to the material, and in the first instance to the regional ontologies. Every objective region consciously constitutes itself. An object determined through the regional genus has, as such, so far as it is real, its modes of being perceptible, clearly or obscurely presentable, conceivable, provable, prescribed a priori. Thus we come back again, in respect of the grounds of rationality, to the meanings, significant positings, and cognitive essences, not to the mere forms, however, but rather, since we have in mind the material generality of the regional and categorical essence, to significant positings, whose determining content is taken in its regional determinacy. Every region here offers the clue for a distinctive self-contained group of inquiries. Let us take as guiding clue the region material thing. If we correctly understand what this guidance means, we therewith grasp at the same time a general problem which determines the development of a great and relatively self-contained phenomenological discipline, the problem of the general constitution of the objectivities of the region thing in the transcendental consciousness, or, expressed more briefly, of the phenomenological constitution of the thing in general. In sympathy therewith we also learn to know the method of inquiry proper to this leading problem. The very same is then applicable to every region and every discipline that relates to its phenomenological constitution. What we are concerned with is as follows: the idea of the thing, we restrict ourselves to this particular region when we now speak of it, is represented in consciousness by the conceptual thought thing, possessing a certain noematic structure, bestand. To each noema there essentially corresponds an ideal self-contained group of possible noemata which have their unity herein, that they are capable of a synthetic unification through the covering relation. If the noema, as in this case, is concordant, einstimages, we find in the group intuitional and in particular primordial dater noemata also, wherein all the specifically different, andersartigen, members of the group find fulfillment in the identifying congruence, decan, drawing from them, in the case of positionality, confirmation, fullness of rational power. Thus we start from the verbal and perhaps wholly obscure presentation of a thing, exactly as presented to us. We freely produce intuitional representations of the same thing in general and make clear to ourselves the vague meaning of the word. Since we are concerned here with a general presentation, we must proceed with the help of illustrations. We produce at random fancy intuitions of things, free intuitions, shall we say of winged steeds, white ravens, golden mountains, and the like. These would in any case be things, and presentations of them serve therefore for purposes of illustration just as well as presentations of things of real experience. Through such material we apprehend in idea and with intuitive clearness the essence thing as the subject of noematic determinations closely limited along general lines. We must observe, recalling what has already been established in an earlier context 3, that the essence thing is indeed in this way primordially given, but that this givenness cannot on principle be adequate. We can bring the noema or thing meaning to the point of adequate presentation, but the various thing meanings, even when taken in their fullness, do not contain the regional essence thing as a primordially intuitable constituent immanent in them, just as little indeed as the various meanings relating to one and the same individual thing contain the individual essence of this thing. In other words, whether it is the essence of an individual thing that concerns us or the regional essence of thing in general, in no case does a single intuition of a thing or a finite closed continuum or collection of thing intuitions suffice to obtain in adequate form the desired essence in the total fullness of its essential determinations. An inadequate insight into the essence is, however, always obtainable, and it always has this great advantage over an empty apprehension of the essence, such as can be set up by way of illustration on the basis of an obscure presentation, that it has the essence primordially given. This holds good for all grades of essential generality, from the essence of the individual up to the given thing. But it is an essential insight of a general kind that every imperfect givenness, every inadequate object-giving noema, contains within itself a rule for the ideal possibility of its perfecting. It belongs to the essence of the appearance in centaur form which I have before me now, an appearance which gives the essence of the centaur in a merely one-sided way, that I seek out the different aspects of the thing, and in free fancy can determine and render intuitable what is at first undetermined and left open. In regard to the development of this process of fantasy, as it becomes ever more perfectly intuitional and more clearly determinative, we are in large measure free agents. We can indeed at our own free pleasure endow the fancied centaur intuition ally with more closely determining properties and changes of property, but we are not completely free if our advance is to take the form of a consistent, einstimmige, course of intuition in which the determinable subject remains the same and can always remain harmoniously determinable. We are, for instance, bound by a law conforming space as a frame which the idea of a possible thing in general strictly prescribes for us. However arbitrarily we may vary the form of what we fancy, one spatial shape will inevitably pass over into another. But what does this reference to rule or law phenomenologically mean? What is implied in the fact that the inadequately given region thing prescribes rules for the course of possible intuitions and therefore manifestly for the course of possible perceptions? The answer is as follows: to the essence of a thing noema there belong, as can be seen with absolute clearness, ideal possibilities of limitlessness in the development of intuitions of the same order, einstimmige, and indeed in prescribed directions of a determinate type, hence with parallel limitlessness also in the continuous juxtapositions of corresponding noses. We here recall the earlier discussions concerning the acquisition of the idea of thing in general, and the insight accompanying it, discussions which remain valid for every lower stage of generality down to the lowest concretion, of the individually determined thing. Its transcendence expresses itself in those limitlessnesses in the development of intuitions. Again and ever again intuitions may pass over into intuitional continua, and continua already given be extended. No thing perception is terminal and conclusive. Space always remains for new perceptions which would determine the indeterminacies more closely and fill in the perceptual gaps. With every such advance the determining content of the thing noema constantly attached to the self-same thing X is enriched. It is an essential insight that every perception and perceptual manifold is capable of being extended. The process is thus endless. Accordingly no intuitive apprehension of the essence of the thing can be so complete that a further perception could not bring it something noematically new. On the other hand, we apprehend as self-evident and adequate the idea of a thing. We grasp it in the free process of running through the possibilities, in the consciousness of the limitlessness of the development of intuitions of the same order. We thus grasp at first the idea of the thing empty of all intuitional content, and of this individual thing as something which is given just so far as the agreeing intuition reaches, but remains at the same time determinable in infinitum. The and so forth is an absolutely indispensable phase in the thing noema, and we have a clear insight of its necessity. On the ground of the consciousness of this limitlessness as presented in the form of illustration, We apprehend further the idea of the definite directions of infinite development, and that indeed in the case of all the intuitional channels along which our perception runs. Again we apprehend the regional idea of the thing in general as that of the self-same something which maintains itself in and through the properly jointed, determinate infinities of each regional channel, and proclaims itself in the definitely articulated infinite series of noemata that belong to them. It follows then that like the thing itself every quality that belongs to the thing's essential content, Gehalt, and above all every constitutive form is an idea, and this holds good of all grades from the generality of the region to the lowest particularity. In closer detail, the thing in its ideal essence presents itself as residential temporalis in the necessary form of time. Intuitive ideation, which here as vision of the idea very specially merits its name, teaches us to know the thing as necessarily enduring, as in principle endlessly extensible in respect of its duration. We grasp in pure intuition, for this ideation is the phenomenologically clarified concept of Kant's pure intuition, the idea of temporality and of all the essential phases included in it. The thing according to its idea is further residential extensa, it is, for instance, capable in respect of its spatial relations of infinitely various changes of shape, and, where the configuration or change of configuration remains identically constant, of infinitely various changes of position, it is movable in infinitum. We grasp the idea of space and the ideas which it includes. Finally, the thing is residential materialis, it is substantial unity, and as such the unity of causal connections, endlessly varied in their possible structures. With these specifically real properties also we strike upon ideas. All components of the thing idea are themselves ideas, each implying the and so forth of endless possibilities. That which we here develop is not theory, not metaphysic. It concerns essential necessities, indissolubly involved in the thing noema, and, correlatively in the thing giving consciousness, demanding throughout to be apprehended with clear insight and systematically studied. 150. Continuation. The thing region as transcendental clue. Now that we have got some understanding of the most general possible kind of the infinities which the intuition of a thing as such, in respect both of noesis and noema, conceals within itself, or as we can also say, the idea of the thing and the dimensions of the infinite which the idea implicitly contains, we shall also soon be able to understand the extent to which the thing region may serve as a guiding clue in phenomenological inquiries. As we intuit an individual thing, and continue intuiting its movements, its approachings and recedings, its turnings round and about, its changes of form and quality, the causal relations in which it stands, we run through certain continua of the intuiting process correlated with each other in this way or in that, and uniting in one unity of consciousness, our glance is thereby directed towards the identical element, the X of the meaning, positional or neutralized, the self-same one that changes itself, turns round, and so forth. So it is also, when in free intuition we follow up the infinite series of possible modifications along the different main directions, in the consciousness of limitlessness in the development of this process of intuition. And likewise, again, when we pass over to the standpoint of ideation and make clear maybe the regional idea of the thing, proceeding therein like the geometer in the freedom and purity of his geometrical intuition. But all this gives us no knowledge of the processes of intuition itself and the essences and essential infinities which belong to it, or of its constitutive material or noetic phases, of its noematic constituents, of the strata that on the one side as on the other are distinguishable and identically apprehensible. We do not see what we are actually experiencing, or are unreflectively aware of in the modification of fancy. We therefore need the change of standpoint, the different reflex ions heiltic, noetic, noematic, in their togetherness rightly called reflex ions, since they are deviations from the original straight direction of the glance towards the X. It is these reflex ions which now open to us a vast and inwardly coherent field of inquiry, or a stupendous group of problems coming under the idea of regional thing. The question then arises: how are we to describe systematically the noses and noemata which belong to the unity of the intuition ally presenting thing consciousness? If we restrict our attention to the noematic sphere, The question runs thus. What expressive form do the manifold positing intuitions, the positing intuitional meanings, take in which a real thing presents itself and exhibits, ausweist, its reality intuition ally in original experience? Or again, abstracting from the doxic thesis, how do the mere appearances noematically understood express themselves which, in themselves, and from the pure eidetic standpoint, bring to its appearing one and the same thing, the fully determined thing at the time being, which belongs as a necessary correlate to this manifold of intuition and appearance? Phenomenology is never content, on principle, with vague talk or obscure generalities, but systematically demands a definite clarification, analysis, and description, shedding light on the essential connections and penetrating to the remotest specifications attainable. It demands thoroughgoing work. The regional idea of the thing, itself identical X with the determining content of meaning, posited as being this or thus, prescribes rules for the manifolds of appearances. It comes to this: they are not manifolds in general, coming together by accident, as indeed already follows from this that in themselves and on purely essential lines they relate to the thing, the determinate thing. The regional idea prescribes series of appearances that are fully determinate, definitely ordered, progressing in infinitum, and, taken in their ideal totality, precisely limited and fixed, a definite inner organization of their modes of development, which, for purposes of inquiry, hang essentially together with the partial ideas which are designated in a general way as the components of the regional idea of thing. As a part of this organization, it transpires, for instance, that the unity of a mere residential extensa is conceivable apart from the unity which regulates the idea of the residential materialis, although no residential materialis is conceivable which is not also residential extensa. The fact stands out, as always in eidetic phenomenological intuition, that every appearance of a thing necessarily conceals in itself a stratum which we call the thing schema, referring thereby to the spatial form filled out simply with sensory qualities lacking every determination of substantiality and causality, in inverted commas, to be understood as noematically modified. Already the associated idea of a mere residential extensa may stand American Samoa title for a wealth of phenomenological problems. What in our innocence of phenomenological niceties we take for mere facts, that a spatial thing always appears to us humans in a certain orientation, oriented, for instance, in the visual field of view as above and below, right and left, near and far, that we can see a thing only at a certain depth or distance, that all the changing distances at which it can be seen are related to a center of all depth orientations localized by us in the head, invisible though familiar to us as an ideal limiting point. All these alleged facts, factizitaten, contingencies of spatial perception which are foreign to the true, objective space, reveal themselves down to the most trivial empirical subdivisions, besonderungen, as essential necessities. Thus we see that not only for us human beings, but also for God as the ideal representative of absolute knowledge, whatever has the character of a spatial thing, is intuitable only through appearances, wherein it is given, and indeed must be given, as changing perspectively in varied yet determined ways, and thereby presented in changing orientations. We must now seek not only to establish this as a general thesis, but to follow it up into all its particular formations. The problem of the origin of the presentation of space, the deepest phenomenological meaning whereof has never yet been grasped, reduces itself to the phenomenological analysis of the essential nature of all the noematic, and noetic, phenomena, wherein space exhibits itself intuition and as the unity of appearances, and of the descriptive modes of such exhibiting constitutes the spatial. The problem of the constituting function clearly betokens nothing further than that the regulated series of appearances which necessarily hold together within the unity of a single appearing object are open to intuition, and can be theoretically apprehended, and this in spite of their infinities, which in and through its determinate and so forth can be unequivocally controlled, that they can be analyzed and described in their own eidetic peculiarity, and that the law-conforming function of the correlation between the determinate appearing object as unity and the determinately infinite multiplicities of appearances can be fully seen into and so disrobed of all its mysteries. This holds good for the unity which lies in the residential extensa, and also the residential temporalis, and not less for the higher, the grounded unities which the expression material, i.e., substantial causal thing, indicates. All these unities constitute themselves on the level of empirical intuition in manifolds, and the two-sided essential connections must everywhere through all its strata be completely illuminated, in respect of meaning, fullness of meaning, of thetic functions, and so forth. Finally, there must grow out of this the perfect insight into what the idea of the real thing represents in the phenomenologically pure consciousness, how it is the absolutely necessary correlate of a structurally investigated and essentially described noetic-noematic connection. 151. Strata of the transcendental constitution of the thing. Supplementary considerations. These inquiries are essentially determined by the different formations and strata in the constituting of the thing within the limits of the primordial empirical consciousness. Each formation and each stratum in it has this character, that it constitutes a unity of its own, which on its side is a necessary connecting link in the full constituting of the thing. If we take perchance the formation of the plane perceptual constituting of the thing, whereof the correlate is the sensory thing set out with sensory qualities, we relate ourselves to a single stream of consciousness, to the possible perceptions of a single perceiving personal subject. We find here various strata of unification, the schemata of sensation, sensualin, the visual things of higher and lower order, which must be completely set out within this order and studied with reference to their noetic-noematic constitution, singly and in their interconnections. The uppermost stratum of this formation is that of the substantial causal thing, a reality already in the specific sense of the term, but remaining always constitutively bound to one empirical subject and its ideal perceptual manifolds. The formation next above this is then the intersubjective identical thing, a constitutive unity of higher order. Its constitution is related to an indefinite plurality of subjects that stand in a relation of mutual understanding. The intersubjective world is the correlate of the intersubjective experience, mediated, that is, through empathy. We are therefore referred to the various unities of sensory things sin and inginhiten, already constituted individually by the many subjects, and thus in further sequence to the corresponding perceptual manifolds belonging to the different personal subjects and streams of consciousness, but before all to the new factor of empathy and to the question how it plays a constitutive part in objective experience and gives unity to those separated manifolds. Moreover, all inquiries must be conducted with the completeness and the comprehensiveness demanded by the nature of the case. Thus above, in conformity with the aims of an introduction, we held before our mind a mere preliminary situation, a basic system of constitutive appearance manifolds, namely, that in which one and the same thing shows continuously a single aspect, einstimmig erscheint. The perceptions in their limitless unfolding along all the systematic lines of development approximate to the purity of the covering relation, the theses are being continually confirmed. Here we have closer determination only, never determination otherwise. No thing determination that has come to be posited as the outcome of a previous course of experience, within this ideally closed system, undergoes cancellation and substitution through other determinations of that same category of quality which is formally prescribed through the regional essence. Nothing disturbs the agreement, and there are no compensating events that obliterate a disturbance, to say nothing of that exploding of the agreement in which the posited thing is entirely cancelled. But these counter cases must be no less taken into our phenomenological reckoning, since they also play or might play their part in connection with the possible constitution of an empirical reality. The way of fact knowledge, as of ideally possible knowledge, leads through errors, and this already at the lowest stage of knowledge, that of the intuitive grasp of reality. Thus the courses of perception, in which partial breaches of agreement occur, and the agreement can be maintained only through corrections, must be systematically described in respect of all its essential constituents, noetic and noematic, the changes in the mode of apprehension, the peculiar thetic occurrences, the transvaluings and disvaluings of the previously apprehended as illusion or deception, the transition into conflict still unresolved along certain lines, and so forth. Over against the continuous synthesis of agreement, the syntheses of conflict, of misinterpretation and differing definition, and whatever they may else be called, must come into their rights. For a phenomenology of true reality, the phenomenology of vain illusion is wholly indispensable. 152. Transfer of the problem of the transcendental constituting function to other regions. It will be easily seen that what has been said by way of illustration in regard to the constitution of the material thing, and indeed in respect of the constituting process within the system of the manifolds of experience which lie prior to all thinking, must apply as regards both problem and method to all object regions. In the place of sensory perceptions, we would then naturally have the types of primordial data acts essentially attached to the regions in question, and these acts must be previously set out and investigated through phenomenological analysis. Very difficult problems adhere to the interlacing of the different regions. They condition the interlacings in the constituting formations of consciousness. The thing is not anything isolated over against the experiencing subject, as will have already become apparent from the indications given above concerning the intersubjective constitution of the objective world of things. But this experiencing subject itself is constituted in experience as something real, as man or beast, just as the intersubjective communities are constituted as animal communities. These communities, although essentially grounded in psychical realities, which, on their side, are grounded in the physical, reveal themselves as a new type of objectivities of higher order. It can be seen quite generally that there are many kinds of objectivities which defy all psychologistic and all naturalistic misinterpretations. Such are all types of objects bearing a value, all practical objects, all concrete cultural organizations which as hard realities determine our actual life, the state, for instance, the church, custom, the law, and so forth. All these objective entities, objectitaten, must be described in the way in which they come to be presented according to their fundamental types and in their proper order of formation, and the problem of phenomenological shaping, constitution, set and solved in their case. The shaping of these entities leads back quite naturally to that of psychical subjects and of things or their analogues in space. They are grounded indeed in such realities. Material reality as the lowest formation remains in the last resort the foundation of all other realities, and therefore undoubtedly the phenomenology of material nature holds a preeminent position. But looked at without prejudice and referred back phenomenologically to its sources, the grounded unities, though grounded, are new in type. The new factor, moreover, which is therewith constituted, can never, as we learn indeed from essential intuition, be reduced to the mere sum of other realities. Thus in fact every peculiar type of such realities brings with it its own constitutive phenomenology, and therewith a new concrete doctrine of the reason. In principle our task remains everywhere the same. We have to bring to knowledge the complete system of conscious formations, covering all levels and strata, which constitute the primordial givenness of all such objective entities, and therewith make intelligible the equivalent, in terms of consciousness, of the relevant type of reality. Everything also which we should say in truth so as to exclude the many misunderstandings into which we so easily fall concerning the correlation of being and consciousness, as, for instance, that all reality resolves itself into psychic factors, can be stated only on the ground of the essential connections of the constitutive groups, as apprehended from the phenomenological standpoint and in the light of intuition. 153. The full extension of the transcendental problem. The inquiries classified. A discussion on so general a level as has hitherto been alone possible cannot awake any adequate idea of the tremendous extent of the investigations which we have so far as possible recognized and demanded. To this end, for the main types of realities at least, a set of detailed studies would be needed. We should need to proceed as we did in respect of the forms of inquiry needed for investigating the general structure of consciousness. Meanwhile, in the sequel to this work, the discussion which the thought of the present day finds so absorbing over the controversial questions concerning the mutual relation of the great groups of sciences bearing the titles natural science, psychology, and science of mind, and especially concerning their relation to phenomenology, will at the same time provide the opportunity for bringing the problems of phenomenological shaping more closely and more distinctly before us. Here, however, so much will already have become clear, that these controversies deal with really serious problems, and that regions of inquiry open out which treat of all genuine matters of principle in all the material sciences. The matter of principle is indeed nothing else than that which centers round the regional ideas in the shape of basic concepts and fundamental forms of knowledge, and finds, indeed must find, its systematic unfolding in corresponding regional ontologies. What we have said can be transferred from the material to the formal sphere and to the ontological disciplines appropriate to it, therefore to all principles and generally to all sciences that rest on principles, if we suitably widen the idea of phenomenological shaping. It is true that thereby the limit of constitutive research so widens out that it is eventually capable of including the whole of phenomenology. This will indeed force itself upon our notice as we add the following supplementary considerations. First and foremost, the problems regarding the constituting of the object are related to the manifolds of a possible primordial data consciousness in the case of things, for instance, to the totality of possible experiences, perceptions of one and the same thing. Connected with this is the supplementary consideration of the reproductive positional type of consciousness and the inquiry into their constitutive rational function, or, which amounts to the same thing, their function for plain intuiting cognition, similarly the consideration of the obscurely presenting, but plain, consciousness and the problems of reason and reality which relate to it. In short, we keep in the first instance within the mere sphere of presentation. But united with these are the corresponding inquiries, related to the functions of the higher sphere, the so-called sphere of the understanding or the reason, in the narrower sense of the term, with its analytic, relating and otherwise logical, also then axiological and practical, syntheses, with their conceptual operations, their statement meanings, their new and mediate forms of grounding. Thus objectivities which were at first given, or thought of in idea as given, in monothetic acts, in mere experiences, let us say, can be made subject to the play of synthetic operations, and through synthetic objectivities constitute increasingly higher formations which in the unity of the total thesis contain a plurality of theses, and in the unity of their total content, materie, contain a plurality of mutually detachable, abgeleiternde, contents, materien. We can construct collections, groups, of differing order of formation, groups of groups, we can set in relief parts out of the whole, place properties and predicates over against their subjects, set objects in relation to objects, make the one at our pleasure into the center of reference, referenten, the other into the object referred to, and so forth. We can carry out such syntheses really and properly, i.e., under the conditions of synthetic primordiality. The synthetic objectivity has then, in respect of its synthetic form, the character of the primordially given, for instance, of the really given collection, subsumption, relation, and so forth, and it has the full character of primordiality, if the theses have it, if the thetic act characters are primordially motivated as rational. We can also make use of free fancies, set in relation the primordially given and the quasi-given, or carry out the syntheses throughout in the modified form, transform what we are thus conscious of into a supposition, ansatz, construct hypotheses, draw consequences therefrom, or carry out comparisons and distinctions, subject once again the likenesses or differences thereby given to synthetic operations, uniting with all this ideations, essential positings or suppositings, and so on in infinitum. Moreover, acts of a lower or higher grade of objectivation, partly intuitional, partly unintuitional, it may be wholly confused, lie at the basis of the operations. In the case of obscurity or confusion we can make it our business to clear up the synthetic constructions, to open up the question of their possibility, their fulfillment, Einlösung, through synthetic intuition, or again, that of their reality, that of their redeemableness, Einlösbarkeit, through explicit and primordial data synthetic acts, it may be by way of mediate inferences or proofs. Phenomenologically, all these types of syntheses in correlation with the synthetic objectivities constituted within them should be subjected to an inquiry with the object of shedding light on the different modes of presentation and their significance for the real being of such objectivities, or for their true possible being or their real probable being, and similarly in reference to all questions of rationality and of truth or reality. Here also then we have problems of phenomenological shaping, Constitutionsprobleme. Now the logical syntheses are indeed grounded on the lowest theses with their plain and simple ideal bearings or meanings, but in such a way that the essential conformities of the synthetic level with law and order, and especially with the laws of reason in a very wide but definitely circumscribed formal sphere, are independent of the special ideal bearings, materion, of the members of the synthesis. On this depends precisely the possibility of a general and formal logic which abstracts from the content of logical knowledge and thinks it in indeterminate freely variable generality, as something or other. Inquiries also relating to the constituting process divide accordingly into those which connect with the formal basic concepts, and take these alone as guiding clues to the problems of rationality, or of reality and truth, and on the other hand into those previously portrayed, which connect with the regional basic concepts, and in the first instance with the concept of region itself, and indeed with the question how an individual member of such a region comes to be given. With the regional categories and the studies indicated by these, the special determination which the form of synthesis undergoes in virtue of the regional content comes to its own, and so too does the influence which the special binding connections, such as find expression in regional axioms, exert upon the regional reality. What is here detailed obviously applies to all the spheres of act and object, also to the objectivities for the constituting whereof acts of feeling, Gemütsakt, with their specific theses and contents a priori have to come in, and in a way which, again, in respect to the clearing up both of the form and the particularity of the content, it is the great, scarcely suspected, let alone adopted, task of the corresponding constitutive phenomenology to initiate. Therewith the inner relation also of the constitutive phenomenologies to the a priori ontologies, and eventually to all eidetic disciplines, excepting indeed phenomenology itself, is made evident. The sequences in the development of the doctrines of essential being, both formal and material, prescribe in a certain way the corresponding sequences of the constitutive phenomenologies, determine their orders of generality, and, in the basic concepts and principles, both ontologically and materially eidetic, give them the guiding clues. For example, basic concepts of the ontology of nature, such as time, space, matter, and their proximate derivatives, are indicators of strata of the constituting consciousness of material thinghood, Dinglichkeit, just as the corresponding principles are indicators of the essential connections in and between the strata. The phenomenological clearing up of the pure logical doctrine makes it then intelligible that and why all mediated propositions also of the pure doctrine of time, of geometry, and so of all ontological disciplines, are indicators of essential conformities to law and order on the part of the transcendental consciousness and its constituting manifolds. But it must be expressly noted that in these connections between constitutive phenomenologies and the corresponding formal and material ontologies there is no hint of a grounding of the former on the latter. Phenomenology does not judge ontologically when it recognizes an ontological concept or proposition as the indicator of constitutive and essential connections, when it sees in it a clue to intuitive revelations, Aufweisungen, which carry their authority and their validity purely in themselves. This general conclusion will receive on a later occasion further confirmation in a more thoroughgoing treatment which, in virtue of the importance of this whole matter, Sachlage, is emphatically called for. A comprehensive solution of the problems of phenomenological shaping which shall take equally into consideration the noetic and the noematic strata of consciousness would be manifestly equivalent to a complete phenomenology of the reason in respect of all its formal and material formations, whether non-normal, negatively rational, or normal, positively rational. But we are further compelled to admit that a phenomenology of the reason so complete as this would coincide with phenomenology in general, and that in systematically carrying out all the disciplines of consciousness which are demanded under the collective title constitution of the object, all and sundry descriptions of consciousness would need to be included.